15 years ago, a catastrophe occurred that forever changed the lives of all humanity. The world seemed to be turned upside down. Out of nowhere, rifts appeared through which terrifying entities began to emerge, seeking to destroy the entire world. Demons emerged through magical portals. Therefore, it was necessary to make an urgent decision on how to destroy the uninvited guests. Along with the portals, a system of levels and abilities appeared. This helped to select candidates to fight the demons. People who fought against evil forces began to be called adventurers. They defended the world, but first they had to choose their fighting style. The ability to choose a personal style was called a class. Depending on the style, it is possible to acquire different skills. Classes differ in strength and abilities. The mage class is considered the weakest and most useless. Adventurers of this class are slow and find it difficult to control magic. Ichinos Akoma chose the thief class. He differs from others in his high agility. At that moment, the adventurer considered it the right decision. After all, he thought that first of all he should gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Gradually, he gained experience and became one of the strongest. Over the years, rifts appeared more frequently. Adventurers of the Divine Speedblade class fought desperately against demons. Ichinos Akoma thought he could protect people, but unpleasant news awaited him. He was told that he was to be expelled from the Sword of Glory class, and there were reasons for that. This disappointed Ikomu. He did not understand why, because he had achieved excellent results and fought desperately alongside other adventurers. But when asked why he was being expelled, another adventurer replied that the level of monsters was increasing over the years, and his attacks were no longer effective against them. His team believed that Ichinos Ikomu lacked sufficient support and recovery skills, so he had become a burden. The team leader added that the time when thieves were strong had passed. Now his class is useful for obtaining materials from low-level monsters. To fight bosses, it is more useful for the group to have a mage who can deliver a decent blow. The guild also decided to keep Ichinos Akoma at rank S. The adventurer was outraged by this decision. He understood that he lacked firepower, but together with the team, he had risked his life many times. Ichinos Akoma shouted indignantly, asking how they could do this to him. After all, he was the best at dealing with poison. All attempts to prove something were in vain. The decision had already been made. But what the adventurer from the team asked him to do next completely crushed him morally. He told him to pretend they didn't know each other and turn his back. Ikom felt betrayed and useless. The team left, leaving him with his thoughts. Inside, he was overwhelmed with emotions of pain, disappointment, and betrayal. He didn't know what to do next. Disappointed, Ichinos Ikom returned home and spent all his time drinking alcohol and smoking. He was suffering. He didn't want to do anything. After all, this job was his whole life, and he had been so unfairly thrown out onto the street. Ichinos Akoma thought he would fight demons for the sake of his country. After everything he had done, they simply got rid of him. Sitting on the floor, the adventurer analyzed what had happened. He understood that he was lagging behind the others, so he spent money on supplies. He bought equipment and potions. Ikom spent all his money on consumables, and now he was completely broke. In addition, the guild left him at rank S. Because of this, he would no longer be able to defend high-rank rifts. His electronic device received a notification that the Sword of Glory was being sent to China. Ichinos Ikom followed his team on social media and saw that they had managed to conquer the Dark Palace Rift. He looked through the comments and saw what users were writing. Under the winner's video, someone asked where Ikom had gone, but another comment finished him off. It said that Ikomo was just running around and doing nothing, so he was just dead weight for the team. This outraged him and he threw his smartphone. Ikomu said to himself that he had simply made the wrong choice of class and decided to sell his equipment to save at least something. Remembering again the team to which he had devoted his life, he was outraged. Tears of despair flowed from his eyes. Ikom felt anger at such injustice. He calmed down, lay down, and thought about what to do next. Suddenly, a warning notification came to his phone. It said that an S-class monster had appeared in Tokyo and everyone should go to a safe place. Ikoma asked himself why this was happening now, when his Sword of Glory was not in the country. He realized that there were no longer any powerful adventurers in this city who could deal with the monster. Although Ikom considered himself strong, he himself did not know if he could defeat the demon, but his feelings of uncertainty did not stop him. After gathering his thoughts, Ikom took all his weapons and went to meet the monster. Before him stood a monster that seemed impossible to defeat at first glance. But that didn't stop Ikom. He wanted to prove his worth and protect the city. How good it was that he hadn't sold his equipment, Ikom thought. Glancing at the notification screen, he learned that the monster's name was Kronos, the Dragon of Time. Ikom thought that the monster's name was a bit too pretentious, and, turning to it, told Kronos to remember today because it would be his last. Feeling all of Ikom's power, he entered into battle with the monster. The city's residents had been evacuated, and the main thing was to hold out until the other adventurers arrived. Kronos was too strong. He burned everything around him with his flames, but Ikom did not lose hope and struck confident blows despite the monster's speed. He realized that he had to keep his distance, and then he would be able to defeat Kronos. Ikom launched a poisonous sickle at him, but it did not produce the desired result. Ikom had a very low chance of destroying the demon. He knew that the skin of a monster of the highest class was difficult to pierce, but to what extent? This further reduced his confidence. Meanwhile, Kronos struck blow after blow. If it weren't for the difference in their levels, Ecom would have already won. The only thing that saved him was that he specialized in speed. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. There were no other options, so Ecom had to resist to the last, trying to buy time. Akoma used another weapon for battle, the Thief's Claws. This is one of the skills of adventurers of his class. The Thief's Claws help steal a single item from the enemy. It can then be used against him. Akoma thought that such a powerful demon must have very strong and powerful items. If he was lucky, he would get one of them. He managed to deliver a powerful blow, but it did not help to defeat the monster. Exhausted and weakened, barely able to stand, he leaned against a rock. Kronos had blinded him and he did not understand what was happening. Akoma thought that the adventurers of his class were the strongest, but he held out for a few minutes. He promised himself that he would become stronger if he survived. An object he did not understand appeared in Ecom's hands. It appeared there with the help of the Thief's Claws. Akoma examined it. It turned out to be the mythical dial of the god of time. It was capable of turning back time 10 years. After use, the dial disappears forever from all timelines. Ecom was surprised because he had never heard of the mythical class or the dial before. The monster realized that Ecom had gotten his hands on his item. He wanted to attack him, but at the last second, Ecom used the dial. He understood that he had no time left. Every minute was crucial, and he had no strength left to fight Kronos. Clutching the mythical dial in his hands, Ecom eagerly awaited the end. The moment Kronos delivered the decisive blow, Ecom was transported somewhere else. He felt strange and inexplicable sensations. A few seconds later, Ecom woke up at home in his bed with his phone in his hand. He looked at the screen and saw that he had gone back 10 years. He couldn't believe his eyes. Had he really managed to return? To make sure, Ikomo got up, went to the window, and opened the curtains. He glanced at his phone again to check the date, and a notification screen appeared in front of Ecom. His status said something about a clock that rewinds time. Ecom checked to see if he had a class, but it turned out that he hadn't received a single class yet. For him, it was a chance to start all over again. Finally, he realized that everything had really worked out for him. He had a desire to become the strongest adventurer. A new day had begun, and Ecom didn't want to waste a single minute. He brushed his teeth and checked the news to understand what was happening in the world. The news reported that the creation of portals was a real disaster for humanity. Ordinary people were forbidden to enter the rifts. The levels and sizes of monsters are constantly growing, and they are very difficult to fight. This problem was the main one at the beginning of the fight against monsters. Ecom remembered that there would not be as many disputes in the future. After all, people would gradually increase their levels and be able to fight on equal terms. He thought about how returning to the past was his main advantage. This would allow him to reach a high level and not make a mistake in choosing a class. But the most important thing was to gain as much experience and rare items as possible. Knowledge was Ecom's main weapon in the fight. To achieve his goal, he first needed to obtain a class. But this would not be possible without reaching the 10th level. There were low-level rifts where those who did not have a class could gain experience. Ecom went there and showed the guards that he was at a low level. These rifts are not protected and are under human control. Therefore, anyone who wishes to can freely enter them to achieve their goals. Ikoma entered the Goblin Cave Rift, confident that he would soon reach the 6th level. An opponent appeared before him and he was about to use his sword. But then a man appeared and struck first, destroying the goblin. He asked Ecom if he was hurt. Akoma did not understand what was happening or where this man had come from. After all, he had interfered with him. The man asked him if he was hunting alone and pointed out that it was too dangerous because the goblins could surround him. His name was Ohara Kenji. He introduced himself to Ecom and said that he was a level 16 two-handed sword warrior and helped newcomers in this rift. People mostly call him a guide. Akomi said that he thought Ohara Kenji didn't look like a bad man. They walked through the rift together and Kenji talked about himself. He chose the wonderful hobby of being a guide for his retirement. The next reason is the company's heavy losses due to problems with the rifts, but Ikomu got tired of listening to him because he wanted to level up as quickly as possible. Then another goblin appeared and Ikoma delivered the decisive blow, saying that he would finally reach level 10. A notification appeared on the screen saying that he had gained 6 experience points and 2 skill points. His level was raised to 10. Surprised, Kenji patted Ecom on the back and said he had done a great job, to which he replied, "Thank you." Kenji continued his thought, pointing out that he would make a great adventurer. Ecom thought to himself that it was no wonder he had the highest rank. After reaching level 10, you can choose your class. Kenji asked Ikomu if he wanted to ask him for advice. He thought about his class choice. After all, he had already made the wrong choice once, but a lot depended on characteristics and abilities. Skills could be obtained with points. Ecom's stats were perfect for the thief class. Kenji assured Ecom that the warrior class was an excellent choice and that he would teach him everything he knew. But he noticed that the thief class was more suitable for him, judging by his abilities. While Ecom tried to make a final decision, Kenji asked if he had acquired any skills yet. He continued to ponder and asked Ikomu if he knew how to gain experience, and if they taught how to activate acceleration and enhancement in class. Acceleration and enhancement skills increase the physical parameters of adventurers. Their leveling up is now a priority. But to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to spend skill points on such skills. Ikoma thought long and hard about which skill to choose and opted for soft landing, but Kenji wanted to stop him. He assured him that such a skill would be of little use. Kenji was sure that Ikom had made a mistake, but Ikom had his own plan. He was not going to make the same mistakes. If he had a chance to start all over again, he had to choose a different approach. Ikoma again improved his soft landing skill to the 2nd level, spending 10 points on it. Then he upgraded the skill again to the 3rd level. Kenji tried to stop him, asking him not to rush and to think things through carefully. Despite Kenji's attempts to stop him, Ikom continued to raise the level of soft landing on the notification screen. This greatly disappointed and upset Kenji. He said that with such skills, Ikomi was only suitable for the swordsman or peasant class. To which Ikom replied that he had a completely different opinion. He was confident that he was doing everything right. Thanks to his leveling up, Ikomi gained access to the hidden class of Gravity Master. This class only appears if you spend points on soft fall. It should have appeared much later due to the strict conditions for its appearance. Therefore, no one knew about the existence of such a class yet. Even after its appearance, no one wanted to choose it because of its weak abilities. And after 10 years, no one had solved the main mystery of the class. But Ikom understood its meaning and purpose while he was still an adventurer of the highest rank. The Gravity Master is the strongest class of all. Kenji kept trying to stop Ikom. He yelled that it wasn't too late to become a swordsman. He asked him not to choose the magic class, which was considered the weakest. Meanwhile, Ikom confirmed his choice on the notification screen. He said that this was exactly what he wanted. Now his notification screen said that he was entering the Gravity Master class. Ikom received the skills of gravity magic and gravity control. He was very happy, which could not be said about Kenji, who did not understand his choice. Ikom was confident that he would now be able to become the strongest adventurer in the world. He shouted with joy that he had finally received this class. He remembered his past team and being expelled, and he didn't want to go through all that again. Kenji continued to assure Ikom that the magic class was not suitable for him. He would not last long with it. After all, it would be very difficult to fight. He hinted that it would be better for him not to become an adventurer at all. Ikom remembered that at this time, the melee classes were much stronger than others. While Kenji was convincing Akoma, a goblin appeared out of nowhere. There were other adventurers in the rift whose level was insufficient to fight the monster. It was a level 17 goblin named Red Cap. In low-level rifts, monsters of such a high level appeared very rarely. Kenji helped the other adventurers escape. At that moment, he confessed that he was here because he was unsure of his abilities in a real battle. He sees that there are no adventurers above level 10 here, and if they don't escape, they will die. Kenji realized he had to do something. Running towards the goblin to strike, he shouted at Ikomi to run away. He would distract the goblin in the meantime. But Ikomi had no intention of running away. He understood that Ohara couldn't handle him alone. After all, the goblin's level was higher than his. Kenji tried with all his might to hold out until the end, although he had never fought opponents of the same or higher level before. He turned to the other adventurers, asking if there was anyone among them with a level higher than 15 to help him in the fight. The other adventurers watched the battle and realized that Kenji, with his level 16, would not defeat a goblin with level 17. The adventurers' levels were insufficient, and they could not help. Meanwhile, Ikom tried to study the goblin's movements. His gravitational magic was too weak, and he knew little about his personal abilities. But he couldn't leave a good guy in trouble. Ikomo took out his sword and rushed to help Kenji. He admitted that he liked him and couldn't leave him alone. Kenji tried to dissuade Ikom and asked him to retreat, emphasizing his low magic class level. But Ikom wanted to test his abilities and risked his second life. He attracted the goblin's attention by shouting at the Red Cap that he would test his strength on him. Turning to Ikom, Kenji shouted that if they didn't defeat the goblin, they wouldn't have time for the current. The goblin attacked Kenji, who only had time to shout at Ikom to run away before it was too late. But he hoped that his class would not let him down. Next, the goblin attacked Ikom. The lack of physical abilities in mages is considered a weakness. They cannot do without help. But the Master of Gravity is not like that. He has the ability to improve his physical abilities in exchange for mana. Ikoma weakened gravity and thereby increased his speed and strength. This gave him confidence in the fight. Kenji did not expect such a turn of events. He did not understand how Ikom managed to move so quickly. Although Ikom increased his speed by reducing gravity, his movements became too predictable. But if you can predict your opponent's movements, it doesn't matter what he does. Ikoma's advantage was that in his past life, he had won more than 1,000 battles using only his speed. Predicting his opponent's actions, Ikom delivered a powerful blow. The goblins certainly did not expect that. Kenji was surprised that Ikom, with his low-level magic class, was able to damage the Red Cap. Thanks to his control over mana, the Master of Gravity achieves high physical performance. With the necessary skills, his potential reaches unprecedented heights. In the early stages, the monster's movements are predictable. With his speed, Ikom is able to determine their next actions. Kenji did not understand what was happening, but was very proud of Ikom's actions. He did not expect such skills from a weak mage. All the adventurers stood around the goblin, and Ikom shouted for Ohara to deliver the final blow. Raising his sword, Kenji and Ikom destroyed the monster. Icom held the goblin with gravitational chains, and Ohara delivered the final blow. The battle was not easy, but they prevailed. For this, Ikomi was awarded 28 experience points, and his level rose to 12. Now he is more confident in his abilities, and with his gravity class, he will be able to become the strongest adventurer. The other adventurers doubted that Ikomi was a beginner. After all, he managed to defeat the red cap. The same question troubled Kenji, who could not strike the goblin, while Ikomi, with his low level, was able to defeat it. All the adventurers considered Ecom a true hero who was completely unaware of his own strength. While the others were wondering who Ecom really was, he felt terribly tired. He had no mana left. The skills of a gravity master consume a lot of energy. Ikomu couldn't even move a finger. He realized that he would have to think about this later. Kenji approached Ecom to thank him for his actions and asked if he needed help. He couldn't refuse because of his extreme fatigue. To help him somehow, Kenji carried the exhausted Icom from the portal and said that besides him, there were many low-level adventurers there. But it was Icom who helped him save his life and overcome his fears. He admitted that he lacked the courage to fight strong monsters. Therefore, Kenji only hunted weak demons. But Ikomo helped him take a step forward, and he decided to say goodbye to his role as a guide. Ikomo replied that he was very happy to see the birth of a new hero. So now Icom knew what his gravity magic was capable of. Now the main task was to raise the level, but it would be difficult to cope with this on his own. He decided to turn to the guild to get answers to his questions and find a temporary team. But no one there had ever heard of a gravity master. The girl Ikomo turned to for help replied that the characteristics of the magic class were too low. She was not sure that the class was suitable for battle. Ikomo said he was looking for a team, and the girl at the registration desk offered him a choice of several low-level teams. He wanted to meet with them, but the girl pointed out his low stats. She assured him that this could cause problems for Ecom. This upset him because he had a little known in rare class. Because of this, he did not expect to be welcomed. Ikoma still asked if he could talk to the team leaders. At that moment, an unknown adventurer interrupted the conversation. He asked if our registrar was having problems and turned to Ecom, adding that he shouldn't be so persistent. Surprised, Ecom asked the adventurer who he was. It seems that he is a real legend of our time. After all, he asked if Icom had heard of him. The adventurer said his name was Utsunomiya Sho, and that he was the leader of a famous group of Thunder Knights. Ikomu asked if he was a warrior class. He confidently replied that of course he did, because everyone knows that magic classes are useless. This class is for those who are afraid to approach monsters. Therefore, they cannot be adventurers. Utsunomiya Shu told Ikomo with a sly smile that he could only blame himself for making the wrong choice. He added that he had a rare class with low characteristics, and that his class was also rare, but he had achieved a lot, unlike Ikoma. "Do you also have a rare class?" asked Ikoma, to which he replied, "You became curious and decided to demonstrate your strength." Utsunomiya Sho took out his sword, which was filled with bright lightning bolts. He was considered a knight of thunder, and raising his sword, he shouted a lightning strike. After demonstrating his power, he lowered his sword and emphasized the rarity of his class with its high characteristics and strong skills. Everyone around him marveled at his strength, clapped their hands, and agreed that he was in an incredible class. The girl at the registration desk said that using skills in the guild was prohibited, to which Utsunomiya replied, "Don't worry, I just showed my strength to a newcomer." He turned to Icom and emphasized that they do not recruit just anyone to the team, and that no one will take in a stranger. He then asked Ikomu if he thought he was being foolish. After all, adventurers are not volunteers who help everyone in need. Ikoma analyzed who the Knight of Thunder was. It is a class that specializes in attacks but has slow movements and complex abilities. He also added that they are weak against opponents who specialize in agility or resist lightning. Utsunomiya Sho said, addressing the adventurers, that there was some weakling with a magic class trying to join the team. Everyone knows that mages are useless. Ikoma thought about how unfortunate it was that he did not have the class of a Thunder Knight, but in order to obtain it, one must have high initial characteristics. He completely forgot that not much time had passed since the rifts appeared. Perhaps it would be better to stay alone for a while until he could earn the trust of others. After all, in the past, the main thing was to have effective abilities and high stats. The girl from registration turned to Utsunomiya and asked him not to speak like that. Ikoma said it was no big deal. He changed his mind and decided to remain alone without a team for now. But this time, Utsunomiya did not remain silent. He said that he should give up all attempts to become an adventurer. He also added that he should at least save his life. Akamu replied, "Thank you for the advice." Ikoma went to the Adventurers Guild archives to find useful information. He wants to win the trust of others, but a temporary team will not be enough. Therefore, he wants to find people with whom he can create a full-fledged group. But that's not the only thing that interested him. It is important to find adventurers compatible with his gravitational abilities. He also wants to level up and earn some new achievements. He analyzed the battle with a goblin named Red Cap. This helped him understand that the movements of low-level monsters are predictable. In addition, he figured out how to use the forces of gravity. He had the idea to level up a few times and try his hand at high-level rifts. Now, the right rift for him is the Stone Temple of the 25th level. There, he can raise his level and obtain precious stone, but it is controlled by the guild. Walking statues appear in the rift, which are easy to defeat. Mid-level hunters can effectively collect materials and level up. This rift is very similar to the dungeon for beginners, Ecom thought. If you hunt alone, it will help you find like-minded people faster. Akoma is only level 12, therefore he hoped that he would be able to reach a sufficient level without going deep into the rift. His low level did not stop him from pursuing his goal. In addition, he was interested in whether he could find a class in the stone temple that suited his abilities. Akoma made the final decision to go into the rift with confidence in his abilities, but he did not yet know what awaited him. Meanwhile, an adventurer was desperately fighting in the rift. He was trying to defeat the walking statue. The adventurer began to run away and shout, "Don't listen to him!" He failed to destroy the monster. Akoma went to the guild registry to get permission to go to the stone temple, but the girl wanted to refuse him, citing his low level. But Ecom said that the rules did not prohibit this and that he had the right to go there. The girl replied that yes, but it was dangerous, and he might not return from there. After all, the level must be at least 25 for the rift. She warned him about the instability of the rifts and the possible appearance of very strong enemies, to which Ecom replied, "Okay, I'll just take a quick look and come right back." Akoma believes that without risk you cannot become stronger, and his only way out is to defeat powerful monsters, all for the sake of leveling up. He went into the rift, promising himself that he would not stay long. He would defeat at least one monster and return immediately. Passing by the statue, Ecom immediately did not understand that it was a monster, but the statue attacked him, to which he confidently replied that it was a cheap trick. Akoma saw that the statue was level 20. He said that "you are enough for me." To defeat his opponent, he weakened gravity and increased his speed. Even with such a high level, Ecom did not consider him an opponent. After all, he could easily predict his movements. But he turned out to be quite strong, only his strengths are evident in defense. The monster continued to attack, so Ecom asked why he continued to fight even though he knew he was much faster. Akoma weakened gravity again, then doubled it, and delivered the decisive blow. He finally understood how his power worked. He managed to win quickly. Now he knows that first he needs to reduce the pressure by half and accelerate, then remove the reduction just before the strike. This helps to make strong, decisive actions. Thanks to the battle, Ecom gained 28 experience points, and his level rose to 12. Ecom was pleased with himself. He tried to decide whether to upgrade his gravity magic or gravity control to the second level with the points he had earned. After all, he only had enough points for one of these two skills. He chose gravity control because he uses it more often. Now, Ecom can control the direction of pressure, not just change weight. He spent 10 points to raise his gravity control to the second level. This not only allows him to control pressure, but also to direct it. Ecom understood that when used correctly, this is a very useful skill. In the stone temple, he took the demon core magic stone, thinking that it would help prove that he had defeated the walking statue. He was about to return, but he still had a lot of mana left. So, holding the magic stone in his hand, he stayed to test his new ability. Akoma noticed that he was not alone in the stone temple. There were other adventurers there. As it turned out, it was the arrogant adventurer Utsunomiya with his team, and he had just defeated the statue. An adventurer from the team praised Utsunomiya for defeating such a powerful monster with a single blow. Another adventurer added that they couldn't stand up to such power, even with lightning protection. Utsunomiya said that their protection was invisible and hinted that this training rift was not strong enough. After all, his team was slowly gaining levels. He said that it was probably time to move on to more difficult rifts. After all, having reached level 26, he was not going to stop there. A girl from the team asked Utsunomiya if he remembered the guy from the guild, and if he thought he had gone too far in communicating with him. To which he replied that he had only said it out of good intentions, because he could have died if he had gone to the rifts. He believes that he should not entertain false hopes because his level is too low. Utsunomiya asked another adventurer if he also thought he had done the wrong thing, to which he replied that he should not ask him about it. A moment later, Utsunomiya heard something and thought it was the walking statues again. But the adventurers did not think so. After all, the footsteps were very loud. Utsunomiya noted that there was no need to be so nervous. Even monsters have their own characteristics. They saw something very scary that frightened them. The team noticed that these were not just ordinary peculiarities. A large statue was approaching them. Utsunomiya became curious about what such a giant was doing in this rift. It was a walking statue of the 30th level. It was much taller than the other. The adventurer from the team noted that they had not yet fought monsters of such a high level. Utsunomiya said that he had long noticed that fighting weak monsters was boring. As a Knight of Thunder, he considered himself much stronger than other adventurers. Therefore, he was ready to fight this giant statue. He told the statue to show what the walking stone was capable of. Utsunomiya was confident that the three of them could handle the statue, which could not be said about his team. He boldly entered the battle, shouting that his level was irrelevant because walking statues had very slow and predictable movements. The statue's speed increased. Utsunomiya noticed this and said that it had become faster. The monster confidently stated that the interval between attacks remained unchanged. Utsunomiya continued to attack because he considered himself stronger than the statue. He began to get angry at his unsuccessful attempts and wanted to end the battle quickly, but to do so, he had to get as close to the monster as possible. His attempt was in vain because the monster turned out to be much stronger than him. He was confused. The statue's level was not much higher than his, but Utsunomiya did not understand why it was so strong. An adventurer from the team saw that Utsunomiya was exhausted and shouted his name, but he insisted that she not be distracted from the enemy. Utsunomiya's team was defeated. He didn't understand how this was possible. Could the monster really be that strong? He thought about how a statue could defeat him since he was the strongest adventurer. Gathering all his strength, Utsunomiya used his lightning strike skill. Seeing that this did not produce the desired result, he remembered that statues have protection against lightning. Now Utsunomiya was really scared. He couldn't believe that all this was really happening and begged the monster to stop. His mighty sword was broken and all he could do was beg for mercy. In an instant, Utsunomiya's whole life flashed before his eyes and he was lost in memories. Then, out of nowhere, Akoma appeared to save him. He weakened gravity to become faster, but he realized that defeating the statue would not be so easy. Utsunomiya was very surprised when he saw Akoma. He said, "You're that newbie from the guild. There's no way you can defeat the monster." To which he replied, "Of course." Its level was too high. It devoured monsters and adventurers, so it grew large and developed into a unique state. Akoma said that he still had a lot of mana and could withstand one more battle, so he didn't want to waste time and wanted to finish him off quickly. To which Utsunomiya remarked, "Does he really think he can defeat a giant?" Utsunomiya insisted that they should run away because even the three of them would not be able to defeat the huge statue. But Ikoma ignored him, reduced gravity, and attacked the monster. Increasing his speed, Ikoma delivered a powerful blow. This surprised Utsunomiya. He couldn't understand how a novice, especially one from the magic class, could be so skilled with speed. Where did such power come from? For its level, the statue was too slow, and Icom thought that controlling gravity would be enough. But he couldn't do much damage. Walking statues are defensive-type monsters. That's the difference in levels. The statue takes almost no damage. Maintaining gravity consumes too much mana. Therefore, he must not waste a second. Icom understood that he had no other choice. He could only count on one last attack. At that moment, the monster felt invincible and only laughed at him. Utsunomiya thought he could defeat the statue, but its defense was higher than he expected. Ikoma decided to lower the gravity again, even though it took a lot of mana. Without it, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. Therefore, he confidently used his strength and skills to finish what he had started more quickly. Ikoma became even more agile and faster. He circled around the statue, trying to inflict serious damage on it. Utsunomiya was amazed at his speed. He did not understand where the magician got such skills. Along with the second level of gravity control, Ikoma received a new skill and wanted to use it. He used gravitational shift on himself and was impressed by the effect. With double gravity, Ecom would fall at an incredible speed comparable to a meteor. Finally, he managed to deliver the decisive blow. For this battle, Ecom received 14 points, and his level rose to 23. He asked Utsunomiya how he did it. After all, he defeated an opponent twice as strong as him. Ikoma felt terribly tired again because he had used a lot of mana. He opened the notification screen to check his level. He had the third level of soft landing, which reduces fall damage and increases resistance to gravity. Utsunomiya was amazed by such tremendous power. After all, his lightning strike didn't even leave a scratch on the monster. He sincerely admitted that he did not expect Ecom to be the one to save him, and he asked why he did it. After all, he had said so much to him in the guild. Then he thought for a moment that maybe this was revenge on his part. Maybe he wanted to disgrace him. Having said this aloud, he saw no reaction from Ecom. He only asked if he needed help. After that, Utsunomiya simply thanked him for saving him. Ikumo held out his hand and they returned to the guild. There, the same girl from the registration desk was waiting for him with a bunch of questions. She couldn't believe that he had defeated a level 30 monster. After all, he was a beginner and had fought without help. Ekuma showed her the stone as proof that he had indeed won. The girl noted that it was a large stone suitable for level 30. It was hard for her to believe, but she said she would record his achievement. Ikoma asked if he could buy the stone because he wanted to keep it for himself. The girl replied that she didn't know for sure, but its price was around 20,000 yen. He wanted to collect as many rare items as possible and thought that this stone would be enough to start with. Akoma heard someone calling him. It was Utsunomiya. He said he had been looking for him. Utsunomiya thanked Ecom once again and said he had good news. He wanted to invite Icom to join his team of Thunder Knights. All the adventurers present were surprised because this was the strongest group among the newcomers. Utsunomiya said that he was a good guy and very lucky because not everyone gets such a chance. Moreover, he saved him, so he deserved it. But Ikomi politely declined. He didn't need it anymore. The adventurers present were shocked by this decision. How could he reject an invitation from the Knights of Thunder? Utsunomiya asked if he wasn't looking for a group, but Ikomu replied that his plans had changed a little. He turned and left without paying any attention to those present. This made Utsunomiya feel offended. Ikoma had no intention of explaining anything. He wanted to continue leveling up so that he would be ready in time for the appearance of a new rift. He knew what awaited him in the future. Soon the Mad Theater Rift would appear. There he could obtain a unique item that he needed. He remembered well what happened there, so he was confident that he would be the first to get the item. Ikoma continued to level up in various rifts. After collecting some precious stones, he came to the guild to sell them. The girl at the guild registration desk asked if he had been hunting alone again. He said he would like to apply for a rank upgrade. Adventurers had their own ranking system. Starting from rank F, you can advance to rank E. Rank S is the highest and was held by Icom in his past life. With rank D, you can defend real rifts. The girl objected, saying that to raise your rank among adventurers, you must be at least level 25. But Akomi said that he had reached a sufficient level and now had a level of 26. The girl was surprised at how quickly he had managed to reach such a level, especially since he was a loner with a magic class. She asked how he was able to level up so quickly. Was the Master of Gravity really that strong? Ikoma asked if he could already get the next rank. After all, his strength is not only determined by his class, moreover, he already had the highest class. He had experience and knowledge for decades to come. He wanted to level up as quickly as possible, and for that, he needed to open access to other rifts. With the next rank, access to the rifts of the Orc Cave, the Mysterious Forest, and the Temple of the Lizards would open up. In addition, it would be easier to get quests. Very soon, the Mad Theater Rift will appear, where you can get unique weapons. In the past, the adventurer who obtained it gained incredible power. But later, he went mad and began to destroy adventurers. Therefore, Ecom could not allow this item to fall into the wrong hands. He thought about finding allies to help defend the rift. Choosing from groups with many adventurers would only slow Icom down. He decided that a group of 2 people would be just right. He just needed to find someone who would be a good match for the magic of gravity. Skill level was also important. The best choice would be a loner who would agree to Icom's terms. Ecom had too many conditions and very little time. Therefore, in order to find a worthy ally, he decided to visit other guilds. He spent almost the entire day visiting the city's guilds and began to wonder if he should lower his selection criteria. When he arrived at the 4th guild, he heard 2 adventurers arguing. One of them was yelling at the other and calling her helpless. The girl named Satsuki apologized, but the other adventurer named Aoi-chan was angry and did not want to forgive her. Then Aoi-chan told Satsuki that she was kicking her out of the group. She asked her not to do that and promised that she would try harder next time. Aoi-chan added that her skills were weak and useless and no amount of effort would change that. She added that she could demand monetary compensation for such efforts. Ikoma watched this argument and remembered himself. Not so long ago, he had also been kicked out of the group. He was well aware of Satsuki's feelings, but he did not want to interfere in the argument. Moreover, when choosing allies, one should not rely on feelings of pity and mercy. Aoi-chan continued to humiliate Satsuki. She said that the class that suited her was real trash. It was useless, just like her. She continued to say that as soon as she found out about her shaman class, she should have been expelled immediately, and in general, she should quit her job as an adventurer. Ikoma was about to walk away, but then he heard that Satsuki belonged to the shaman class. After all, her shaman class was perfect for the Gravity Master class. The skills of adventurers of this class would play an important role in the fight against the boss in the Mad Theater Rift. He continued to watch the argument until Aoi-chan noticed him. Aoi-chan asked why he was watching and emphasized that this was not a show for him. After that, Ecom politely introduced himself and explained why he had come to the guild. He said he was looking for an ally. Aoi-chan looked at his level and rank. Immediately finding a way out of the situation, she pointed out that luckily a spot had just opened up in our team, but he had other plans. Turning to the disappointed and morally depressed Satsuki, Akoma offered to join forces with her. She was surprised by this offer as she had just been kicked out of the team for her skills being deemed useless. Aoi-chan did not like this idea. She was very angry, but Ikoma paid no attention to her objections. He had finally found what he was looking for and couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Aoi-chan tried to convince him, saying that this girl's class was also useless and that he'd be better off joining their team. Satsuki said she would gladly join him, but she was only at level 10, while he was already at rank D. Ikoma said that a low level was a problem that could be solved very quickly and asked her to join, adding that he needed her strength. She insisted that she was too weak and unsure of her abilities and would only get in the way, but he insisted and promised to help. Satsuki wanted to quit her job as an adventurer altogether. Ikomi asked her to give him a little time, and he would definitely help her become more confident. In the end, she agreed. If he really wanted this, he would have to take care of her. The adventurers from Satsuki's team were outraged. They told Ikomi that magicians were indeed useless, and if this was his final choice, he should not regret it later. He thanked them for their advice and emphasized that he knew his class much better. He knew very well that the weakness of shamans could be compensated for with gravity magic. Besides, her spells were useful in fighting the boss. As long as she was with him, he was sure that the weapon from the Mad Theater would go to them. Finally, Ikomi managed to talk to the adventuress in a more relaxed atmosphere. She introduced herself and said her name was Kisaragi Satsuki, but she was still worried about her low level and weak class. Ikomi reassured her. He told her not to worry because his magic class was also considered useless, but in a few years everything would change. After that, Ikoma wanted to discuss a strategy before the rift appeared. He suggested going to the training rift to raise Satsuki's level, but she objected. Then Ikom pointed out the necessity of this. After all, a new rift would appear soon, and they needed to discuss a strategy for clearing it. It would be a level 30 rift, which is the complete opposite of training rifts. There was almost no information about them. Satsuki was a little confused. She was confused by the high level of the rift which did not yet exist. Ikoma was ready to help her and assured her that there was no need to fear danger. He told Satsuki that he knew everything about this rift because he had studied it in his past life through books. Therefore, they would be able to prepare for the clearing. Ikoma assured her that if they were together, they would definitely get through the rift. She just had to trust him. Apologizing for his impatience, Ikoma added that he really needed an item that was in the rift. Satsuki asked what he meant by soon. He couldn't tell her everything about the rare item and suggested that it remain a secret. Satsuki said that it was impossible to guess where the next rift would appear. Just then, a message came to their smartphone. It was a warning that a new rift had appeared not far from where they were sitting. Ikoma said it happened just in time. But Satsuki was a little confused by such a coincidence. Akoma planned their next steps. No one would dare to go to the new rift in the coming week. So he decided to go there the very next day. Then the path to the boss would be clear. At that time, the Fault Agency was looking for some information. It was a very difficult day for them. As soon as Ikoma and Satsuki were about to go to the rift, a girl from the agency stopped them. She asked them to be careful and get at least some information. It could be the boss's internal structure or skills, anything, but she emphasized that they must return. Satsuki felt anxious about the unknown and wanted to make sure that they would really be able to clear the rift. She was surprised that they were allowed to go there at all. Walking down the long corridor, Ikoma asked Satsuki if she was still nervous. She replied that she was only a little bit. He apologized for making her go with him and said he would fight at the forefront, and in case of danger, they would retreat. Satsuki replied that she did not want to retreat and would do everything possible. She added that she could fight in close combat and was ready to act as bait. Akoma told her not to worry, her spells would be enough, but she considered them too weak, to which Akoma asked if she had mastered the skill of sucking out mana. This skill helps to take all the mana from the opponent and is great for fighting strong monsters. It also helps restore the mana of allies. Therefore, it is considered very useful for gravity masters. With this skill, you don't have to worry about mana depletion. It will help you stay in the rift longer and level up. Satsuki asked if this magic was weak. After all, there are many spells that do more damage. Ikoma realized that she knew little about its power, which is why she was asking such questions. He said he would be the bait. He would lure the monster out so that Satsuki could attack it. At that moment, a level 26 circus bear approached them. Ikoma told her to get ready to use her power. To do this, Satsuki used a dark ball. Then Ikoma used his gravity to deliver the decisive blow. Together, they quickly defeated the monster. Ikoma received 212 points. Satsuki was also waiting for her reward. She received 3 levels at once. At first, she was delighted, but then she began to doubt her victory. After all, she considered herself a burden, but Ikoma quickly reassured her and gave her confidence. He said he needed her strength and wanted her to raise her level as well. After all, they were allies. Satsuki felt something incredible, something she had never felt while working with her former team. Ikoma said that he had also reached a new level and suggested that they continue to work together, but it was not worth overdoing it. She thought only about how insecure and uptight she had been before. He helped her open up, and her fighting instincts were well preserved, and he dreamed of obtaining a rare weapon. In a past life, Shinbei Kaoru had obtained it and became one of the most feared villains among adventurers. If he didn't get the weapon this time, history would surely change for the better. Therefore, Ikomu strives to obtain the item. Moreover, Kaoru will capture this rift much later. Ikoma is confident that there will be no problems. Meanwhile, Kaoru has already begun his battle. He fought another adventurer and defeated him. For this, his level rose to 37. Kaoru does not consider it necessary to fight monsters because adventurers of the same level are much easier to defeat. Ikoma and Satsuki continued to fight. This time, they got an assassin doll. Satsuki's level rose quickly even though she attacked with magic from behind. Satsuki was at level 22 and Ikoma reached level 27. Satsuki apologized again for him having to deal with her. He could have done it faster on his own. He said that at this level, the monsters weren't that dangerous. Their actions were predictable. Ikoma added that mages were a very powerful class. Satsuki replied that she understood and asked if it was time to return. There was very little mana left. He agreed with Satsuki. After all, he uses gravity control to improve his characteristics. If there was less than half of the mana left, it was time to return to the guild. But he had a backup plan. Ikoma said that it was time to use Satsuki's main skill. They had just encountered a level 24 goblin clown. He held the monster and told Satsuki to use her mana-sucking skill. If the monster was immobile, mana could be sucked out indefinitely, and then use it to restore an ally's mana. Satsuki understood what she had to do, but she didn't want to torture the monster. Ikoma told her not to worry. Besides, monsters don't lose consciousness. Satsuki used her skills and took all the mana from the clown. She even felt a little sorry for him. She asked Ikoma to not do that again and offered to restore his mana. His mana was restored from 16 to 25 units, but Satsuki doubted the effectiveness of her power. After all, she was only able to restore 9 units of mana. Ikumu replied that it was no big deal. There were only 6 goblins left to use. But she didn't want to do that. Ikomu assured her that it would also increase her level. After defeating 6 more monsters, Ikoma asked how her mana was doing. It had almost recovered. Satsuki reached level 24. This made her very happy. Ikoma had reached level 28. She said that using this tactic, they could hunt endlessly and level up. But Ecom said that there was no need to rush the recovery. After all, if a mistake was made, it would lead to serious consequences. And if you do everything right, you can defeat at least 100 monsters. Satsuki was pleased with the result. After all, she managed to raise her level so much in just one day. It was a first for her. While training in the guild, they were forbidden to fight monsters of the same level or higher. Ikoma said that he didn't think he could learn anything in the guild. He was sure that it was difficult to raise your level without taking risks. They continued to go deeper into the rift until they reached their main goal. Behind the door, the boss of the Mad Theater was waiting for them. Ecom was delighted because he was sure that no one expected the rift to be cleared the next day. Satsuki said that she would see the boss for the first time. Ikoma asked if she was nervous and if she felt unsure they would turn back. She replied that she was the problem in the previous team because of her insecurity. Therefore, she had to change. She added that if Ikoma needed her strength, he could count on her. Ikoma said that in that case, they shouldn't delay and it was time to defeat the boss. Satsuki asked if his strategy would really work. He replied that shamans were perfect for fighting this particular boss. They entered the door without knowing what awaited them, but they felt confident. Before them appeared the boss of the Mad Theater Rift, level 35. Ikoma noted that they needed to stick to the plan, and then they would be able to obtain a unique weapon. They didn't notice Karu sneaking up behind them, who had his own plan. Before the battle began, Ikumu took it upon himself to distract the clown. This allowed Satsuki to take her position and inflict damage. The monster had a lot of health and high regeneration, therefore it would take some time to deal with it. Ikoma weakened the gravity and adjusted his tactics to dodge attacks. Meanwhile, Satsuki tried to use her power to suck out mana, but she was in danger, and Ikoma told her to run closer to the gate and stay in the center so she wouldn't be sealed into the wall. He drew the clown's attention to himself and continued to attack him. Satsuki watched Ikoma's quick movements and warned him of the danger. He used the gravitational shift to increase the force of his blows, and he was pleased with the result. This skill worked even better than he had expected. Therefore, he confidently moved toward his goal. He decided to attack from a distance. After all, the clown's speed was too high. If you move slowly, you can get burned. Satsuki tried again to use her power to take all the mana from the monster. She was worried about Ikomu and wanted to help him. After all, he was far from cover. She managed to take his mana. Moreover, the barrage of fire and rapid movement consumed a lot of mana, and the clown was very dependent on it, so it was a great time to inflict serious damage on him. Ikoma took advantage of the meteor's fall and gained the upper hand. Without his skills, the monster's movement seemed very slow. Together with Satsuki, Ecom fought as a team. They managed to deliver the decisive blow using all their strength. After winning, Ikoma received 1,043 experience points. His level rose to 30. He also received 6 skill points. Satsuki couldn't believe they had managed to defeat the boss. She asked Ikoma what they should do next. He said that now the main thing was to get out of there. After all, the portal would close. This frightened Satsuki, and she asked what to do if they didn't make it out in time. He replied that they still had half a day left. Satsuki calmed down and said that he should have told her that right away. A moment later, the very object they had gone to the rift for appeared before them. Ikoma picked up the weapon and said that it was the best item for gravity masters. Its power was beyond imagination. Satsuki asked if this was the very item that Ikoma had been so eager to obtain, and he replied that yes, it was. The Clown Blade belongs to rank C. It adds 11 attack power points, speeds up skill activation, and reduces mana consumption. Satsuki said that although this item belongs to rank C, it does not look very powerful. But Ikoma disagreed. Rank and attack power are not important. Its strength lies in its abilities. It improves classes that rely on skills. Therefore, it is the strongest blade of all possible blades. Thanks to it, he'll be able to use gravitational magic faster. It also reduces mana consumption. In other words, it compensates for all weaknesses. In a past life, an adventurer who received the blade was able to rise to rank A with its power, but he became an assassin and destroyed adventurers. Ikoma was able to prevent this by getting the blade first. Satsuki thought about how this weapon compensates for weaknesses. She asked Ikomu if he still needed it. After all, he had gotten what he wanted. To which he replied that he would like to continue working together, but even with this, his mana was quickly running out. So she decided that now they were rivals. Meanwhile, Icom thought about which skills he should improve with the points he had earned. He thought about improving his agility or gravity skills, but he chose gravity magic. Now his control of gravity was at the 3rd level. Ikoma noticed that he had acquired a new skill. It was a gravity ball. He wanted to use his new power as soon as possible. After all, it was much easier to use magic with a sword. While Ikom was improving his skills, an unexpected guest crept up on them. It was Kaoru, who clapped his hands and asked if he was late, and if they had finished without him. Ikoma said that he had arrived at a very inopportune moment. It seemed that in order not to be noticed, Kaoru had used his camouflage skill and watched the battle. If they hadn't won, he would have used the information on how to defeat the clown and destroyed him without any problems. Such an act would have been very despicable, but in Ikom's past life he had encountered such things often. Ikoma did not immediately understand who this adventurer was and asked him if he had seen him somewhere before. He remembered that he was the former owner of the Sinbei Kaoru blade and an assassin of adventurers. Ikom didn't understand why he was here. After all, in the past, he had appeared later. Previously, he had spent more time getting here. They couldn't meet him during the boss fight. It seemed that he had done something despicable last time as well. He was just waiting for the right moment to get the blade, destroying the adventurers who were weakened after the battle. Satsuki asked what had happened because she realized that something was wrong, to which he replied, "Nothing." Kaoru was interested in the item Ecom held in his hand. He asked if it was the boss's item and asked to see it, but Ikomu refused, which Kaoru did not like at all. Kaoru called him names and wanted to get the item by any means necessary. Ikoma realized he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have let his guard down. Kaoru had a cunning plan and attacked Ecom unexpectedly, saying that he should watch his step. Kaoru's strength was his speed. Ecom wanted to hurt him, but he dodged. Ikoma couldn't hurt him while he was using his skill. He was too fast. Satsuki realized that compared to them, he was on a completely different level. No matter how hard Kaoru tried to destroy Ikoma, he couldn't do it. He realized that Ikoma knew something and asked how he figured out his plan. After all, he had already destroyed several adventurers and no one even suspected it. Ikoma warned Satsuki that he wanted to destroy them and take the blade. His class of assassins specialized in unexpected attacks. Kaoru said that it was wrong to reveal his secrets and wanted to finish what he had started. He told Ikoma to hand over his weapon and maybe he would spare their lives. The problem with solving crimes in the dungeons is that no one can find evidence. Moreover, Ikoma is confident that Kaoru will not let them go. To which he replied, "Of course." He told Ikoma that he was not a failure and was also brave, but very soon he would be asking to be sent to the other world. It was dangerous to be in the rift next to Kaoru. After all, he destroyed adventurers. In addition, he was the one who possessed the clown's blade. Ikumu blamed himself for not considering that he would arrive early, and that could cost them their lives. He asked Satsuki not to come near him, because his class specializes in quick and unexpected attacks, and first and foremost, the threat comes from spells. If Satsuki was nearby, it could be assumed that she could not be saved. Therefore, he wanted to deal with him on his own. Ikuma does not consider himself weak. Even when working alone, he is a strong opponent, but he understands that he cannot handle Kaoru. Meanwhile, Kaoru boasted that his level and skills were much stronger. The difference in skill was also noticeable. Ikoma sensed that he would target Satsuki first and was able to stop him in time. Kaoru asked Ikomu if he had destroyed people before, but he in turn had saved many lives, and this experience gave him an advantage in battle. He thinks that with his advantage, he can have a little fun during the battle with Ikoma. Ikoma could not find any weakness in his defense, but using his sword, he was able to adapt. Finally, he was able to hurt Kaoru. Satsuki was simply fascinated by him. After all, she had never met a stronger and smarter adventurer before. His main advantage is the use of the blade. After all, it helps to speed up the activation of abilities and switch between skills faster. This helps him in combat. Moreover, his mana does not decrease as quickly. Kaoru got tired of fighting and used a poisonous needle, but it didn't work. Ecom managed to repel the attack. Kaoru was surprised how he could repel a poisonous needle from such a distance. He shouted that he was just lucky and shouldn't get cocky. Kaoru used his powerful technique again. In response, Ikomu doubled the gravity and blocked the attack. He did not expect such a turn of events, but Ecom knew all his moves in advance. After all, when using his skills, an assassin always aims for the neck. Ikoma added that it doesn't matter how many times the skills are used, because they are always predictable and easy to read. After weakening her opponent, Satsuki was able to enter the fight using her dark bullet skill. Ikoma left Kaoru out of sight. He knows all his skills, so he couldn't catch him off guard, and gravity helped him keep up with his movements. Ikoma's mana is quickly running out. Even during the fight with the boss, she had almost none left, and it was only a matter of time before it ran out completely. He understands that, then he will have no chance against his opponent. Kaoru was frightened by the fact that the longer they fought, the better Ecom understood his actions. He was too strong, and besides, he was taking advantage of his blind spot. He wanted to get out of the situation somehow and used his shadow jump skill. Ikoma blocked the blow, and Kaoru realized that he was weak because he had not yet recovered from his fight with the boss. Kaoru told Ecom that he was strong, and that if he survived this day, he would become a hero. But he was very unlucky to meet him. After these words, Satsuki joined the fight. Only she couldn't catch him to inflict damage. He was much faster than her. These moments were crucial for her. She saw that Ikomi was starting to lose. She wanted to help him somehow, but she didn't know how to do it. She understood that her strength was not enough. Meanwhile, Ikoma tried with all his might to repel the attack. Kaoru threatened to destroy him. After all, such an opportunity does not come often. Ikoma continued to reduce gravity. Thanks to this, he gained some acrobatic abilities. Therefore, it was easy for him to block attacks. But Kaoru attacked head-on. Ecom suspected that he had guessed that he had little mana left. Kaoru thought about how he was still managing to hold on. It must be his skill in strengthening his body. But as soon as his mana ran out, he would deliver the decisive blow. Kaoru's mana was almost gone, and he realized that this was the moment to defeat him. But Ecom managed to jump back in time. Now he decided to double the gravity to damage his opponent. He used all his mana to activate the meteor fall skill, and this moment was decisive. For a second, he thought he would win, but that didn't happen. He was only able to inflict heavy damage on him, but the fight was not over yet. Satsuki was even happy because she thought he had won, but Ecom said not yet. His mana was gone and he couldn't do anything. He told Satsuki to run away. Kaoru was happy because his opponent was powerless. Ikoma said that Satsuki had enough time to escape because Kaoru was weak and couldn't catch up with her. Kaoru thought Ikoma was cool. After all, he fought him on equal terms after fighting the boss. He even managed to damage him, leaving him blind. Satsuki began to worry that Ikoma lost because of her. She considered herself a burden. Then she remembered that Ikomi needed her strength. She had to act to prevent defeat. Meanwhile, Kaoru was talking to Ikoma. He asked his name and said he was a worthy opponent, but Ikoma didn't want to talk to him. Still, he continued that he was the first person he had recognized and would always remember him. At that moment, Satsuki attacked him from his blind spot. She deliberately distracted him to take Ikomi away and escape with him. But he couldn't even move. He had no strength left at all. Satsuki said that he had shown her what she was capable of. Therefore, she wanted to try to restore his mana. At that moment, Kaoru crept up behind her to destroy her, but it was too late. Ikom had already recovered and managed to stop him. He thanked Satsuki and said she was his savior. Kaoru was surprised that she had the ability to restore mana. Ikoma said that from the very beginning, they had fought together as a team. As a result, Kaoru was injured and Ikoma's mana was restored. So who will win today, Ikom asked. But Kaoru did not want to give up and used his black mana skill. Satsuki and Ikom were ready for battle. Moreover, he remembered from his past life that Kaoru's magic took a long time to activate. Previously, the boss's blade had accelerated the activation, but this time, it did not belong to him. Ikoma managed to repel the attack again. Kaoru didn't understand how he did it. After all, his level was lower than his. At this time, the crime investigation department was not yet so developed in cases within the rifts. Therefore, if an adventurer sends another adventurer to the other world, it is very difficult to prove due to the lack of evidence. But Ikomi has Satsuki. He said he would look after Kaoru and asked her to report the incident to the crime department in the rift. She is in no danger because the rift has been cleared. So she will be able to leave the rift without any problems and get to the investigation department. Kaoru was interested in only one thing. Where did Ikoma get so much strength, since he is still a child? But he is different from everyone he has met. Who was he really? This question haunted him for a long time. Finally, it was all over, and they were able to eat after what they had been through. Satsuki reported what had happened to the crime department, so he was safely caught and now other adventurers were safe. Satsuki said she thought they would ask her more questions, to which Ikom replied that crimes within the rifts are difficult to solve, and if the perpetrator is unknown, the department refuses to take the case. With the appearance of the rifts, things in the world have changed a lot. The crime rate outside the portals has decreased. External control has been strengthened. Due to changes in social structures, the number of poor people has increased dramatically. This is not surprising as their welfare has taken a back seat. Satsuki knew about crimes in the rifts, but she had no idea that they would have to face something like this. Ikoma asked if she was worried. But then he added that in the world of adventurers, this happens very often. Unfortunately, that's the way the world is now. But that doesn't mean there's no other way to survive than to become an adventurer. Ikoma just regretted that this didn't apply to him. Satsuki replied that if she said she wasn't nervous, she would be lying. Ikoma thanked her for saving him in the rift by restoring his mana. She said that she felt like she had become a true ally to him, and at that moment she felt happy. Although she was sure that many trials awaited her, she felt that she could do anything alongside Ikoma. Ikoma was surprised when he heard this, but he suggested that they continue to be a team. Satsuki gladly agreed. They shook hands and talked for a long time. Ikoma and Satsuki shared their impressions of their collaboration. He said he thought she was a good person, but she added that there was a lot she didn't understand. So she just does what she is told. But she wants to learn to make decisions on her own in order to be useful to the team. She recalled her previous team and how Aoi also disliked this trait of hers and was constantly angry with her because of it. Next to Ikom, she felt completely different. She felt like she could overcome any difficulty. Satsuki expressed her desire to stay with him in the group forever, which surprised Ikom. He did not object, but noted that Satsuki sometimes talked too much. She continued to talk and ask questions anyway, and Ikom thought about where her off switch was. While they were sitting in the establishment, people began to recognize them. Rumors that they had defeated the boss and caught the criminal in one day spread quickly. Ikoma said that it seemed like they were now famous. And that's putting it mildly, added the adventurer from the guild. It was Utsunomiya whom Ikom had recently saved and then refused to join his team. He said that Ikoma was now in every video. Everyone was gathering information from various sources and creating legends about him. His real name is still unknown and some things may be exaggerated, but the fact that Ikoma is famous is a fact. That's why Utsunomiya wants to recruit them to his team. Then another unexpected guest appeared at the establishment. It was Aoi, who recently kicked Satsuki out of the team. She said she had been looking for her everywhere and apologized for saying too much at the time. Aoi assured her that she had thought everything through and asked her to return. After all, they are allies. And she began to ask how much she had earned for clearing the rift. She must have raised her level. That's why Aoi is sure that Satsuki will now become an indispensable part of the team. Satsuki didn't want to listen to her and told Ikoma that it was too noisy here and she wanted to leave. Ikoma asked if they were friends, but realized that the question was inappropriate at that moment, and told her not to answer. Satsuki still spoke up, saying that she was just some stranger. She found the video everyone was talking about. Ikoma said that such things always attract a lot of attention. They are posted on popular company websites. They do this not for entertainment, but for views and profit. No one understands that the rift is a dangerous place, but many people watch the video. Satsuki asked if she should unsubscribe from the channel. Ikumu replied that it was up to her and thought that she was a fan of theirs. An active user named Sanji Seno was investigating rifts. She only wanted all her videos to get the most views. But recent events had disappointed her greatly. After all, that video had many more views than hers, but that didn't satisfy her. She was sure that she had to shoot another video to increase the number of views. Considering the popularity of the video about clearing the fault line, she planned her next steps. Meanwhile, Ikoma and Satsuki found a quieter place to discuss some details. Ikoma said that she should have her own weapon. After all, as the level increases, the rarity of the monsters that need to be defeated also increases. Weapons play an important role for adventurers. To compensate for the shaman's lack of firepower, an expensive staff is needed. Therefore, Ikoma hoped to earn a lot of money in the next rift. But Satsuki decided that the staff was not for her. Moreover, it was very expensive. Ikomu said not to worry. He wants his companions to have good weapons. Hearing this, Satsuki daydreamed and almost cried with joy. Ikoma confirmed that this was indeed the case because they were friends. He thought she was very naive, but he wanted everything to work out well in her life. They were choosing which rift to go to in order to earn money for Satsuki's weapon, but Ikom had already set his sights on one. It was the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. This rift had been found a few days ago, and there was a high chance of finding items in it. There was no other fault like it anywhere else. Few people knew how rare it was. Ikom learned about it from the notes of researchers in his past life. Moreover, items from there are expensive, and there is a chance to get rare items. There is no information about the rift yet, so there should be no adventurers there. While Ikom was thinking about his next move, Satsuki watched him and found his face very frightening. Not wanting to waste a minute, they went to the rift, the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. As soon as they entered the rift, a level 29 skeleton warrior appeared in their path. Ikoma immediately sprang into action and quickly weakened him. That was to be expected. He dealt with the powerful monster very easily, Satsuki thought. Piercing attacks are ineffective against skeletons. Therefore, Ikumo told Satsuki to use her magic. Using a dark bullet, Satsuki delivered the decisive blow. For this, they received 240 experience points. Ikoma was looking for a rare item and noticed that there was something else besides the magic stone. They were lucky to find a rare weapon. It was a blade of the Ancient Kings of rank D. It added 8 attack points and emitted a blue glow. They will be able to sell it for 400,000 yen. This news surprised Satsuki. Ikoma said that this blade is hard to find, so a buyer will be found very quickly. But if they find a good buyer, they will be able to earn about 3 million yen, especially knowing how much time it takes to obtain the weapon. While no one knew about this rare crack, Ikom didn't want to stop. He said that they would be acquiring rare items for 3 days. Satsuki calculated how much they could earn during that time. She liked this place more and more. She heard what sounded like someone fighting a monster on the other side. Ikom thought they should check what was going on. As they approached, they saw Sanji investigating the rifts. Together with her knight in armor, she was fighting a mummy. But her goal was to film everything and get as many views as possible to increase her popularity. Using her strength, she fought the mummy and told the camera that she was in an unknown fault. And today she was able to destroy the monster with one blow. Therefore, she considers this place not so dangerous. Satsuki recognized her and said that she was a fault researcher. But that meant nothing to Ikoma. She had seen her in several videos from rifts on various websites. But then she remembered that Ikomi dislikes explorers. After all, they do it for views and profit without considering the danger. By chance, Ikomi and Satsuki got caught on camera, which really pissed off Sanji. She asked why they were standing there and was outraged that they had ruined her shot. After all, she had spent so much time preparing, and now she would have to start all over again. To which Ikom asked if she wasn't ashamed of deceiving her fans. Sanji said that it was all a show, and she had to show herself in the best light. After that, she decided to check the footage. She asked the manager if they could use the footage. She said it would need a little editing, but overall it was fine. She was proud that she had a lot of good material, but added that so many good shots had been ruined. Ikoma wanted to say something to her, but she called him rude. Then she introduced herself and called herself the best fault researcher. He introduced himself in return and introduced Satsuki. He said he was sorry they had ruined the video. She replied that it was no big deal. They would shoot a lot more interesting material. Akoma asked why she became a fault researcher. Sanji replied that he was asking silly questions. Of course, it was all for the money. After all, investigating faults is a very lucrative business. These videos always get a lot of views. If you're famous, you get offered advertising deals. In addition, explorers are very popular, and she feels like a real star. But Ikom reminded her of the reality of the threat to her life. After all, being an adventurer is not so easy. He told her to stop before it was too late, and that made her angry. He went on to say that you can't relax in faults of this level. If she continues to treat this lightly, she will regret it. Sanji said that he not only ruined her video but also said a lot of unpleasant things. Satsuki asked if maybe he had gone too far, but Akoma replied that he was saying this for her own good. The knight in armor told Sanji that she shouldn't get so worked up, so she tried to ignore them. But in a moment, she had an idea. She ordered the camera to be prepared. Then she turned to Akoma and said that if he said so, he must be confident in his abilities. She suggested they have a contest to see who could collect more magic stones. She also added that if she won, he would have to apologize on camera and take back his words. Sanji told him not to worry about being recognized. She would take care of that. And if he wins, she must listen to and obey his every word. Akoma agreed, and they agreed to meet at the entrance in 3 hours. She warned him not to even think about running away. The knight in armor obeyed Sanji and called her mistress. He praised her for deciding to put that adventurer in his place. She also came up with the idea for the video. Of course, she said. With a video like that, her popularity would skyrocket and they would make a lot of money. Besides, his words had offended her, and she wanted to make him take them back. While there was still time, Ikom and Satsuki continued to fight monsters and obtain rare materials. After destroying the mummy, they obtained another artifact, a gauntlet from the ancient ruins of Class D. Satsuki was unhappy with the whole situation and said that maybe they shouldn't have gone too far with Sanji. He said he didn't like that they were using the rift to record videos and wasn't going to lose the argument. If they realize that it's dangerous, it will be beneficial. He wasn't interested in the competition, but in the number of items. After all, they wouldn't be able to take them all. They went further and came across a room with no exit. It was a dead end, a trap of the rift. Sometimes such traps appear in rifts, but they can be used to one's advantage, especially in a rare portal. Ikom couldn't miss such an opportunity, and they had to take part in the test. They had to answer 3 questions to prove that they possessed the wisdom of kings. If they made a mistake, they could lose their lives. Satsuki didn't like this test at all. She asked Ikomu what was going on. He replied that it was like a special kind of trap with riddles. If they answered incorrectly, they would be attacked immediately. Therefore, they should try their best because the monster's level is very high, but this did not reassure Satsuki. Akoma added that she shouldn't worry because he wasn't going to lose to the statues. The first riddle was to answer how many experience points were needed to rise from the first level to the 10th. Satsuki got nervous and said that no one could possibly know that, but Ikom calculated the number and answered correctly. It was 45 points. In his past life, Ikom had undergone trials and remembered the answers to all the questions, but the statue asked question after question. The 19th question was about a monster with 3 heads and 4 legs. The answer was a hell doll. Ikoma was tired of answering, and they had almost no time left before the competition. He asked the statue if it could hurry up, or if it was waiting for him to make a mistake. Satsuki suggested making a mistake so that everything would happen faster. The 20th question asked which monster throws green slime. Ikom remembered that this monster had not yet appeared. Green slime can only be created with the alchemy skill. That was the correct answer. The monster was outraged that Ikoma had given the correct answers to all 20 questions. He insists that this is simply impossible. But rules are rules. The correct answers meant that the statue was destroyed and the passage had to open. They noticed that the exit had opened, and Ikoma was proud of himself that no one else would have answered all the questions correctly. Satsuki noticed that something had fallen out of the statue. It must be some kind of rare item. Ikoma was delighted when he saw the bracelet of a rank B guard. It has a space where items can be hidden. Its size depends on the strength of the owner. After examining the item, Ikoma realized that it was a real find for them. After all, it was a very rare bracelet. Satsuki asked how much it might be worth. He replied that if they sold it successfully, they could get 10 million. It seemed like a reward for the right answers. Thanks to the extra space, there would be no problems collecting items. After all, they can all be stored in the bracelet, and now Ikom is confident that victory will be theirs. Moreover, it is not difficult to fight monsters in this rift. Moving on, they came across the skeleton of a warrior. The skeleton is protected from swords, but Ikom distracts it so that Satsuki can attack with magic. Therefore, he is confident that they will cope quickly. Mummies are slow and easy to defeat with gravity control. They are also susceptible to mana suction. After defeating the monsters, they obtained 2 knives from the ancient ruins, and Ikom placed them in a bracelet. They managed to find 6 items, and Ikom decided that was enough. After all, they came to the rift to earn money. After that, he suggested hunting a few more monsters. Meanwhile, Sanji realized that she couldn't handle it. Her assistant said that they barely managed to defeat 2 and they wouldn't have time to clean up. He continued to express his opinion, adding that he understood that this was a new rift, but it was probably not easy for those 2 either. And what would happen if they lost? Then Sanji said she would give them money and ask them to forget about this argument. The knight asked what would happen to the video. Then Satsuki and Akoma approached them. He said he wasn't sure they had time to rest, to which Sanji replied that they had no problems and asked how they were doing with obtaining precious stones. She added that he could apologize now. She saw the storage device on his hand and exclaimed that it couldn't be. He showed her all their achievements. Sanji didn't understand where all these items came from and asked what kind of ability it was and what kind of bracelet it was. Akoma asked what was going on and added that if she apologized now, he would forgive her, but she didn't want to give up. She said that their competition was not over yet. She ordered the manager to move on and continue working. Satsuki asked if it wasn't too much, to which Ikom replied that he was just teasing her and hoped she wouldn't do anything stupid. After asking if he wanted to take revenge on that girl, Satsuki waited for an answer. He replied that she was too frivolous. She doesn't take the dungeon seriously and he doesn't like that. He also doesn't like that she's taking risks for money. You can't take dungeon exploration lightly. If she continues, there will come a time when she will regret it very much. Meanwhile, Sanji was thinking about how to defeat them. It would take something incredible. She was worried that they had managed to achieve so much. The knight wanted to dissuade her from continuing. After all, there was little mana left. She was indignant and said that she understood how important it was for him to follow her. But she couldn't return empty-handed and lose. She wanted to show what she was capable of. She remembered what had happened to her 8 years ago, when the rifts had just begun to appear and her father had died. Sanji was left all alone with her younger brother. Then she began to be disturbed by people's helplessness in the face of disaster. She worked on her skills for a long time and saw a woman on television who was happy to be the brave one who would save everyone from the monsters. She wanted to be like that woman. She also wanted to be kind, strong, and sensitive, and to inspire not only her loved ones, but everyone. After that, she became a dungeon explorer and quickly gained subscribers. She demonstrated in videos how to properly navigate dungeons. Therefore, she did not want to be looked down upon and sought to win. However, they did not have enough material for the video. Very quickly, Sanji found a way out of the situation. Her subordinates asked her where she was running. She replied that she remembered the monster, but unexpectedly she encountered someone stronger. It was the boss of the rift, the fallen pharaoh in the tomb of the ancient kings with a level of 40. Sanji was at level 33 and knew she couldn't handle the boss. It seemed like he was chasing adventurers from the depths of the dungeon. Her knight said that they couldn't fight him and had to run away, so they had to find a narrow passage that he couldn't get through. The adventurer who was fighting the boss asked Sanji for help. At that moment, she remembered how she had failed to save a person dear to her. She didn't like the feeling of helplessness and understood why she liked that woman so much. After all, Sanji needed help at that time. She no longer wanted to run away and rush to help the adventurer, shouting to her subjects to flee without her. Sanji told the girl to run away while she held off the monster. The girl thanked her and Sanji continued to fight. A knight came to her aid. He said he couldn't leave her because he was her biggest fan. Therefore, he couldn't just take off and run away. He said he wasn't very good with weapons, but he was ready to show her everything he was capable of. The knight was defeated, but she had another defender who had previously been working with the camera. He fought desperately against the monster until the very end. Sanji realized that she was weak in speed and strength. Therefore, she would not be able to win. She was left all alone and didn't know what to do. But help came from where she least expected it. Akoma and Satsuki found her just in time, and he called her too reckless. Taking advantage of the gravitational shift, Ikumo picked Sanji up to take her to safety. She was completely surprised. He was the last person she expected to help her. He said he wanted to make sure she was safe, and then he heard from the adventuress who was running away about what was happening, so he rushed to help. He remembered the argument and the competition and said that it seemed he had lost and was ready to take back his words. With the help of reduced gravity, Ikom was able to repel the attack with his halberd. Meanwhile, the boss tried to attack Satsuki, but her magic was powerless against him. Ikoma saw that Sanji's assistants were wounded and unable to escape. Moreover, their opponent was a high-ranking boss. They found themselves in a very difficult situation. Although Ikoma had a sword, this battle was much more difficult than the previous one with the boss. Sanji said she couldn't leave her subjects here and just run away. After all, they came here because of her. Ikoma told her not to worry. He would ensure their safety and was eager to test his strength. He asked Satsuki to restore Sanji's mana while he tried to buy them some time. Sanji's strength was restored and she used her fire enchantment skill. She is a magical swordswoman who fights in close combat with a little magical support and must have healing skills. While Ikoma distracted the opponent, she had to restore her health with healing and mana with the help of a shaman. Ikoma reduced gravity, but at the same time, his attack power decreased. Therefore, this was only enough to distract his opponent. He was only at level 33. That wasn't enough to fight such an opponent, so he tried to use only gravity reduction. Then he noticed something happening. The knight behind him increased his speed. He felt incredible power, and the knight asked him for only one thing: to save their lady. To which Ikomu replied, "Of course." The boss's strength lay in the fact that he was very large and fast. Therefore, his movements were difficult to predict. Ikoma understands that if he touches him, it will be considered a defeat. So he kept his distance and waited for help to arrive. Meanwhile, the knight came to his senses and tried to understand what was happening. His body felt so heavy to him. He watched Ikom's battle with the boss and was amazed by his speed and strength, so he decided to capture it on camera. Ikoma, meanwhile, compensated for the difference in levels by reducing gravity, but because of this, he couldn't do much damage. He couldn't handle it on his own, but Sanji came to his aid. She had gained enough mana and used healing, and now she was ready for battle. Satsuki also joined in, but their forces were still unequal. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Ikom said they had to defeat him in one attack. The statue pinned Ikoma against the wall, but he managed to get out of there and attack. He shouted to Satsuki that this was their last chance, and told her to aim for the head, but it didn't work. Ikoma realized where its weak spot was. If the armor was strong, then there was something valuable there. Meanwhile, Sanji found its blind spot and attacked from there, but she couldn't get any closer. His forearms prevented her from doing so. She watched Ikoma's attacks and didn't understand how he got so close. Ikoma shouted to her to weaken the boss and let her destroy his mask using her skills. Magical swordsmen have the ability to pierce armor. Using it takes a lot of time, but if used skillfully, it would help lower the opponent's defense. Sanji asked how exactly he wanted to weaken the boss of the rift. Ikumu replied that the power of the fallen pharaoh lay in his forearms. If they are immobilized, he will start to move much slower. Then they will have a better chance of attacking him. Using one of his skills, Ikom immobilized the monster. This magic restricts movement. This helped to bind the pharaoh's two arms closer to his shoulders. In this position, the boss would not be able to break the chains. This tactic is used to fight multi-armed and burly opponents. After that, Sanji attacked the pharaoh, pierced his armor, and revealed the monster's true face. "This is his weak spot," said Ikom, and Sanji noticed his creepy face. Ikoma continued to attack while his hands were immobilized, causing him to move slowly. During the fight, Ikom realized that he was familiar with this movement. The boss used a powerful attack involving all his arms. It was predictable that he would take advantage of this while his hands were immobilized. Ikom also noticed that with such an attack, the pharaoh lowered his head significantly. Using his meteor drop skill, Ikom caused significant damage, and this action was decisive. He defeated the boss of the rift and received 1,874 experience points for it. His level rose to 36. He also gained 9 skill points. Finally, it was all over, and Sanji healed her loyal subjects. A rare item appeared next to the fallen pharaoh. It was the S-rank King of the Damned Scepter. It adds 16 units of magical power. It also enhances dark magic. Ikoma said that items rarely drop from rare rift bosses, but this staff is perfect for Satsuki. Ikoma thought they would have to spend a long time obtaining items to sell, but now there is no need for that. Luck was on their side and they got the staff. Satsuki asked if she could really take it, and he told her not to even think twice. After all, Satsuki had helped him get the blade in the Mad Theater, and Sanji had also taken part in the fight, but she told him not to worry about it. She was grateful that Ikoma had saved them, so let him keep the staff and the magic stones for himself. She remembered their competition and wanted to say something, but Ikoma beat her to it. He said he considered her the winner, and as agreed, he took his words back. He saw that she was serious about her work. Sanji said it was good that he understood that. Ikoma added that if she wanted to achieve more as an adventurer, she had to stop doing this. She asked him what he meant. A knight who wanted to protect his lady interrupted their conversation. He said that the work of an adventurer does not always bring a good income. Only if you are highly skilled can you support yourself. But Sanji does it for her family. Her mother lost the ability to walk due to an accident. She also has 5 younger brothers, and her father is gone. Hearing this, Sanji became angry. She did not want the details of her life to be disclosed. Ikoma thought about what he had heard. He thought she was selfish, and that was why she loved money, but it turned out not to be the case at all. Sanji replied that she had always taken her work seriously. Everyone was frightened by the disaster, and she just wanted to make people smile. After all, these were very turbulent times. Everyone was frightened by what had happened, so bringing some joy was the least she could do. Ikoma praised her and said it was a good goal. After that, they all went to the exit of the rift and went their separate ways. Sanji asked the knights if the equipment was in good working order. One of them replied that it would make a great video with the skills of an experienced adventurer. The equipment was in good working order, which pleased Sanji very much, but the knights said that they had few magic stones and frames from which to edit the video. He said that maybe they should have taken stones from the boss, but she replied that she didn't need handouts out of pity. Sanji asked if they had anything else they could use, and her assistant showed her some footage. It was footage of Ikom fighting the fallen pharaoh of the tomb. After a while, Satsuki, who was in the guild with Ikom, found the video and wanted to show it to him. But he said that it was not worth looking for information about the rifts through the video. It was better to ask experienced adventurers. He saw himself in the video and said he wondered why everyone was looking at him. It turned out that this was the reason. Over 1 million views in a day. Sanji was very proud of herself. Sanji saw that Ikom was calling her and remembered that they had exchanged numbers. She asked if he missed her, and if he had decided to become her fan. He replied that he had seen the video, but Sanji said that they had agreed that if she won, she would post the video. But if he didn't like it, she would delete it later. He remembered her difficult situation and said she could leave it. Sanji was delighted and had a new idea. Since Ikom is popular now, she wanted to shoot a video with him. But he hung up without listening to her proposal to the end. Satsuki asked what she had said, and he replied that he hadn't heard her. Then he thought that her proposal might be useful to him. He wanted to get an item that he had lost in his past life. It was a ring of wisdom. If he got it, it could radically change the course of history. Ikoma applied to the guild to be promoted to rank C. To do so, he had to be at least level 35. The application was accepted because he was already at level 36. Satsuki praised him for this. He said that she would also be able to raise her rank soon, as she was already at level 32. Ikoma was the fastest in the guild to raise his rank. To do this, you need to fight stronger monsters of a higher rank, and you can't do without special knowledge. Adventurers with a C rank are already considered first class. Therefore, Satsuki is ready to do anything to keep up with Ikoma, but he is not going to stop there. He said that he wants to reach rank B within a month, but this is almost impossible. Only a few adventurers have succeeded in doing so. Ikoma shared with Satsuki that he wants to obtain one item, but it is located in a place that cannot be accessed without rank B. It is a high-ranking rift called the Library of Secrets. The Wisdom Ring item will drop from its boss. Satsuki asked how he knew all this if he hadn't been defeated yet. She also asked what effects the ring had. He replied that the Ring of Wisdom may be related to the phenomenon of rifts appearing. In his past life, its location was unknown. It holds the secret of the rifts. There wasn't much time, so Ikoma had to act decisively. He told Satsuki that he couldn't involve her in his adventures, therefore he would understand if she refused. But she wanted to help. She said she owed him and was happy to help with this matter. He thanked her for that. But the desire to reach a higher rank within a month seemed impossible to her. But Ikoma, as always, had a plan. He planned the capture of the rifts in advance, and they took action. First, they destroyed the red troll boss of the rift, then the Lake of Mermaids. Next, they fought in the Catacomb Rift. In 2 weeks, they managed to pass through 3 rifts and raise Satsuki's level to 25. The last rift was the most difficult for them. They tried hard to win. Akoma's levels also changed. He reached level 38 and was proud that he had successfully chosen rifts that were not difficult to pass. He specifically studied information about the Tokyo rifts that were suitable for their level. If they pass 5 more rifts, they will move up to rank B. After clearing the other faults, Ikoma and Satsuki turned to the guild to raise their rank. The girl at the registration desk was surprised at how quickly they managed to do it. But to move up to the next rank, B, they had to pass an exam. It takes several days. This news greatly disappointed Ikoma. An adventurer with many years of experience noticed them. His name is Okami. Ikoma noticed the badge on his uniform and asked if he was a contractor. Experienced adventurers can sign a contract with the guild. Their job is to manage rifts and respond to unpredictable situations. They also help with the capture of complex rifts. Contractors have influence in the guild. Okami couldn't believe that they, being children, had achieved rank B. The girl at the registration desk replied that they were already at level 40. In addition, they had a good track record. He couldn't wrap his head around how children had defeated a bunch of bosses. After all, he had worked as an adventurer for many years and was the only one in this guild with a B rank. He believed that these children wanted to take away his glory. Akam thought that they had once again attracted the attention of an unpleasant person. Okami expressed his dissatisfaction. He said that adventurers who hadn't even worked for a year weren't worthy of rank B. Ikoma thought that if Okami's opinion was taken into account in the guild, they would not succeed. Applications for rank promotion are reviewed by the guild. They also take into account the opinion of contractors, and Okami's decision cannot be avoided. But Ikoma couldn't keep quiet because the matter concerned not only him, but also Satsuki. He approached Okami and asked if he could find out the reason for the refusal. Okami replied that they were not experienced enough to hold this rank. After all, those with this rank bear a great responsibility. He threatened them, asking if they really thought they could just come and get whatever they wanted. Other adventurers noticed the argument and asked what was going on. Okami added that they must be at least 17 to become adventurers. Ikoma asked how many 17-year-olds he knew who had achieved rank B. This greatly surprised Okami. Ikoma continued talking and said that 15 years had passed since the rifts appeared. In Japan, only 6 people had reached rank B in a year. Okama asked if he meant that they had been promoted by mistake, but Ikoma continued to explain further. High-class monsters must be destroyed. Even if we manage to destroy enough of them in a short time, we won't be able to raise the level. Therefore, Ikoma believes that he has achieved the impossible, and if his application is rejected for another reason, he is ready to listen. Okami said that the laws related to rifts have not yet been fully understood, but he asks Ikoma to listen to a more experienced adventurer, to which Ikoma objected and added that one must look at achievements and not rely on personal feelings. After all, decisions must be made according to the rules. This is the policy of the Adventurers Guild. The girl at the registration desk confirmed Ikoma's words. Because he follows the rules and does not violate anything, Satsuki was surprised at how Ikoma could so easily argue with a more experienced adventurer, and even in such a situation, demonstrate his advantages. Meanwhile, other adventurers watched their heated dialogue and whispered among themselves. Okami really dislikes this. You could see real anger in his eyes. He wasn't going to let some kid make fun of him. Okami warned Ikoma that he would regret messing with him. He was not going to forgive him. He asked at the registration desk what his level and class were, but Okami had never heard of a gravity master before and asked if it was some kind of rare class. Then he thought that it must be some kind of magic class, and if Ikoma had good interaction with others, it was no wonder that his level was so high. Okami thought about the fairness of raising Ikomi's level, but he said that he had jumped to conclusions and that he should take his abilities into account, but on one condition. He himself had to make sure that Ikoma was worthy of rank B. Therefore, he wanted to personally test his abilities. He suggested that Ikoma come to the training hall when he was ready. Ikoma didn't want to waste any time, so he and Satsuki went to the training hall. Okami said that if Akoma defeats him in a training battle, he will agree to their promotion. If he fails, they will not be promoted. Other adventurers watched what was happening. One of them told another that Okami had sent 2 people to the other world during training, so it would not be easy for this guy. After all, Okami had decided to take revenge on him. Okami told Akoma that because he had disgraced him in the guild, he would pay for it. Moreover, their powers were not equal. Therefore, Okami was confident that Akoma would not defeat him, even with his magic class. He considers him to be an ordinary weak peasant who was simply helped to raise his level. Okami looks more advantageous compared to him, because he is a druid warrior and belongs to a class that enhances physical abilities with the power of beasts, class level, and combat experience. Okami is better in everything. He threatened to beat him into the ground and that he would never want to show up at the guild again. But that didn't scare Icom. He has a class with high physical abilities, therefore difficulties may arise, but Icom found a way out. He decided to spend his accumulated points to increase his level of gravity magic and gravity control. With improved gravity control skills, it is possible to increase one's characteristic. Moreover, Icom wanted to improve his gravity magic skills anyway, but Okami continued to show off. He asked Ikomu if he really thought that improving his skills before the competition would help him in any way. After all, accidents in battle are a common occurrence. He warned Icom to be careful, to which he replied that there was no need to worry about him. He also added that he hoped Okami would listen to his words as well, to which Okami called him arrogant. The adventurers watching the competition believe that this will set an example for everyone. An angry Okami said that if anyone thought they could be rude or contradict him, they would regret it. He suggested finally starting the battle and decided to make an exception and not use his skills. Ikomi said to use whatever he wanted. Okami was confident that with his magical class, Ikomi would not be able to harm him. After all, everyone knows that magicians are weak and no attack can harm him. But after a few minutes, he changed his mind. Ikomi was moving much faster than he was. He didn't understand how this was possible since his level was much lower. This made Okami even more angry. Icom caught him off guard and he couldn't resist. Ikoma managed to deal a heavy blow to his opponent. Okami did not understand how he knew these techniques, since he was still a novice. The adventurers were shocked that Icom was winning and filmed it on video, but they reassured themselves that Okami wasn't using his skills and that it was just a test. Okami couldn't give up. He doesn't want to admit that Ikomi is worthy of the same rank as him, so he tries his best to win, but all his attempts are in vain, and he begins to think about losing. Then everyone will make fun of him. That's why he can't disgrace himself. Not understanding what was happening, Okami continued to fight, and Ikomu told him that he probably didn't know that the Master of Gravity was the strongest class. After all, by controlling gravity, it is possible to compensate for a lack of physical strength, and in a short fight, his mana should be enough to make maximum use of his gravity skills. Ikoma thought that without using his skills, it would be difficult for Okami to win. He remembered his fight with Shinbei and noted that he was much stronger in close combat. After all, he had good fighting skills and did not dwell on animosity. The competition continued, and Okami noticed that Ikom's sword had become heavier, and then his opponent disappeared altogether. While Okami was trying to attack Ikoma, he sneaked up behind him, reducing his gravity. It looked as if he had jumped over him, and he ended up in a blind spot. That's why Okami thought he had disappeared. Everyone started shouting that Ikom had defeated someone stronger than himself. Satsuki was also delighted with her ally's victory, but Okami himself did not think so. His eyes filled with hatred, and he refused to accept his defeat. Ikoma asked if there would be no more problems now, but at that moment, Okami attacked him, using his skills. Continuing to fight, Ikom understood that he had lost his vigilance too soon. Okami used his weapon as bait and attacked with his skill. The adventurers began to shout that it was cowardly to attack by surprise. Only cowards do that. Okami lied when he said he would not use his skills. Ikoma asked him what was going on and if they were going to continue. Okami said that Ikom, barely standing on his feet, continued to be rude to him. He also added that this would be enough. After all, he wasn't even going to give Ikomi a chance. He underestimated him but didn't want to embarrass himself. After all, rumors would spread throughout the guild and he would no longer be able to remain in it. Therefore, he said that there was no point in continuing. He added that he was rejecting Ikom's application for a promotion because he believed that Ikom was unable to react quickly in difficult situations. Everyone started shouting that it wasn't fair and that he had planned it all from the beginning, but Okami continued to speak. He believed that the decisive blow had not been delivered, and that with this approach, Ikomi would not be able to cope with strong demons. After all, he deliberately left gaps. In addition, Okami did not use his skills, but Ikom managed to get injured and also did not use the gaps in his defense. The adventurers continued to protest, but quieted down when Okami turned his attention to them. They believed that it was not worth angering him when you did not know what to expect. Another adventurer joined in the condemnation. He shouted at Okami, asking how he could not be ashamed. It was unfair. Ikoma raised his head and saw Utsunomiya. They had also had arguments in the past, but everything changed after they fought together. Utsunomiya continued to defend Ikomi. He insisted that he had fought fairly. Okami had broken his promise when he used his skills and acted dishonestly. He also added that it seemed like the contract fighters had gotten too cocky. Then he turned to Ikoma and told him not to worry. After all, he considered him his best friend and wanted to help him. Ikomu said he appreciated it, but he wasn't sure anything would change. Everyone present saw Ikoma's victory, but their word was nothing against the word of a more experienced contract fighter. Okami had to accept his defeat himself, otherwise nothing would work out. Then Ikam thought that maybe he should give in. The deputy head of the guild, Serizawa, entered the training hall. He asked what was going on and told Okami that he had been looking for him. Okami replied that it was nothing special, just a small test, but he wasted his time. He saw the injured Icom and said that accidents happen during training, but he should be careful and see a doctor. Okami said it was just a scratch. Serizawa said that was enough and asked him to follow him so they could talk. Before leaving, Okami said that the check was over, because unlike Ikomi, he was a busy man. Utsunomiya was furious. He said he didn't think such a person could be considered one of the guild's best adventurers. Satsuki approached Ikoma and asked what they should do now. He replied that they would find another way. During his conversation with Okami, Serizawa asked why he had arranged the training fight. He replied that the boy wanted to get rank B, and he just showed him his place. This news surprised the deputy. He thought that perhaps he underestimated adventurers. After all, such a young adventurer had achieved such heights, and he remembered that Okami hated such people. They entered the office, and Okami asked what he wanted to talk to him about. He began to talk about the B rank rift. It is an animal mausoleum that is very difficult to control. Adventurers quickly level up and obtain useful and high-quality materials. The guild received a report about a sudden change in the location of monsters in the rift. The concentration of magical energy exceeded the permissible value. With such indicators, they would have to prepare for a disaster. Therefore, they were obliged to eliminate all risks. Okami asked if they wanted to capture the rift before the disaster happened. He replied that the agency wanted to keep several rifts in rank. The leadership of other guilds also insists on preserving the rift. Therefore, he wants Okami to close this rift. Because they do not know much about rifts, Serizawa believes that it is unwise to jump to conclusion. He asks Okami to convince the boss to change his decision about preserving the fault. Okami replied that Serizawa always gives him boring assignments and refused to participate. Serizawa shouted that they hadn't finished talking, but Okami didn't want to listen. He threw down the papers Serizawa had shown him and said it wasn't his problem. The deputy asked him to look at the data again, to which he replied, does he really think that digging through numbers will reveal anything about the faults? He added that he had more experience than the other man and that, if there was a problem, he would simply solve it and close the fault. Okami simply left and Serizawa tried to stop him, saying that no one knew how the disaster would unfold. But he didn't even want to listen. Serizawa thought only about how to protect the city and hoped that nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Ikam and Satsuki discussed what had happened. She said she didn't expect such a high-class adventurer to turn out to be such a person. It is only possible to obtain a high rank in the guild of your district. Therefore, Okami will not allow this to happen. To enter the mystical library, you must have a B rank. But Satsuki has the opportunity to raise her rank in another guild, but her level is still insufficient for this. He was thinking about what to do when he accidentally ran into Sanji. She told him that she knew about his problem with the contractor. One of the fans sent her a video from the competition and believes that the reality of the Adventurers Guild is Okami's tyranny. She had already posted the video on her page and the whole world had seen it. All of her followers were angry, but Ikam said she shouldn't have done that, to which she replied that she was indebted to him. Therefore, she wants to repay him in kind and help him in any way she can. She also added that she could make good money from it. To which Ikomu replied that, as always, she was only thinking about one thing. He added that little is known about the rifts. That's why guilds pay attention to the opinions of more experienced adventurers. Moreover, Okami is not someone who is capable of changing his opinion about someone, and he doesn't care about others. To which Sanji replied that she was worried about him, and Satsuki paid attention to these words. She asked if she didn't like Ikam, to which Sanji replied that she was saying that. After all, Ikam is very rude and arrogant, and she doesn't like guys like that. She added that she was just helping him because he saved her life. Besides, she is a celebrity, and they are not allowed to date. Then she asked Satsuki why she was looking at her suspiciously. Satsuki replied that it was nothing special. Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent message. A new B-rank rift had appeared not far from them. It was a beast mausoleum. They wondered if there would be an invasion. During an invasion, monsters come out of the rift into the world and destroy everything in their path. There's only one way to stop the disaster. Destroy the boss of the rift. Ikam was worried because this had never happened before. He wondered if this was the result of his changes in this world. It couldn't be just a coincidence. A message came that the rift was getting out of control. Sanji wondered how this could have happened. If the guild had checked it, they should have everything under control. Sanji had never been to a rank B rift before, but she was concerned that there were many people in the city who had no level at all. So she decided to go there, after which Ikam said that they would also go with her. After all, if the rift was out of control, it was unclear what would happen if it wasn't cleared. Moreover, monsters are stronger during a disaster. Meanwhile, Okami was fighting a monster that had come out of the rift. He did not expect Serizawa's predictions to come true, so he thought he had disgraced himself again. He quickly defeated the monster, for which he was praised by the other adventurers. But he was angry because the monster was of a lower rank than him. He added that only the chosen ones have the right to receive a rank like his, and that he is stronger than anyone they have worked with before. He told them to focus and stay in touch. If they found anything dangerous, they should return here immediately. Okami thought that if the city suffered great damage, it would affect his position, but he had a plan. He knew that the boss of the rift was a phantom fox of the 47th level. It would not be difficult to defeat him. Therefore, he had to defeat him before anyone else. Then he would become a hero and could shift all the blame onto Serizawa, so he was determined. But as it turns out, the boss, the spirit demon fox, is level 55, which differs from the information that was known. This is evolution. At this level, monsters become significantly stronger, their form changes, and they gain new skills. Monsters evolve into completely different life forms. Due to the accumulation of magical power in the portal, unusual phenomena began to occur. This is happening in conjunction with other disasters caused by monsters. Therefore, it is not just a matter of flooding the labyrinth. It is also a matter of the boss's evolution. The other adventurers who were helping Okami were frightened by this. After all, they could not resist such a powerful monster. They decided that they had no choice but to flee and look for another squad. They needed to buy time to wait for the other adventurers. But Okami ordered them not to retreat, because then all their efforts would be in vain. In that case, his role as the guardian of the portal would be threatened. He added that he had been in similar situations many times before, so they couldn't retreat. After all, he would defeat this monster with ease. The adventurers responded by asking if he really believed he could defeat it. Such actions were reckless because they could die. He called them names and asked how they dared to doubt his words, but he would help them gain a little confidence in themselves. Using his berserker magic skill, he temporarily gave them strength and told them to forget their fears and go into battle. At the beginning of his career as an adventurer, he used this skill as a decoy, but it had been a long time since he had used it. He ordered the adventurers to attack the fox, and he decided to use them as bait. He was confident that his abilities would help deliver the decisive blow. He believed that the adventurer would not survive unless he resorted to trickery. But the monster used its demonic destruction skill and everything around began to fall. Okami saw the use of telekinesis for the first time. He had to do something and tried to attack. But his attempt was in vain. He thought he should run away while the adventurers distracted the monster. The fox quickly defeated Okami. He was struck by how strong the monster was. After all, he had previously been unmatched in close combat. Okami remembered another skill he had. It was the ability to camouflage his body as if it were dead for a few seconds after receiving damage. The fox did not notice that he was pretending, and Okami decided to run away. He did not consider it necessary to take care of the others. He did not have time for that. After all, he wanted to save his own life. But the fox noticed him and inflicted severe damage. After that, he decided to mock him. Using telekinesis, the fox lifted him up and drove him mad. Meanwhile, Ikomi was defeating all the monsters in his path, and Sanji was helping people by healing them with her skills. After they rescued the man, they took him to a safe place. To the place where they had come from, it was already safe there because they had cleared the area. Sanji told Ecom that they couldn't take everyone to a safe place. After all, if they didn't clear the maze, there would be heavy losses. More than half an hour had passed, but the threat had not been eliminated. During this time, someone should have defeated the boss. But time passed and no changes occurred. Therefore, Ikomi understood that it was necessary to prepare for the worst. The fierce battle continued, and now the maddened Okami was on the enemy's side, and the Exorcist squad had to fight him. But attempts to calm him down were futile. After all, he was under the influence of a monster. The adventurers were frightened by the consequences of a rank B member with a rare beast warrior class siding with the enemy. Captain Kurakawa of the squad could not cope. He compared the battle with Okami to fighting a high-level monster. He believes that the problem is not even the anomaly itself. It is only a side effect of a disaster that no one has ever encountered. This is not a task that ordinary adventurers or squads can handle. Captain Kurakawa thought for a moment that this was the end and that Okami would harm him. But Ikumo arrived just in time and repelled the attack. He realized that Okami had succumbed to the mental influence of the monster's abilities. Captain Kurakawa tried to stop Ikom. He said that this was not an opponent that an ordinary adventurer could handle. He must be fought by an equal opponent, although Ikumu fights a little differently. Ikoma noticed that Okami had become slower than during the guild competition and believed that this was a side effect of the monster's mental influence. He lost his vigilance and attacked earlier than necessary. Because of this, Ikoma was able to return him to his normal state. After asking him if he had finally woken up, he suggested continuing the exam to advance his rank. Due to his anger, Okami succumbed to even greater influence from the monster. But Ikomi did not want to waste time on him. After all, the problem was somewhat different. Ikoma apologized and, rising higher to inflict more damage, attacked Okami, severing his arms. He also damaged his tendons so that he could not harm anyone. Kurakawa asked if he had restrained his power so as not to take his life. Sanji and Satsuki searched for Ikom, and, finding him, asked why he had run away. He apologized and said that an unforeseen situation had arisen. Satsuki said that no matter what, they had to take these people to a safe place, but they had a more serious problem. It was a fight with the boss who seemed to have gone hunting. Satsuki was frightened by his empty eyes. Ikoma checked the information about him and realized that this was not what was supposed to happen. It seemed that the evolution had happened instantly with the appearance of the rift. This complicates the situation greatly because if the monster evolves, it is impossible to guess what skills it will use. But if he is defeated, the destruction of the city can be stopped. However, this will be very difficult. Using his skill, the boss summoned level 30 phantom monsters. This frightened Sanji very much, because even more innocent people could suffer. These monsters only enjoy destroying everything and killing people. Ikoma told Sanji and Satsuki to take the people to a safe place. Sanji asked what about him. He replied that he would try to defeat them on his own, but Sanji began to argue with him. She said that when he played the hero, she wanted to do the opposite. She added that they would deal with the phantoms and protect the wounded. Captain Kurokawa called it a foolish decision. After all, the boss was very strong, and if help didn't arrive in time, they wouldn't last long. But these words did not stop them. Ikoma agreed to let Sanji and Satsuki take on the phantoms. After that, he began to fight the boss, and after using his power, realized that he had telekinetic abilities. Sanji and Satsuki told Ikoma that he couldn't lose and asked him to be careful. After all, everyone understood that the boss wasn't using his full power. He was just playing with them, but Ikoma began to act more decisively and confidently. Kurokawa was surprised by his speed. He had never met such an adventurer before. In his past life, Ikoma was in the thief class and had experience in speed fighting, which worked to his advantage. The monster's spells did not work on him, which seemed strange to the boss. Ikoma began to use his new skills. Thanks to partial gravity, he managed to throw a huge rock at the fox to distract it. Then he used the gravity bomb skill, and it worked. He was able to damage it. Captain Kurokawa watched this and thought that one day Ikoma would become the strongest adventurer in the world. Ikoma wanted to finish off the boss as quickly as possible because then the rift would close. The monsters began to disappear, so there was little time left, but he was determined. Ikoma noticed that the monster was losing control during the battle. He became more confident that the boss would not defeat him. Using all his abilities, Ikoma delivered powerful blows. He said that the monster must think he was defenseless when he was in the air. Ikoma told the monster that it seemed to have lost its advantage. It turned out to be easier than other bosses of this type. But it would not be possible to end the battle quickly due to the large difference in levels. Moreover, Ikoma's mana was almost depleted. He believes that he has been lucky all this time because he has suffered almost no damage from its attacks. Ikoma shouldn't waste mana in battle because the monster would take advantage of that and destroy him. But it is impossible to defeat him without spending mana, so he thought that maybe he should call on Satsuki and Sanji. But they were fighting phantoms and protecting the wounded. Given his past life, Ikoma has learned to predict possible outcomes of battles. The boss has the same attacks but a lot of health, which he restores with automatic attacks. Ikoma believes that he will be lucky if only he is injured. It seems that there is no other way out. He must stop the disaster without wasting time to save others. The monster began to use its skills every time without worrying about mana. Kurokawa began to think that one adventurer was not enough to fight such a strong boss. Sanji also realized that Ikoma needed their help. After all, he was in a dead end and wasn't even trying to retreat. Satsuki had a feeling that the boss was afraid of him. Meanwhile, Ikoma tried to focus and find a weak spot. It was his mystical eye, so he already knew where to attack and was going to end the battle with one well-aimed strike. His decisive action helped defeat the boss. For this, Ikoma's level immediately rose to 44. The phantoms summoned by the boss disappeared, as did all the other monsters from the rift. Although the chances of victory were slim, they still managed to close the rift. Satsuki was delighted with the victory and the fact that all the monsters had disappeared. Sanji was proud that she had been able to protect so many people and remembered her father. Captain Kurokawa was surprised that Ikoma had defeated a high-level monster on his own. Ikoma, Satsuki, and Sanji celebrated their victory and went to the guild. A few hours later, the guild received information that an S-rank adventurer had closed the rift. Ikoma was thanked for minimizing the damage caused from the faces of the townspeople and guild employees. The adventurers began to discuss their achievement of defeating the boss without a special squad. Satsuki felt ashamed, as if Ikoma had done everything on his own. But Ikoma said he would not have won without their support. After all, they covered him from the phantoms. But Sanji, on the contrary, was proud of herself. Ikoma said that she must be sorry that she couldn't film it for her channel. She replied that it wasn't the time for that and that they needed to help the wounded. Akoma noticed that she was too calm about it. Serizawa did not expect the disaster to happen immediately after his conversation with Okami. Even the special forces could not cope with the rupture. The fact that those adventurers were there was a real blessing. Without them, it would have been impossible to solve the problem. Serizawa and another employee saw the very trio that saved the city and the guild. He realized that he had seen this guy somewhere before, and then he remembered that this was the same adventurer that Okami had competed with because he wanted to get rank B. And he thought that sometimes appearances can be deceiving. After all, it was thanks to him that the city was safe. Legendary adventurers are born before his eyes. Meanwhile, Okami was in the hospital and vaguely remembered what happened after the boss began to control his mind. But he remembers what Okami did to him and believes that he took all his achievements for himself. Because he closed the rift and is now considered a hero, he wants to take revenge on Ikoma for what he did to him, using his position and influence to teach him a lesson. During his visit to Okami, Captain Kurokawa said that Ikoma had actually saved him. After all, he could have sacrificed his life for the safety of those around him. This was because his mind was under the control of his boss. Okami became angry and believes that he should not thank the person who left him with his hands intact. He then asked why they had come to see him and what they wanted. Then the soldier whom Okami had used as bait entered the room. He did not expect to have his life spared. Kurokawa said that he had manipulated his subjects and that using mental influence without consent was a criminal offense, especially in order to save his own life. It was impossible for an adventurer not to know these rules, especially since he had a B rank and was working with the guild on a contract basis. So Okami realized that his situation was not looking good. A few days later, Ecom received a refusal to promote his rank and was angry that his application had not been accepted. The registry told him that a quick review was not possible in case of refusal. After all, a higher rank has more privileges. Therefore, he could only reapply in 3 months. But Ekomo did not agree with this. After all, he had reached level 44. That was more than enough. He insists that there was a misunderstanding last time, but he fulfilled all the requirements. However, rules are rules, and he will have to wait 3 months to try again. Ikoma is sure that during this time the library will be cleared out, and he will not be able to obtain the rare item. And all this trouble is because of Okami. Satsuki comes to Ikom's defense. She explained that Ikom is a hero who saved the city from disaster. He even defeated the most influential adventurer in the guild, who was controlled by the boss. She also added that the influential adventurer was fired because he exceeded his authority, and his opinion should not influence the application. The girl at the registration desk said she understood, but those were the rules. Ikomi told Satsuki that it was pointless, and that they should end the conversation. He thought about finding another way to obtain the Ring of Wisdom that could influence the future of the entire world. Suddenly, Serizawa, the deputy head of the guild, approached them from behind and asked what they were talking about. He said he had overheard their conversation and decided to join in. Akoma was curious as to why he wanted to join the conversation. Serizawa said that he approved Ikomu's application for promotion to rank B, but the girl at the registration desk said that it was not that easy. After all, it was not possible. Previously, adventurers also disagreed with this rule. Therefore, it could cause general dissatisfaction among others. The guildmaster would also not approve of this decision. To which Serizawa replied that they cannot ignore his heroism in clearing the rift and that he personally investigated the disaster. The reason for the failure of the exam was not Ikomi's abilities, but Okami's personal animosity, so the rules are not being broken. After all, the rank should have been raised earlier. Therefore, Serizawa believes that it would be a great loss not to raise Ikomi's rank now. Of course, the head will have his own questions. He follows the rules, but Serizawa is ready to convince him, and how exactly he will do this is not necessary for everyone to know. Ikoma asked Serizawa why he decided to help him, to which he replied that it was his duty to support adventurers. After all, they are the defenders of peaceful existence. The disaster that suddenly struck the city should have been predicted and stopped in time, before it led to the destruction of the city. Serizawa once again thanked them for stopping the disaster on behalf of the guildmaster. He wanted to show his gratitude in this way, namely by promoting them. Satsuki congratulated Ikomu on receiving his long-awaited rank, although she was surprised that he had achieved such success in such a short time. Moreover, there were not many adventurers with rank B in the guild. They could easily be counted on one hand. Ikoma compared his past life to his present one, and noticed that he was now reaching new ranks much faster. Although hunting high-level monsters makes it possible to level up quickly, he could not have imagined that he would achieve such success in such a short time. Satsuki noticed that Ikom was lost in thought and became upset. She asked him what was wrong. He replied that he was just thinking about the difficulties ahead. He noticed that the events of this timeline were moving very quickly. For example, the appearance of the rank B rift, which they quickly dealt with. But in his past life, this disaster had not happened. So he asked himself if this was happening because of his return in time. In a short time, he had managed to influence many things. But it could be that rifts are phenomena that defy logic and appear suddenly. At first, he did not understand what was influencing this timeline and compared it to the butterfly effect. It was as if insignificant changes led to devastating consequences. Something was bothering him and he didn't understand why. He tried to calm himself down by thinking that it was bad to constantly think about negative consequences. Be that as it may, they still managed to get what they wanted and achieve rank B. Ikom received a message on his phone that a new rift had appeared. He was delighted to finally find the Ring of Wisdom. The information about the new rift appeared a few minutes ago. Having received the rank, Ikom can enter it. Satsuki wondered if this was the rift Ikom had mentioned. The boss of this rift drops a ring that can unlock the secret of the rift's appearance. To enter it, you must have rank B or higher, or you can apply to take an entrance exam. Ikoma asked Satsuki if she agreed to submit an application for access to this rift, and his companion agreed. They had no idea that something very bad was about to happen. After all, someone could get in their way. Some people really didn't want the items that dropped from the boss to fall into the wrong hands. To do this, they had to turn to the head of the special forces. After all, his power and resources would allow him to take complete control of the rift. The man replied that he couldn't take the risk because it would cause rumors, but they needed someone to enter the rift first. The man agreed and said that he had several ideas and that it didn't matter to him who would be the puppet, but his intentions and personality had to be hidden. He needed someone who could not be manipulated by him in the future, and as soon as he entered the portal, he asked to be tied up with the fang of a chimera. The main task is to destroy the boss and eliminate the items as well as the adventurers who will be in the rift, but it is not necessary for humanity to know this information. Their death will be considered an accident. After talking to the master, someone knocked on the door. It was an assistant who had received a report from the special forces about the recent disaster. He heard that the master was receiving a phone call. This man is the head of the special unit and his name is Kurebi Hazi. He ignored the phone call because he believes that it is necessary to act rather than talk. Meanwhile, Ikom and Satsuki decided to get to the guild that controlled the Library of Secrets. Satsuki was curious about what this rift was. Ikom told her that, judging by the name, it was a huge library, and the monsters in it used magical attacks. The boss is level 60, so they need to be on guard. Satsuki doubts they can handle it, but Akoma is confident in their abilities. Moreover, he had already prepared a winning strategy, but first they had to get to the rift. They got to the guild, and their request to visit the rift was cancelled. They explained that it was an order from the guild. The girl at the reception added that access to the rift is restricted. Moreover, they couldn't have known this because they came from the 2nd Division. Adventurers were dying one after another in their area. If someone tried to enter the rift and died, the guildmaster would be blamed. Therefore, the issuance of passes in their area was reduced to a minimum. But Ikom tried to argue, explaining that the appearance of the rift could not be ignored. After all, they were growing and could cause chaos. Wasn't the task of B-rank adventurers to prevent disaster by closing the rift? To which the girl said, "Okay," and looked at the information about their ranks. She said that Ikom had recently received rank B, and his girlfriend was only C rank. Therefore, there could be no question of entering the rift. A man approached them from behind and asked if they also wanted to enter the rift. The man introduced himself and said he was a doctor named Jugo Seiji. He also had a B rank and was at the 43rd level. He said that there aren't many adventurers with rank B in the area, but he also wants to clear the rift, and Ikom thought it was a good idea. After all, if they put together a large team with Seiji and his friends, they would be allowed into the rift. He remembered that he promised Satsuki to raise her level to the entrance, but if there are high-ranking adventurers with them, there is no need to worry about her safety. But Akoma wondered if Seiji seemed a little suspicious and if he could trust him. Satsuki liked the idea of going into the rift together, and Seiji was also in favor of it. He said he would be happy to have such a first-class adventurer join his group, but he didn't think it was a good idea to take Satsuki with them. After all, his goal was to clear the rift, and it would be more difficult with her because her power was useless against monsters. She would not be able to resist the power of magical monsters. Besides, the more people there were, the more difficult it would be to distribute the items from the boss. Satsuki understands that this is true because she is too weak, but Akoma says that he will not go anywhere without her. Seiji asked if he really thinks his stubbornness will be beneficial, especially since there are already 2 first-class adventurers in his squad. And he has a goal to clear the rift. But Akoma tries to convince him, explaining that the shaman class is useful for the group. After all, it can replenish the mana of allies, which is very useful for those who depend on mana. For example, a gravity master or a doctor. So, such an ally would not hurt. Seiji agreed and they exchanged numbers. Seiji promised to talk to the other members of the group and give a final answer. If everyone agreed, they would apply for a pass to the portal and meet at its entrance. Akoma and Satsuki had no choice but to wait. Satsuki asked if Akoma really thought it was a good idea to go with Seiji. She had a feeling that he despised her. Akoma agreed that he was indeed unpleasant, but he could be useful to them. Moreover, they had discussed all the conditions in advance. In Akoma's opinion, Seiji was simply a leader who didn't like unnecessary conflict. But if he insults Satsuki, Akoma promised to protect her. She thanked him for that. But now they are not in a position to refuse. If there were more of them, the chance of getting the Ring of Wisdom would decrease, but that didn't matter if they couldn't get into the rift at all. Moreover, it will be easier to defeat the boss as a group. This makes the strategy for victory simpler. Seiji gathered his team to tell them about his idea for getting into the rift, but they didn't like it very much. His ally said that if he was taking on unnecessary baggage, he shouldn't drag them into it, to which he replied that they had no other choice anyway. After all, it took a lot of effort to get permission to enter the rift. Moreover, they didn't have enough people in the group. But she didn't understand why they needed a support mage, only a melee mage. They don't even call themselves classes. He replied that there were reasons for this and that Ikomi's level was quite high. She asked about Satsuki. Seiji said that she was needed for backup. Akoma and Satsuki realized that it would be difficult for them. Satsuki is confused by the tension in the team, even though she is happy to go to the rift. She turned to Akoma and asked if he was sure of his decision. He was mistaken in thinking that Seiji was the only problem. The adventuress threatened that if Akoma and Satsuki did not help in the hope of obtaining items, she would personally destroy them. She warned them to refrain from using their magical tricks if they wanted everything to be fair. Akoma agreed. Then she asked another adventurer named Kasai what he thought about it. He replied that he didn't care. If they would help them get through the rift, then they could join them, because he was tired of standing still and waiting. Akoma noticed that they were all highly skilled, but they did not take each other's opinions into account or support each other. There are advantages to clearing the rift in the early days. After all, you can sell information to the guild. In addition, the first adventurers receive rare items. Akoma believes that Seiji did not think through who would be best to take into the rift, but they had no choice anyway. Seiji said that the group was assembled in a hurry and there may be differences of opinion, but adventurers of such high ranks do not often come together, and he is grateful to everyone who decided to join. After that, they went to the rift. Akoma analyzed each of them. Seiji is greedy, Kasai is reckless, and the adventuress is arrogant. All that remains is to hope that everything will go smoothly. Seiji said that the mysterious library looked simple, but somehow too simple. He was pleased with the thought that they would be able to clear the rare rift. The adventuress noted again that they took Ikom and Satsuki only because they didn't have enough people. So she warned them not to hide, but to act. Satsuki didn't like this because Ikoma's level is higher than hers and she is in charge. Akoma replied that they had come a long way to explore the rift and would not leave empty-handed. She didn't like that answer and asked if he was looking for trouble. Ikumu replied that he remembered the agreement. If you don't do anything, you don't get anything. After that, she calmed down. She said that if that was the case, she didn't need any unnecessary clarification of their relationship. Sasuke asked if Ikom was sure they would get anything. After all, there was a feeling that they would not get the item from the boss they had come for. He said that he was also concerned about this, but that they should focus on their strategy for further action. The Library of Secrets is not a rift that can be easily cleared. Only thanks to his knowledge from his past life does he have an idea of what they might encounter here. Its layout can change depending on the boss's wishes. It is very difficult to guess what you will encounter. Seiji found a book and thought it contained knowledge of a race unknown to them, but he did not understand the language. Ikoma knows that the items in the rift cannot be taken out of it, except for those that fall out of the boss or his servants. In the future, scientists will study the rifts from the point of view of culture and art. From these studies, Ikoma realized that the aspects of things are very distorted. Scientists will not be able to understand the language in which the manuscripts in the rifts were written, and perhaps no one will ever know what exactly is written in them. There will be many theories about the language based on guesswork, but it is known that the Ring of Wisdom can answer all the mysteries of the rifts. Therefore, Ikom is determined. After all, he cannot lose this item. On their way through the mysterious library, they encountered the first monster. It is a level 40 librarian. The team immediately sprang into action and Kasai destroyed the monster, leaving only its head. Seiji praised him for this and said that he was incredibly agile, but he asked him to stop this ostentatious flattery. He told Ikoma and Satsuki to at least collect the items from the monster. They agreed to do so. The adventuress turned to Ikoma and remarked that this was how one should do one's job, to which Satsuki replied that she hadn't done anything either. This outraged her and she replied that her time had not yet come, or that she wanted to test her strength on herself. After that, Satsuki apologized. Ikoma analyzed that both adventurers quickly assess the situation and know how to use their skills correctly. He thought that was pretty good, but it reminded him of something. Ikoma turned to the boy and asked if his name was Hiru Kasai. He replied that it was. Satsuki thought he wanted to respond to the rudeness, but he had something else in mind. He remembered his actions during the battle, and he asked if he belonged to the thief class. He felt a kindred spirit in him because he had also been in the thief class once. Ikoma said that he had moved behind his opponent because he understood that he would attack directly. He advised him to improve his stealth skills if he wanted to achieve more. Kasai agreed and asked Ikomu what was going on with him. After that, Ikom advised him to mix his class with magic or to master the skill of decoy. This would help him achieve a lot. But Kasai got angry and said he hadn't asked for his advice. After all, he understood his class himself. Ikoma replied that he just wanted to help, but Kasai threatened that if he did something like that again, he would destroy him. Satsuki asked why he was talking to this unpleasant guy. He replied that he was familiar with his class. After all, this class would become useless in the future. The adventuress asked what Ikom could possibly know about the thief's class. After all, Kasai was one of the best B-rank adventurers in the whole country, but he couldn't say where he got that information. Ikom simply didn't want Kasai to repeat his fate, because if he didn't take action, he would lose everything. He used to be the best adventurer of the thief class, but that no longer mattered. The team continued to examine everything around them. Seiji heard that there were many useful items hidden in the crevice. He thanked Kasai for agreeing to join them, but Kasai found something while examining the walls of the crevice. The library shelves slid apart and another monster, a level 45 guard rabbit, came out. Kasai was surprised that it looked like a toy, but its level was much higher than the previous monster. But Ikom knows that this rabbit is one of the rare bosses that has defeated most raids. It is not so easy to deal with him. He shouldn't have been here at all. He suggested finding another way. If the rabbit wasn't provoked, it wouldn't attack. Kasai replied that if he was afraid, he should leave and he would handle it himself. Ikoma tried to stop Kasai and warned that if the monster activates the guard rabbit skill, it will be difficult for them to defeat it. But Kasai didn't listen to him and ran after the rabbit. Ikom tried to explain everything again. He said that if they ran after it, they could fall right into its trap. But Kasai continued to chase it. He didn't understand why they needed a monster that didn't attack but only ran away, and even used the rabbit's running skill. Kasai thought that maybe it was some kind of rare boss with strange behavior patterns, and that anything could be expected of it. They had already attracted the rabbit's attention, so retreating was not an option. They would have to fight. Akoma said that its main skill was speed, so they had to cover each other. If they lost their vigilance for even a second, they could lose their lives. Seiji asked what he was talking about. After all, he didn't seem that strong, and there were 5 of them, so they would be able to handle him. Then Seiji thought that maybe the rabbit could manipulate space. Kasai replied that he wasn't going to listen to someone lower than him. He said he had warned him that if he got in his way, he wouldn't get off lightly. Meanwhile, the rabbit used one of the guard rabbit's skills. All the books began to fly and turn into monsters of fairly high levels. Now there were 4 opponents with a level no lower than 40. Kasai tried to fight, and Ikom told him to retreat because he couldn't handle it, to which he replied that he wasn't going to listen to him. The monsters attacked them from all sides. Just as Kasai thought it was the end, Ikom repelled the attack. As long as he could manipulate gravity, he was unbeatable in the air. At first glance, it seemed that the rabbit would not cause any harm, but in a moment it attacked. After Ikom repelled the attack, he asked the boss if he was offended. Kasai realized that he was very close to dying, but Ikom saved him by anticipating the boss's attack on him. Akoma knows that the rabbit does not attack directly. It first attacks one target by surprise and then retreats. He suggested taking on 3 monsters himself while they fought the 4th, but Seiji objected, saying it was reckless. Although his team did not perform well in the last battle, they can be trusted. Moreover, the rabbit caught Kasai by surprise. Akoma replied that one mistake could cost lives, so it was worth doing, as he said. The rabbit was not only fast, but also cunning. If they didn't have enough experience in clearing rifts, it would be impossible to remain calm. Moreover, Ikom thought that Kasai had lost confidence in his abilities, and Shion began to panic. As for the doctor and the shaman, they should pull themselves together. Only then would they be able to help. Shion didn't like Akomi's idea. She was sure that Akomi would not be able to defeat 3 monsters at once. But Satsuki said that if he said so, then they would manage. She added that everyone should gather their thoughts to cover Akomi. Ikoma noticed that the grimoires moved quickly through the air. They also had a long attack range and inflicted high magical damage. In addition, they must remain vigilant, as the rabbit can easily catch Ikomi off guard. Ikoma realizes that his situation is now much more difficult than it was in the city during the disaster. This is not the time to make mistakes. The team began the battle with the monsters, using their powers to the maximum. Meanwhile, Shion thought about the rabbit, which deals great damage and moves freely in the air. She is disturbed by the fact that it can attack unexpectedly. She is also dissatisfied with the fact that Ikomu decided to take the blow himself in this situation. After a while, Ikom finally defeated one monster using his powers. Then, working together as a team, they managed to destroy another monster. Then, a rabbit sneaks up on them unnoticed and uses another of Alice's magic skills. Ikom understood that the rabbit could only manipulate 4 grimoires and probably wanted to summon 2 more to replace the previous ones. This confused the team because the battle could go on forever. Ikoma told them to work in pairs with Seiji since he had the defensive shield skill, but Shion did not listen to him. She believed that she could handle these flying books on her own. Then they heard strange sounds made by the rabbit to distract them, or before an attack. Because of this, Shion lost her vigilance and was bitten by the grimoire. She screamed that it had grabbed her, so Ikomo used his gravity bomb skill. This helped to repel the monster. Shion felt intense pain throughout her body. For a moment, she thought that if it weren't for Ikom, she would have lost her life, but he saved her. Ikoma told Seiji to heal Shion. Satsuki thought that now they had even less chance, but Ikom knows that using Alice's magic takes a lot of mana from the rabbit, so by destroying the grimoires one by one, they have a chance. But Ikom wasn't the only one who knew this. The rabbit himself understands this perfectly well, so they had to be patient to fight him. The body of the flying books is too strong, and its mouth is protected by fangs, but Ikom found a way out. He used the gravity bomb again to damage the grimoire, and it worked. The book shattered into tiny pieces. Ikomi's rating gradually increased after defeating each monster. Satsuki was delighted that at this rate, they would defeat them all. But Seiji thinks it's dangerous because Ikom has become the perfect target for the monsters. In addition, the rabbit also wants to attack Ikomi, but he is much faster than him. Ikoma realizes that defeating the last 2 grimoires does not mean the battle is over. Meanwhile, the monsters surrounded him. They want to corner him by working together, but they also have blind spots, so this tactic won't work against him. But if they chase the rabbit, they will attack from both sides, so he must act quickly. Ikoma tried to attack the rabbit, but it dodged, so Ikoma realized his mistake because he wasted his strength on speed to deliver a horizontal blow. It would have been more effective to strike vertically, but due to the monster's small size, it was very difficult to catch it. Kasai, along with Satsuki and Seiji, tried to hold back the attack of the grimoires. Ikoma said that it was necessary to finish off the monsters as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would be completely drawn into the space behind the mirror, but there was no point in simply chasing after it. So Ikoma struck it with a gravity bomb, and that helped to stop it. Every high-speed skill has its weakness, said Akoma, and the rabbit's run has a short distance after which it becomes vulnerable. Therefore, Ecom had to choose the right moment to inflict damage. In an instant, the rabbit turned into a terrifying monster, and Icom delivered the decisive blow. The level rose to 45, 4 skill points, and 2,404 experience points were added, and the grimoires became ordinary books. Satsuki was glad that it was finally over, and they came out of the looking glass. Shion was surprised that it was all over. Tears of joy appeared in her eyes, which Satsuki noticed. She wanted to say something but didn't even have time to say anything. Shion cried out that she wasn't crying, that something had just gotten in her eye. Satsuki replied that that wasn't what she meant. Seiji thanked Akoma and said that without him, they would not have been able to do it. He thought that 3 people would be enough to close the rift, but he was wrong. During the conversation, they saw an unknown object appear. It was a book from a rare boss. It was a book on rabbit skills for rank B. It would be useful depending on the class. In the guild, it could be sold for 10 million yen. This information, which Ecom learned from the notification screen, pleased Seiji. After all, even if the proceeds were divided, each person could get 2 million. Upon hearing this, Satsuki realized that she was not interested in the profit at all. But after thinking it over, Seiji said that he thought they should leave the rift. He had underestimated it and had little mana left. Moreover, Shion had also suffered greatly in the battle, so it would be the right decision. Ikoma agreed, but he couldn't allow anyone else to take the Ring of Wisdom. He said that the biggest problem in the rift was the rabbits, so if they ignored them, there would be no problems. Shion's wounds could be healed with the help of Doctor. Seiji's powers. Mana could also be fully restored. There was one way. Seiji asked what that method was, but Satsuki didn't like this conversation right away, because she remembered how they took mana from the clown. Librarians often walk alone and have a large supply of mana. It's a great idea to suck out mana, he said to Satsuki. Kasai also didn't mind continuing to clear the rift. He didn't want to miss this chance to fight alongside Ecom, because he had seen his power. But Shion didn't like this idea. She reminded them that a lot had happened to them, and it was unclear what would happen next. Seiji said he understood her, and that was probably why she wanted to leave. But she replied that she wasn't afraid, so they decided to stay and clear the rift. Meanwhile, something is happening at the entrance to the rift. A special unit has arrived, explaining that they have a secret mission in the rift, and they had the appropriate permission. They showed their documents and were allowed into the rift. A girl named Alice asked why they were being so cautious. Her colleague Kaiki replied that it was a necessary procedure, especially after everything that had happened with the rifts in this area. But thanks to her powers, they entered the rift safely. She asked what was the point of destroying objects without knowing what power they had. After all, it made no sense. To which the man replied that he was not interested in the details. After all, they had to complete the task as members of the Chimera Squad. He added that it was time to dispel the illusion. It was a waste of mana. After that, Alice called Kaike boring. But he said that it was an order from the head of the Chimera Fang, so she had to obey. Moreover, they needed strength to fight the boss of the rift. They pretended to be other people to enter the rift. Alice dispelled the illusion with her power, and they became themselves. They are adventurers, but with much higher levels. Alice said they could destroy anyone who stood in their way, to which Kike replied that she would have a chance. Meanwhile, Ikoma and his team fought the book demon. Its special ability is that it can extend its limbs wherever it wants. It is also not advisable to look him in the eyes. He simply enjoys human fear and successfully attacks when he senses fear. For Shion, this is a particularly unpleasant opponent, given her weak psyche, which became apparent when she fought the rabbit. Satsuki, on the other hand, became more confident because she was able to improve her level by competing with the rabbit. Therefore, she defeated the book demon without hesitation. She gained 980 experience points, and her skills are gradually becoming stronger, but her abilities consume a lot of mana. But thanks to this, they are able to defeat the monsters on their way to the boss more quickly. Ikoma praised Satsuki and said that there were 2 monsters left, but if she was tired. But she interrupted him by turning to Shion. She noticed that she was holding his hand and said that she shouldn't get in Ikom's way. Shion replied that Satsuki had misunderstood. She was just scared of that scary book demon, and Ikomo happened to be within arm's reach, so she grabbed him intuitively. But she wasn't scared at all. After that, Ikomo said that she had just admitted that she was scared. Shion wriggled out of it by saying that she had just slipped and wasn't scared, and asked why everyone was looking at her like that. Then she turned to Ikom and thanked him for being there. But this was the last time he helped her, to which he replied that she was honesty itself. While they were talking, Seiji and Kasai were fighting the monster. They defeated one quickly. Kasai delivered the decisive blow. Ikoma noticed that they had dealt with it quickly without them and moved on to the next opponent. But Seiji reminded Kasai not to destroy the last one, to which he replied that he would remember that. Kasai grabbed it and immobilized it so that Satsuki could suck out its mana and transfer it to the others. Librarians have the largest mana reserves of all monsters. Ikoma noticed that Kasai was a good person among the 3, even though he was rude, but he always helped and watched over everyone, covering their backs. Satsuki and Ikoma took all the mana from the monster to replenish the reserves of the entire team. Then she transferred the mana to others using her skill. First to Seiji. He immediately felt his strength returning and was delighted that he could now use it to its fullest. Cheyenne said that with such a useful skill she could explore the rifts for several days without leaving them. Seiji added that if they defeated 2 more librarians, they would be able to restore Satsuki and Ikoma's mana. But Ikoma noted that physical fatigue was accumulating, along with psychological exhaustion, so the skill should be used wisely and only in extreme cases. But Seiji is still grateful for the return of his strength. They almost reached the bottom of the crevice, and Ikoma asked once again if they were ready to go all the way. Ahead of them awaited the boss of the Library of Secrets, but Cheyenne objected, asking if he really still wanted to fight the boss, to which he asked if she was afraid. She replied that everything was fine and of course she wasn't afraid. Satsuki was pleased that Ikomi was able to manipulate Cheyenne so easily. Seiji wondered whether they should continue. He had originally gathered the group to clear the rift, but they had obtained enough resources that it was not necessary to continue. His personal greed was playing a role and he wasn't sure it was worth the risk. Akoma said that one item had helped him learn everything he needed to know. This information will help them defeat the rift boss, but Ikoma is not going to share it just like that. Seiji likes the idea of clearing the B-rank rift. After all, they will become popular. Ikoma said that in exchange for information on how to defeat the boss, they have to give him all the items that drop from him. That was his goal from the beginning. He added that they can keep everything they obtained on their way to the boss and divide it between the 3 of them. Moreover, they had discussed this plan with Satsuki beforehand, so she has no objections. And if that's not enough, he will pay everyone extra. Seiji would like to get rare materials from the boss, but they have a book with the skills of the Time Rabbit, and it can be sold successfully. Kasai told Cheyenne that everyone had already agreed and asked if she was with them. She replied that he was going there too, but she agreed. She warned that if anyone fell behind in the fight with the boss, they would get nothing. Ikoma thought she was at it again, but it was good that everyone agreed, so they moved on. The boss of the Library of Secrets, named Ether, was already waiting for them. She was level 60, so defeating her would be very difficult. The adventurers reached the entrance to the main boss's room, so they had to discuss a plan of action. Akoma told everyone to stick to the agreement. The local boss is not very agile or mobile. The main thing is not to panic and work together, and then everything will work out. Following Ikom's plan, they should be able to handle it because they have high enough levels, Seiji believes. But Cheyenne didn't like that. She asked if everyone really thought that the item would tell them how to defeat the boss. Satsuki told her that she had agreed to fight the monster together before. Cheyenne thinks it's ridiculous. She added that Ikomo didn't show the item. Everyone just believed him, and that could backfire on them. Seiji then stood up for him, reminding everyone of the rules. Adventurers are not supposed to reveal their strengths and trump cards to other people. Moreover, Ikumu has helped them out more than once, so he deserves their trust. Kasai was not going to back down, even if it was a lie. After all, he had come a long way to reach the boss of the rift. He told Cheyenne to go back. If she was worried about her life, she should go home, especially since they had already cleared the way. The profession of adventurers is full of dangers, so Ikom also believes that if she is not ready, she should return. But Cheyenne denied everything and said she was just testing him. Ikom tried to calm her down by saying that he and Kasai would take care of the attack. Seiji and Satsuki would protect her in case of danger, but she thought he wanted to humiliate her and called him names. He just wanted to boost her confidence. Kasai was worried about Cheyenne, but it seems that it was in vain. She always behaves like this, and he is used to her behavior. His goals remain unchanged. Still, he has to be on guard and not trust Ikoma completely in order to survive. Meanwhile, Ikoma decided to distribute skill points. He upgraded his gravity magic because it is more effective for fighting the boss. Thanks to this, he has gained a new ability, so now he is ready to fight. All together as one team, they entered the room to meet the boss. Seeing the level 60 boss, Cheyenne and Kasai realized that it would not be as easy as Ikom had said. Together, they began to act according to plan, but their opponent began to use her abilities. She used the Thunderclap skill, and Ikom understood that the information he knew from his past life was accurate. After all, it was mentioned there. Thunder magic has a small radius of action and its power is very great. So, according to the plan, Ikom and Kasai are the first to take the blow. After all, they are the fastest in the team thanks to their gravity magic and thief class. Ether would not be able to defeat them with a single thunderclap, and due to its sluggishness, it would not be able to hit them. Their main task is to damage her when she uses her skill. But everything went according to plan. Ether spoke to Satsuki and it scared her. Ikoma realized that the boss wanted to attack Satsuki with magic from a long distance, so he told everyone to move closer to Seiji and Kasai as well. Although he didn't like being commanded, he obeyed anyway. Ether used a fire wave and Cheyenne asked where they should run now. Ikoma said that if they couldn't dodge, they would have to face the attack head-on, but Seiji used his shield to protect everyone. As Ikoma said, the boss's mass abilities could be easily dispelled with holy magic, so Seiji said they could rely on him. He would protect them, and when she finished her attack, they could attack. Ether cannot move quickly, but she has a lot of spells in reserve, so it is possible to come up with a strategy against her where she cannot do anything. Ikoma said that it was time to attack her again, and that he would cover everyone. The closer they get to victory, the more Kasai respects Ikom, but he still doesn't mind getting rid of a few adventurers with the help of the boss. He believes that Icom is a very talented guy, and if he gets rid of him, the whole group will fail. They continue to fight the boss. Turning to her, Ikomu said that she is too slow in close combat. He asks if she has decided to use her long-range attacks for the last time. Cheyenne said that she could be defeated even by 2 people if they constantly attacked in close combat, so it's better to finish her off quickly and get out of there. Satsuki thought that Cheyenne was acting too cocky, considering that she was the one who feared this boss the most. Seiji partly agreed with Cheyenne. After all, Ikoma's strategy seemed too simple to defeat the boss, but this tactic worked perfectly in real combat. Taking advantage of the boss's weaknesses, it is worth attacking at close range and retreating when she uses her powers. Seiji wondered where Ikoma's confidence came from. This raises many questions. His skills, heroism, fearlessness, impressive calmness, and precision in his movements. He believes that Akoma has survived many battles. Ikoma said that they should change their tactics, otherwise they would not be able to get closer to her. After all, she used a stone tower. This blocks Satsuki's actions, and it protects her from attacks, so it will be more difficult for them to get to her. Ikom said everyone should hide behind the stone column because she could attack. Cheyenne laughed at the boss and said that she would build an entire fortress so that no one could reach her. Ikoma noticed that Shion was in the best position for cover, so he could jump up the column with her help. He apologized to her and Cheyenne didn't have time to understand what was happening. Then, pushing off from her, he jumped onto the column. Cheyenne got angry and said that she was not a springboard for him to jump on, but Ikomo came up with a way to get closer to the boss. After all, she was waiting for them to come out of cover to attack, so Ikom decided to attack her from above. That way, Ether wouldn't have time to react. He took advantage of the meteorite's fall to strike, but her defense level was higher than he expected, so he had to come up with something to defeat her faster. Meanwhile, Kasai wondered if Akoma could withstand his attacks. Ether was going to use an elemental explosion. It was a mass action spell and required a lot of defense, so after that she would be defenseless. Ikoma would be able to get close to her for the final blow, and he had to act quickly. Fortunately, everyone was in cover and out of danger, but Kasai had a cunning plan. He tried to attack Ikom, but Ikom parried his attack, and his quick reaction surprised him. Kasai apologized and said he was aiming at the boss, but Ikom had no doubt that he was aiming at him, but he has no time to deal with him. He shouted that Ether was preparing for a powerful attack, and everyone should hide behind the columns. This spell unleashes a hail of magic balls until she runs out of mana. But if he could dodge her attacks and land a decisive blow, Ikom would finally get the Ring of Wisdom, especially since the boss had little health left, but he can't get to her. Ikom said that she is doing everything possible to prevent him from sneaking up on her. Kasai thought that Ikom was certainly strong, but not strong enough to get close to the boss. So he waits for Ether to use up all her mana, but because of her power, the column Kasai was standing behind collapsed. Even if he dodges the attacks, he won't be able to hide for long. He decided that Akoma had put the whole team in danger and that they had nowhere to run. Ikoma realizes that there is no time. After all, her magic can hurt Satsuki and the others, so he had to act. Cheyenne saw that Ikom was getting too close to her and called this action madness. Satsuki wanted to help him and said they should get closer to the boss, but Cheyenne didn't like that idea. Ether cannot attack them with physical attacks, but it is safer to get closer to him than to stand aside. Cheyenne didn't even want to listen, but Seiji said that they were still a team and had to help each other. They had relied on him for so long, so now they had to help him and do everything possible to cover his back. They rushed to help but realized they couldn't dodge such an attack, so they had to turn back. Seiji used his shield for protection, but he couldn't hold off the attack for long. The main thing for him was to protect everyone, so he held off the attack until the very end, but he was defeated. He had never cared about the safety of others before. He was interested in something else entirely. He told Ikoma that he would protect everyone and that Ikoma should take care of the boss. Ikoma noticed that he had repelled Ether's attack and hoped that Satsuki and Cheyenne were okay and had managed to hide. So while Ether hadn't found a new target, he had to act. To use her skill, she had to keep her hands above her head. But Ikomi used his new hypergravity skill, so it would be difficult for her to do so. She would not be able to attack. Satsuki noticed that he had left the boss's ability to cast spells, and this was the best time to inflict damage, but she was not going to give up. Ether tried to restore her mana. If she succeeds, they won't be able to defeat her. So Cheyenne took action. She was tired of playing with the boss, and using her power damaged her arm. This was a great chance for Ikom to deliver a devastating blow, and he managed to defeat her. For this, Ikom received a large number of experience points. His level also increased from 45 to 49, and he was credited with 16 skill points. That's how they defeated another boss, and now Ikom will learn all the secrets of the rifts. After all, the ring was lost in a past life. In place of the boss, he found the Ring of Wisdom. His joy knew no bounds. Finally, he got what he came for. This ring summons a witch from the Library of Secrets. Satsuki wondered if it could answer the question of why the rifts appeared in the world. Ikoma replied that he thought so she suggested taking the ring to the special forces. But he didn't like that idea for 3 reasons. The first was that the ring had fallen into the hands of the head of the special unit, but for unknown reasons it was lost. So after what happened in the previous timeline, he couldn't trust them with this item. The next reason was that only a high-ranking adventurer could unlock the true power of the ring. In his past life, Ecom had the highest rank, so he will be able to unlock its full potential. And the third reason is that no adventurer would give up an item that was so hard to obtain. Satsuki hadn't seen Ikomu so happy in a long time, and this thought pleased her. She was about to say something, but Seiji interrupted her. He thanked him for helping them defeat Ether. He was impressed by Ikom's heroism and wanted to show his gratitude. Seiji offered to heal Ikoma's wounds since he was a doctor after all. Although Ikom had not suffered serious injuries because he had tried to avoid the boss's direct attacks, he agreed. Ether did not cause him much harm and treatment would not hurt. While Seiji was treating his wounds, he said that this was the first time he had been so lucky. He had met an adventurer with remarkable abilities and for the first time had begun to care not only for himself, but also for his allies. He was inspired by Akoma's heroism and was grateful to fate for bringing him together with such a good guy. Shion felt extremely tired and was worried because at one point she thought it was the end. Kasai thought about how to take the rare items. After all, he came to the rift specifically for them and has no intention of sharing them with anyone. After the battle, the adventurers are relaxed and lose their vigilance. So this is the best time. Thanks to his thief class skills, Kasai can sneak up unnoticed and quickly. He was sure that Ikom would not even have time to blink before he attacked him. Using his strength, Kasai attacks Ikomu, who defends himself. He doesn't understand how Ikomu managed to spot him. So they continued to fight while Seiji tried to stop them. Ikoma said that Kasai was a traitor because he attacked him not only now, but also during the fight with the boss. He knew he would have to deal with him, but he didn't think it would happen in the rift. Ikoma said that he had hardly participated in the battle, so he had enough strength left, and he still had mana left. Moreover, there were 4 of them, and he was alone. But Kasai replied that he shouldn't worry so much. After all, he had already received what was rightfully his. On his hand, Ikom noticed his guardian bracelet and wisdom ring. He didn't want to destroy it. His goal was to find rare items. Seiji remembered that they had put all the items they had found in the rift into the bracelet. Shion was angry with Kasai and asked what he was doing. She added that he should be caught. But Kasai replied that everyone except Ikome was too weak to fight him, and even he couldn't defeat a high-class adventurer. It was hard for Ikoma to admit it, but he was right. At this point, he was no match for Kasaya in terms of speed, but his actions hurt him. He thought he was a good guy, so he couldn't imagine that a B-rank adventurer would steal from his own people. Kasaya's whole life is built on blackmail and intrigue. From the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation. No one wanted to deal with him. So he went to another area in search of new opportunities. But there, too, he was known not only for his reputation, but also for his strength. So he thought his career was over, but he was lucky to meet a greedy group leader. He was only interested in rare items. He was also lucky to meet a guy who knew how to defeat the boss. So he got everything he wanted, taking all the items they had obtained for himself. Seiji was upset about the book that cost 10 million, but that wasn't the only thing that bothered him. He apologized that it happened because of his carelessness. Ikoma said that he needed to be caught and handed over to the special forces, but he didn't hurt anyone, so it would be difficult to prove anything. After all, legally, they had not formalized the acquisition of items from monsters in the rift. Everything was based on a verbal agreement, so it was possible that the special unit would not help. But Ikom had to return the Ring of Wisdom no matter what it cost him. Meanwhile, the team overheard someone talking. It was Alice and Kaike who had fallen into the rift with the help of an illusion. Satsuki shouted for them to be careful because a dangerous criminal was running towards them. He only had time to tell them not to stand in his way and they were not going to let him go. Alice said that this job was just right for him, but Kasai was confident in his abilities. They quickly dealt with him, leaving him unconscious. This surprised the team. Akoma was just as surprised, but their uniforms seemed familiar to him. Alice was upset that he gave up so quickly. After all, she loves games. Shion realized that something was wrong. If they knocked Kasai out with one blow, they must be very strong. Meanwhile, they took Kasaya's items. Alice found a ring and liked it very much. She wanted to take it for herself and asked Kike for permission, but he reminded her why they had come here. Their task was to destroy all the items in the rift, but Alice tried to negotiate with him again and said that no one would find out about it. Kike threatened to destroy her if she didn't obey his orders. Seiji approached them to thank them for stopping Kasaya, but he thinks it's too much to do this to him. Alice replied that they had misunderstood. After all, they had come to the rift to destroy everyone there without exception. This news alarmed the entire team. Ikom remembered who they were and asked if they were from the Chimera's Fong. Alice was surprised that someone knew about them. It was the first time she had met an adventurer who had heard of them. Satsuki and Shion asked him what he knew. After all, the Chimera's Fong was just a rumor from the internet. He replied that it was an underground organization that reported directly to the authorities and did all their dirty work for them. In the future, they would cooperate with the authorities of other countries. Their influence would spread throughout the world as the strongest organization with powerful soldiers. Even in the first timeline, rumors about them were considered a common internet hoax that no one believed. But Ikom met one of them. It was in a past life during the cleanup of the rift. Now they are not so strong, but meeting them is already the worst outcome for the team. After all, they are not the kind of people who reveal their existence to ordinary people. So if they appeared before them, they would undoubtedly try to get rid of them. Kike and Alice immediately attacked the team, which frightened them. After all, they weren't strong enough to fight. Seiji said that they really want to destroy them, so they need to retreat immediately. But that way, they could outnumber them. The main thing was to cover each other using the strategy that helped them defeat the boss. Akoma understands that they are no match for them, so it's worth retreating. But he was still bothered by the fact that they took the ring. Meanwhile, Alice was choosing who to destroy first, and she took a liking to Akoma. But Keek said that they didn't come here to have fun. Akoma had come a long way for the Ring of Wisdom, so he decided to take it back, no matter what it cost him. He said he would deal with Alice himself, and they should take on the other guy. It wasn't the best idea, but there was no other choice. Satsuki didn't like this idea. After all, he would have to fight alone while the others would fight as a team of 3. But Seiji said it was the right decision. After all, he and Satsuki belonged to the support class and couldn't attack on equal terms. So they have to rely on Shion because, unlike Akoma, they can't handle close combat without her. After all, he is stronger and has more combat experience. If Akoma decided to fight alone, then they have to make every effort to cope with the 3 of them. And they must remember that their opponent knocked out Kasaya with 1 blow. But Kiki said that they underestimate Alice. After all, she is much stronger than him. Meanwhile, Alice continued her games with Akoma. She said that she hadn't had so much fun in a long time and noticed that Icom had already gotten tired. He himself understands that he won't last long. Although he dodged her attacks, it wasn't enough. She didn't look tired at all. This only proved the huge difference in their levels. She decided to show off and told Ikomu in a secretive tone that she was at level 57 and Kike was at level 54. She added that Ikomi's level probably doesn't even reach 50, so how can he defeat her? But he replied that he thought her level was higher. This angered Alice. After all, since birth, she had been forced to earn levels like crazy without rest every day. Such were the conditions of the Chimera's Fang. Those who couldn't cope were eliminated. And after everything she had been through, some boy was going to tell her that she wasn't strong enough. Ikoma added that he didn't understand her indignation. After all, judging by her fighting style and weapons, she had a class that operated in the shadows. She replied that even though they did not take the entire attack upon themselves, they were responsible for the damage caused. Ikoma said that they were the same. Had she decided to judge by herself, confirming that she was not strong enough? Seiji asked what he was doing, but Ikom had a plan. He wants to find out what she is capable of in order to defeat her, so he is trying to provoke her. Alice told Ikom that he asked for it, and now she would show him her skills and make him shut up. She used the Phantom Whirlwind of Blades attack. It damages a single magical target. Her class is one of the most problematic and rare. Alice is light and moves quickly, and her skills help her to be agile and strong when needed, but she was concerned that Ikomi was dodging her attacks. This was unexpected for her. Ikom was stronger than she could have imagined, but Alice said she wanted to see his eyes filled with horror and despair. The difference in levels was very noticeable. Akomu was holding on thanks to gravitational magic, and it couldn't last forever. After all, if he doubles the gravity, he will waste all his mana. Even in terms of mana, they are not equal. Ikoma would then be unable to attack her directly, but he couldn't count on help either. So he has to provoke Alice somehow to make her use all her strength. He said, "Is that all she's capable of?" and asked her to show what she's worth. After all, if Alice's attack is more massive, her mana will quickly run out. It's risky, but there's no choice. Ikoma added that her knife tricks are just smoke and mirrors and not her true power, so she has to show what an illusionist class is capable of. She was surprised by Ikom's knowledge of classes. After all, she had never met an adventurer of her class before. Illusionists are a combat class that can bring even the most secret fantasies to life. So she said, fine if he wants to face her in a serious battle, and use the reflection of the Phantom Whirlwind of Blades. This power can multiply the illusion, increasing the radius and number of knives used. She said that no monster or human had ever been able to dodge this attack, and she asked Ikomu how he felt about that. Ikoma tried to dodge and succeeded. Alice said that was good, but not enough. After all, she could add other attacks. But the most interesting thing was that the spell evoked a genuine fear of the unknown. Ikom replied that he was ready to face his fear. She hoped that this would help to finish him off, but it didn't help her. He said that illusions are not scary if you find the gap between light and shadow. This shocked Alice. After all, she thought it was impossible. She didn't understand how he got out of the illusion and thought he was just lucky. But as she continued to fight, Alice realized that it wasn't luck. He had experience and knowledge. She had never competed with such an experienced adventurer before. Although she had to compete with scary monsters and high-level criminals, this guy was on a completely different level. She was troubled by the question of who he really was, and she said that she seemed to have underestimated him. He was the first to break free from the illusion and not give in to fear. She asked if he was even human. Ikoma said that although he had escaped, he would like to finish her off with one precise blow, but that would be too easy. Alice screamed how good it felt. After all, it was the first time she had felt this strange feeling of fear of saying goodbye to life. She added that he deserved to see her last trump card, but she didn't like to use it because her opponents flew away in seconds, and that was boring. She said that he was much more resilient. Ikom waited until she finally used her strongest skill. It helps create 3 copies of itself at once, so you can't get distracted for a second or you'll become their toy. The tangible illusion of shadow doubles is capable of producing attacks to its liking. The more copies, the stronger the illusionist. Akoma felt the difficulty because this spell prevented him from attacking Alice normally, so she just flaunted it. Fighting 3 at once is much more difficult. Shadow doubles can be defeated, but not at his low level. Alice asked if he could still fight and told him to show what he was capable of, so he had to act to take the ring. The trio's task was to defeat Kiki. Although Kasai was out of the game, their strength should have been enough. But Kiki was cautious because he understood that if he attacked one of them, the other 2 would attack, so they agreed to attack together. Seiji shouted that it was time and Satsuki and Shion attacked, but he blocked all attacks and used his strong skills. Kiki used a power that was difficult to dodge. Shion covered Satsuki, for which she thanked her. Shion didn't understand what had happened and what kind of power it was. Kaik used the fangs of a fire dragon against them. Seiji thought that if they hadn't dodged, there would be no trace of them left, but Kiki also feels his weakness. He hoped that Alice would quickly finish it off and help him, but she behaves like a child and drags out the fight. So he decided to act on his own and, using another skill, told them to surrender. The skill of the Bloody Guard belongs to all melee classes. Its purpose is to channel all mana into the muscles of the body to become stronger. No one can stop the skill's user because his attacks become stronger than those of an ordinary person. So Kiki is confident that he will quickly defeat everyone. Seiji used his shield for protection, but it didn't help. So Shion took action, but that didn't help either. She struck his arm, but it felt like hitting a pile of metal. Seiji doesn't understand what this power is. After all, neither magic nor Shion's scythe can harm him. Moreover, he himself said that he is weaker than Alice. The battle between Akoma and Alice continues. She continues to instill fear in him. Kaik noticed that Alice used doubles, so he is sure that her opponent will soon run out of strength, unless he has some tricks up his sleeve. Satsuki thought that Keek should be distracted. After all, if they fail, he will be left alone with them, and they will defeat him. She remembered how Aoi always used her as bait to distract the monster. She thinks this is wrong. After all, Ikoma proved to her that she could stand on equal footing with him and that she was capable of more, so she was not going to be bait anymore. After all, she won't be able to look Ikomi in the eye afterwards. So she told the others that they hadn't lost yet and that they would definitely defeat Kiki, because he is alone and there are 3 of them. But Kiki does not understand their behavior. He really thought they had given up. He said it was their mistake. After all, he is much stronger than them, but they don't think so. Although he is physically stronger, they have to fight, but they need to decide how to get closer to him. After all, he will reject everyone. After fighting the boss, there isn't much mana left, so there's no time to waste. Satsuki admitted that at times like this, she thinks about what Ikoma would do. They have no way out. After all, they can neither stall for time nor attack, so she thinks about how they can weaken him if they can't defeat him. Shion said that even without this power, he fought like a monster, and with his skill, he was a true titan. So what should they do? Satsuki asked them to rely on her and her skills, and asked Shion to strike his right side. It didn't work last time, so she's not sure about this tactic, but Satsuki added that she should do just that. She asked Seiji if he could cast a spell on Shion similar to Kaik's Blood Guard skill. He replied that he could try, but Shion didn't like it. After that, he asked her to trust her comrades at least once. Satsuki attacked Kike with the Shadow Path skill, and he realized that this trio was not so weak after all. Shion tried to attack and lost her weapon. She blamed Satsuki and Seiji, saying it was all their fault. He, in turn, tried to attack Kaiki with his shield and by running straight at him. Satsuki took advantage of Shadow Paths to take Shion's scythe, which distracted him. Thanks to this, Seiji delivered a powerful blow and their opponent lost his weapon. Satsuki had already realized that without his weapon, he would not be able to attack them. Seiji was impressed that she had thought out this plan in detail and was more decisive than they were. Now it was clear that she had learned a lot while fighting alongside Ecom. She told Kaiki that they would not be able to defeat him, but they could take away his weapon. So how would he fight now? Kike admitted that he had underestimated her. Shion decided to tease him a little and asked how he would act now without his toy. But he slammed his fist into the ground and said, "Do you really think I can't defeat you with my bare hands?" The fight between Icom and Alice was still going on. She noticed that he was moving slower and asked if he thought saving mana would help him defeat her. She added that if he wasn't going to entertain her, he would be eliminated. After all, it was not in her interest to prolong the fight. Ecom understands that her weak point is mana. He has to find the carrier among the copies, and then they will disappear. But his strength will run out if he fights each one, and the copies will prevent him from finding the carrier. All of these options have a less than ideal outcome for Akoma, so he must find another solution. While Akoma was thinking about what to do next, the trio continued to fight Kaike, who, even without weapons, seemed too strong for them. They managed to hurt him, but it wasn't enough. He repelled their attacks, but he was still getting weaker. Seiji noticed that without weapons, he couldn't use his skill to its full potential, but he wasn't going to back down. Kaike thinks he will have to work hard. After all, they are not that weak, but the strongest of them is the one fighting Alice. She has been fighting him for a long time, and he cannot help her because they simply won't let him near her. Still, he has to complete his mission, even if it means risking his life. Alice used infantile blades against Ikomi, and he couldn't dodge them. She was glad that she had finally inflicted serious damage on him. After all, she had been fighting him for too long. But then she realized that he had deliberately set her up to be caught. It was the only way to get close to her and not her clones. He said that for the final blow, it was necessary to concentrate. After all, she would deliver it, not the clones. So he had to lower his guard to catch her. She replied that he was certainly good at catching her, but that wasn't all, because that wasn't enough to defeat her. Even though he let himself be caught, knowing that she needed concentration and that her class depended on mana. But she believes that this does not simplify his task. Akoma replied that it was all he could do. Knowing the difference in their levels, he couldn't defeat her, so he took a risk. And thanks to that, he took what belonged to him, and he showed that he had the same ring she liked on his finger. Alice said that he had tricked her and wondered if he had been looking for her among her doppelgangers just to take the ring. That's why his experience as a thief came in handy, so now he has something that will help him defeat her. After all, the Ring of Wisdom summons the Great Witch from the Library of Secrets. He told Alice that her doppelganger skill, although incredible, had its weaknesses, and with his class he would not have been able to defeat her, not now. He added that it was not for nothing that he had saved his mana throughout the battle with her and her doubles. All this time, Alice thought that he wasn't using his skills because his mana was at 0, but he had been saving it to use the ring. And if he had planned to take it from the very beginning, then at what point did he understand how her shadow doppelganger skill worked? She didn't want to accept the idea that he had deliberately forced her to use a dangerous technique to catch her. She asked what the ring could do. In his past life, Ecom had studied it, and if everything was as he knew it to be, there should be no problems. Akoma tried to summon the Witch of the Library of Secrets, and she came to his aid. Alice was surprised by the power of this ring to summon a creature, and Ecom is now confident that he will be able to defeat her. She felt that the situation was not the best for her now. It was known that rare items could be found in the rifts, so this was not unusual for her. Alice believes that summoned creatures waste all their mana, but Ecom deliberately saved it, so she doesn't know what he has in mind. She asked if he had set himself up and saved mana in order to summon this doll. She added that he must be completely desperate. He said that in order to dispel the illusion, he had to take the ring and now he would be able to fight her with full force. Alice said that was great, so let this creature show what it was capable of. This doll is a small version of Ether, so it can use all the spells that the original can. In exchange for mana, Ecom can use her skills as he wishes, so he immediately attacked Alice. This magic caused Alice some damage, albeit minor, but the main thing was that her illusion was dispelled and the doubles disappeared. The Fire Wave is not the strongest spell and consumes a lot of mana. For Ecom, running out of mana could be fatal, so he has to calculate everything carefully. After all, there are many aspects to consider in order to conserve mana. The doubles are weak against mass attacks. To protect against the Fire Wave, magical protective spells are needed. Illusionists do not have this skill. Akoma said that she must have also used up a lot of mana, but now they would fight one-on-one. Alice was struck by the fact that he summoned the doll just to get rid of her doubles. At first, she considered his actions absurd. It made her wonder if she was really losing to a guy whose level was lower than hers. Alice said that Ikumu was just something. After all, no one had ever gone so far with her in battle. So her heart was pounding because no one had ever managed to corner her. But she still had something to surprise him with. She used her illusionary kaleidoscope skill and suggested they have some fun before it was over. It is a magical skill that inflicts magical and physical attacks, but it uses a lot of mana. Alice thought that if the illusion didn't scare Ikomu, then maybe it would work. After all, dodging a spell requires concentration. And this time, she wouldn't take her eyes off him, so he wouldn't be able to completely escape the attack. But Ikomu, as always, had a backup plan. As soon as Alice tried to grab him, he disappeared somewhere. Using gravity magic, he rose up, and then he delivered a devastating blow with the help of a falling meteorite. Alice couldn't believe that their fight was over. After all, he destroyed her weapon and caused her serious damage. He said that she was not the only one who had not shown all her cards. Meanwhile, Shion actively attacked Kaike, but no matter how many blows she dealt, it didn't matter to him. Seiji was confused by the fact that he was not taking any damage. He realized that this skill had made him not only stronger, but also more resistant to attacks. It seemed that he was in great pain and could barely hold on, but as long as Kaike used his skill, they could not defeat him. Seiji told Shion not to panic. They would stick to the plan until he lost all his strength. That was Kaike's plan from the beginning. He would wait for Alice to deal with Icom and then destroy them all in an instant. And then they will complete their mission. But then everyone saw that Ecom had won. Kaike doesn't understand how this happened. How could Alice lose to him? 4 years ago, Kiki was in a group of outcasts, Chimera Fangs who knew nothing but how to fight to the end. And then he met her, a conqueror who never loses to anyone. So he can't believe that she lost to some adventurer with a lower level than hers. Icom approached her and said that she was too dangerous and he didn't want to face her in the future. Kaike decided that if he couldn't defeat them, he should at least do what he was still capable of. Seiji noticed that Kike wanted to attack and tried to stop him, but he slipped past him so quickly that Seiji didn't have time to understand what was happening. But he wasn't attacking them, he was attacking to take Alice away, because Akoma wanted to destroy her. Akoma asked if he was going to retreat, to which he replied that it was only this time. But he added that he remembered them all and the next time they met, it would be the last day of their lives. Akoma asked who had hired them to destroy everyone, but he did not answer. Alice used her illusionist skill Mirage and said goodbye to Icom, saying that she had fun and thanked him for it. She used magic to retreat, but Ikomo admitted that he no longer had the strength. If Kiki had attacked him, he would not have lasted long, so they were lucky to have retreated. Satsuki approached Icom to apologize for letting him down. Seiji said that he also did not expect him to run so fast that he did not even have time to put a shield on Akoma, but Ikoma said that everything was fine. Ikoma was thinking the whole time about how to end it quickly and help them, and they were worried that he had taken on a strong opponent, but they held their own well. Without them, he would not have been able to cope, and the Chimera Corps will soon come out of the shadows. Soldiers who lost to simple adventurers will be branded, which will affect their reputation. So the Chimera's Fang would not become an influential organization in 10 years, but it was good that no one was hurt. But would they always be so lucky? The main thing is that Ecom obtained that very important item, the key to unraveling the mystery of the rifts. This ring is very important as confirmed by the appearance of the Chimera's Fang, but now everything is in its place. In the previous timeline, the item disappeared even though it was in the hands of the head of the Special Forces, so it may be that it fell into the hands of the Chimera's Fang back then. Icom believes that it was the head of the Special Forces who gave this task to the Chimera's Fangs. Kasai came to his senses and said that it was time for them to leave the fault, and asked for help to get him out of there. But Shion said how dare he even ask them for anything, and she can only help him go to the other world. Ikoma tried to calm her down and said that even though he had done wrong, they shouldn't take his life. They would hand him over to the Special Forces as a criminal. Kaik and Alice had almost made it out of the crevice, and she said she was close to finally finding peace. She asked if he was sure it was worth running away. After all, if he hadn't protected her, he could have attacked Ecom and destroyed him. Kika said that he was not worth her life and that there would still be time for revenge, because the next time they met, they would ask for help in eliminating the former adventurer of rank A. But Alice said she didn't want that unpleasant man to deal with her sweetheart. At the exit of the rift, the guards were surprised that they had managed to defeat the boss of the Library of Secrets. Seiji was proud of himself and said, of course, because they are rank B adventurers. He added that they should forgive them for defeating him so quickly. Someone approached them from behind and asked if they had cleared the rift. The man said he had come to practice his skills in the rift and did not expect to be beaten to it. He added that they had done it quickly. It was a soldier from the Special Forces unit, Mayumi Toya. He said that civilians do whatever they want and don't think about the consequences. But Shion found something to say to him. She called him an unfinished cop, that they were adventurers risking their lives to cover for them. But Ecom tried to calm her down. He apologized and explained that everyone was tired, and that was why she was being rude. Ikomu told Shion that there was no point in making enemies in the Special Forces. After all, adventurers were treated like civilians there. Adventurers exist because they want to protect other people, and the Special Forces monitor their activities, so it's not worth getting involved with them. Because they can revoke their licenses, moreover, in the future, they will completely control the activities of adventurers. But now they don't have enough power and can't do anything but snap back. Lieutenant Mayumi's subordinate told him that it was not worth creating unnecessary quarrels. After all, the main thing is that the rift no longer poses a threat to people. Ikoma addressed them and said that they wanted to report a guy who tried to take the loot they had obtained in the rift. Kasai wanted to justify himself somehow and said that it was just a misunderstanding within the group. But Shion was outraged and replied that he wanted to destroy them and take everything. But Ikom said that it would be up to the guild to decide and that he probably already had a criminal record at another branch. Judging by his behavior, this was definitely not his first offense. So he was sure that there had been complaints about him from other adventurers. Ikoma added that something else had happened in the rift with them. Mayumi asked what exactly. He said that two members of the Chimera Fang organization had attacked him, a blonde woman and a tall, bald man. Mayumi asked if he was sure. After all, if it was a joke, it wasn't a funny one. Ikoma said it was true and that he would write a detailed report to the guild and send it to the special unit for verification. Mayumi found Ikoma suspicious, but he couldn't ignore what he had said. He told a soldier from the special unit named Urakadze Sumuji to contact headquarters immediately. Ikoma and his team returned to the guild where they were interrogated. They all told everything that had happened to them, and they were finally released. Shion said that everything would have been much easier if Kasai hadn't caused them so many problems. Therefore, she would never trust an adventurer of the thief class again. Ikamar shouted that not all people of this class were bad. After all, there were decent ones too. This touched him because he had also belonged to this class before. Shion did not understand his reaction. Seiji told them to calm down because everything had ended well. And now all of Kasai's fortune from the items they had obtained was theirs. Shion noted that Seiji was thinking about money as usual, but he continued the conversation and asked if they wanted to divide his reward among the four of them. But Ikom replied that they had already agreed on everything, that all the items they had obtained were theirs, and he would get the ring, and he had no regrets. Seiji and Shion accompanied Ikoma and Satsuki to the station because they had to return to their district. Seiji said he was glad to meet them. He admitted that at first he wanted to use them as labor to clean up the rift. He was driven only by greed. But next time he would give it his all, and when a new fault appeared, he would not stand aside but would help his comrades. After all, he wants to become like them. Strong, devoted, courageous, and decisive. Shion also apologized for her rudeness and said that Satsuki and Akoma were much stronger than she had thought. Without them, they would not have been able to cope. She added that if they needed company to conquer the rift, they should call her. After all, she was up for anything. Ikom thanked her and said he would keep that in mind. Akoma and Satsuki said goodbye to their new friends and talked on the way to the station. Satsuki was very interested in the power of the ring. He replied that it summoned a legendary creature but decided it would be better to show her. So they found a quiet place and Ikom called the witch. Satsuki recognized Ether. Akoma said that she was similar to her but much smaller and cuter. This is Ether but in a weakened form, and he can use her skills with the help of mana. Although her magic is not as strong and consumes a lot of mana, her presence in his arsenal increases his range of abilities, so she is very useful. Satsuki wondered if she would really reveal the phenomenon of the rifts. Ether is considered one of the most unique monsters, and it can speak their language. Satsuki remembered how Ether wanted to stop her before the attack, telling her to dare to do it. Summoned monsters have the same level as the summoner. Some have a parameter that increases depending on the level. For Ether, it is wisdom. By increasing his level, Akoma will one day be able to ask her about the mystery of the rifts. After all, her wisdom will grow along with his power. Satsuki noticed that Ether wanted to say something, and it frightened her. They cannot understand her. Ikomi knows that it is difficult for her to speak because of her low level, but she repeated the same words over and over again. Putting all the words together, they understood what Ether meant. It was that this world would soon meet its end. Meanwhile, the head of the special unit was furious that the Chimera's fangs had failed to complete the task. He knows everything about Ikomi, closing the rifts, quickly gaining ranks, preventing disaster, defeating the Chimera soldiers. What worried him most was that he now possessed the Ring of Wisdom. He considers Ikomi a difficult guy and is sure that he is living a second life, so he must find him no matter what it takes. And he is sure that Akoma cannot hide from him. Akoma and Satsuki continue to clear the rifts, but now they have another ally, Sanji Sena. Satsuki said that even though they were surrounded, Akoma handled it easily. Sena added that one should not expect anything less from him. She added that if Ikomi had a manager, she would ask him to collaborate with him, but he replied that she shouldn't use him to promote her broadcasts. He decided to level up, but it became more difficult. Even at his level 40, he and Satsuki barely managed, so they invited Sena to join their team. She had more free time because her manager was on vacation. They decided to grab a bite to eat and talk. Ikomo thanked Sena for her help, but she was only too happy to help. After all, she had earned some extra money and raised her level, and if they really wanted to thank her, she had an idea. She asked them to let her have the little one, at least for a couple of videos. After all, Ether was very cute, even though she was a summoned creature. Her head was filled with ideas. She said to just imagine how many comments there would be if she dressed her up in a maid's costume. But Ikom apologized and refused, to which she called him boring. He believes that this is not a creature that can be shown to the whole world. She is unique and intelligent. Moreover, filming her on video could be dangerous. After all, then the Chimera's fangs would learn their location, but that's not the only thing that worries him. Ikomo cannot get the words Ether said about the end of the world out of his head, so this cannot be ignored. After that, Ether didn't say anything else, but she's the key to figuring out the rifts. He really wants to know the whole truth, but he cannot believe that the world will really come to an end. Perhaps there is something that Ikomi did not notice when he was reborn, so all hope rests on Ether. Although in 10 years the number of rifts will decrease, inflation will increase. And people will not be able to control this phenomenon. But how will the end of their world come? He does not understand this. Therefore, as a former adventurer of the highest rank, he must change the fate of this world. But the new rifts proved difficult for him and Satsuki, so he said that they would have to look for a third member of the group. Satsuki agreed and added that it should be someone who can be trusted and who can do more damage to the opponent. The Ikomi class is versatile, but it is not as good as others in terms of attacks. The Shaman class is also not bad, but in most cases serves more as support. In the future, it will be even more difficult for them to clear the rifts. Sena is not very interested in clearing, so they need a permanent member of the group. Shion has a similar class to Ikomi, so she is also not suitable. There is also the leader of the Thunder Knights, but that is not the best option either. Satsuki completely agreed that he should not be taken into the team. Sena clarified that Ikom recently received a B rank, so why not find someone among the same adventurers? After all, among those with rank B, there are many strong adventurers who work alone and who would meet his criteria. In his past life, Ikom had an acquaintance who was a combat class adventurer who worked alone. During the battle, she wanted to protect Ikom and lost her life because of it. In the end, she said that even though they had only recently joined the group, working with him had been a real joy for her. Ikomu wondered if nothing had happened to her in this world. Satsuki asked him what he was thinking about, and he replied that he was lost in memories. He was supposed to meet this girl in 3 years, but he didn't know if they would be able to meet and become friends in this timeline. Ikoma and Satsuki returned to the guild and saw that a girl was unhappy, that she had no work left to do because someone had already cleaned up the break. Satsuki said she had never seen this girl here before. Ikoma looked at her and recognized something familiar. That sword, that aura, he couldn't believe it was her, the same girl he had just mentioned. Satsuki didn't understand what was going on. He approached the girl to see if he was imagining things. Akoma asked if her name was Kagura's Mio, but she replied asking who he was. Satsuki asked Akoma if they knew each other. He couldn't act like they were old friends, so he replied that he had heard of her. She was a burgundy swordswoman who had never lost a battle, a talented adventurer and a loner. Akoma asked if she wanted to join their group because they were looking for a new member, but she didn't like that. After all, she had no intention of babysitting helpless adventurers like the two of them. Satsuki thought that if Ikom remembered her name, she must be very talented, but she behaves unbearably. She wanted to stand up for herself and Ikom, so she said that she didn't even know who they were or what they were capable of. Therefore, you can't judge by appearances. To which she apologized and replied that she had been working as an adventurer for a long time and could immediately tell who was worthy of her attention and who was not. Akoma added that they are about level 40 and have experience clearing rank B rifts. He thought it was a good resume and asked if she agreed, but she replied that their high levels meant nothing. Akoma asked if she really disliked being hired by other adventurers that much. He had a plan to convince her. He suggested they test their strength in the training arena if she didn't want to bother with weaklings. If he could prove his strength to her, then maybe she would trust him to watch her back. But she replied that she would not fall for such a senseless provocation and that she was not interested in their group. Akoma realized that she still didn't want to get close to anyone. Satsuki asked if he really wanted to challenge her to a duel. After all, you can get seriously injured in the training arena, even if it's just a regular sparring match. Usually an adventurer and a guild instructor compete in the arena, and for two adventurers to compete, permission must be obtained from the administration. He replied that this issue could be resolved, but she refused. But it's not because she doesn't want to bother with the weak. The reason is different. The reason is that she realizes one important thing. No one cares about her personality. After all, everyone only wants her power, because Kakurazaka Mio belongs to a rare class of Reapers. This allows her to win not only with physical strength, but also with dark magic. No matter who competes with her, she is capable of defeating everyone. This class combines physical attacks and magic well. Everyone would like to have such a participant in their group, but she will achieve her goal if she stays alive. Satsuki said that they need to find someone they can trust, but she has doubts that she will find common ground with this girl. Akoma reassured her and said that she is reliable even if she is harsh with her words. She replied that if he thought so, she should not doubt his words. After returning home, Akoma began to study information about Kakurazaka Mio. She always chose the most dangerous faults to study. She is the most courageous girl he has ever met. Mio dislikes weak people and has an intolerable personality. She always refuses to fully join a group and prefers to go it alone. And in the previous timeline, she was the one who saved Ikom's life. The path of a loner is very dangerous. Therefore, if he cannot influence the course of this timeline in gratitude for her saving him, he must befriend her to save her life. He turned to Ether and asked her if she thought he could convince this stubborn girl to join him. She replied that the power of one person could change the course of events, but he did not quite understand the meaning of these words. Akoma remembered how Mio had joined their group last time. He and another adventurer were looking for someone to join their team. They needed someone who could do good damage and distract their opponents. Ikom knew such a person, so he asked for time to persuade her. At first, she ignored him, but he didn't give up hope and continued to insist, and they managed to become friends. Then they found themselves together in the same rift. Mio came alone, and Ikom was with his team. When asked what he was doing there, Ikomu replied that high-ranking adventurers often go to Dangerous Rift. Their group was also participating in clearing the Poison Blade Rift. After all, it was a great opportunity for her to see them in action. Then she would change her mind and make a final decision on whether to join their group or not. Ikom had a dream that their path in the rift was not easy, and then he woke up and realized that his meeting with Mio had given him unnecessary memories. He received a message that a new disaster had occurred not far from Tokyo. Monsters had emerged from the overflowing rift and were attacking people. This had not happened often before, and it confused him. After all, the unstable rift was supposed to appear in about 3 years, but the situation was critical because people were needed. He looked at the name of the fault, and it was Poison Blade. This was supposed to happen in 3 years. In the previous timeline, this unstable fault appeared at that very moment. That's why Ikoma was frightened. After all, it was in this rift that Mio gave her life to save him. Ikoma met with Satsuki and suggested going shopping to buy new clothes. Satsuki said that this suit suited him very well, and he thanked her for the compliment. After that, she admitted that she was surprised by the offer to buy clothes. She couldn't imagine helping Ikoma pick out clothes. She said that if he wanted, they could go shopping together. But he didn't pay attention to her offer because he was distracted by the new fault line. Knowing Mio, she would go there this time too. Now he had more experience clearing rifts, but his level was lower. He had failed last time, even with a higher level and other skills. Mio has a higher level, but she won't listen to his advice, but he can't leave her in trouble, even though it's foolish to go on a raid with his level. This fault is too dangerous, and he can't take Satsuki with him either. Satsuki noticed that something was wrong and asked Ikoma what happened. After all, he turned pale, but he replied that everything was fine. But she couldn't ignore it, so she approached him and said that if something was bothering him, he could share it with her. Because when he invited her to join his group, he needed her strength. Hearing this made her happy, so she hates herself for not being able to help. especially when he needs it. So she asked him to open up and rely on her. He thanked her for her support and confessed his plans. He was going to take part in a raid. Satsuki said she had read about it, but she is interested in why he wants to take part in it. He asked if she remembered the girl from the guild, because if she takes part in this raid, she will lose her life there. This information shocked Satsuki. Akoma replied that it was hard to believe, but he wanted to make sure she was safe. She asked if he was sure that Mio would participate, and where he got the idea that she would lose her life. So he decided to confess everything to her and asked her to listen carefully. He always said that he had an item that helped him learn everything about portals and special items. But that wasn't true. The truth was that he could see his future. Akoma understood that it sounded like nonsense and that she might not believe him, but it was true. Satsuki replied that she believed him. After all, he had proven it twice. He knew every portal they had cleared like the back of his hand. Besides, she trusts him and doesn't think he would deceive her in such a senseless way. He is pleased that she believes him, but this blind faith makes him a little uneasy, so he hopes that there will be no problems with this in the future. Together they went on a raid, and Ecom warned that this battle could be the most dangerous of all those they had participated in. Therefore, they should be careful. Satsuki learned from an article on the internet that the local boss's level would be 65. This is not much different from Ether, but ICOM knows that this information is unreliable. After all, the boss will evolve. Therefore, he will reach level 80, and they should defeat him before he completes his evolution. This news upset Satsuki. Ikoma admitted that he would not want to participate in clearing the rift and fighting the boss. But if he fails to persuade Mio to stop, he will have to go with her. However, at least 3 groups must participate in the raid. They have to come up with a plan to destroy the boss and organize themselves. Satsuki asked why he wanted to save Mio, since he has no desire to participate in the raid. Perhaps something connected them in the past. He replied that she had saved his life. Satsuki found it hard to believe that she was capable of such a thing. Finally, they arrived at their destination to participate in the raid. The woman standing at the entrance greeted them warmly and thanked them for their concern. After all, they had come from another city to help. The woman admitted that few adventurers had decided to participate. 5 more adventurers had arrived. There were 7 of them in total. But then Mio approached them from behind and asked what they were doing there. Were they following her? She had finally decided not to join their group, but Ecom asked what she was talking about. They just wanted to participate, and they were qualified to do so. Mio replied that it was interesting and asked why they didn't participate in the raid that took place in Kanto. Satsuki couldn't understand how a girl who hated the weak could have saved Icom. Then Mio asked Satsuki why she was looking at her like that. She replied that everything was fine and apologized. A man asked if they had also come to participate. He thought that although they were young, it was better than nothing. Ikoma noticed the man's uniform. He was not from the guild and was not from the special forces, but the patch with the logo seemed familiar to him. It was a commercial company that had taken its place in the entertainment industry and was enhancing its image by supporting public safety. A company of adventurers who undergo special training for the sake of business development using their class skills. In the future, they will reach great heights. But for now, it's just a startup. A guy from the company approached Mr. Hanagasaki and said that they should be more polite to potential customers. After all, they are representatives of a mobile force, to which he apologized and said he understood. This guy is Boss Shiraki. He also apologized on his behalf. He added that sometimes he behaves like a stubborn old man, but he is not a bad person. Satsuki replied that there was no need to apologize. She thought how nice it was that there was at least one person here with a normal personality. Shiraki added that he would be happy to go through the rift with them and introduced himself as a representative of the Mobile Force Company. He showed Akoma his ID. His intuition, honed over decades of experience, told him that this guy was not as simple as he seemed, so it was worth being on guard. Shiraki continued talking and shared that he was fascinated by young and talented adventurers. He hoped that they would become friends. After the conversation, everyone went into the rift. No one knew what awaited them there. Right at the beginning of the rift, monsters began to attack them. They attacked not individually, but in groups. Hanagasaki realized that they were very intelligent. Shiraki knows why this happened. The rift caused anomalies in Saitama. Because of this, the local monsters may be stronger than those they had fought before. But there are 7 of them, and with a good strategy, they will be able to defeat them. The main thing is to stick to the strategy. He told the others not to panic and to cover them from behind using their powers. Ikoma noticed that the adventurers from the mobile force work well as a team. 2 of them have offensive power and quickly get rid of monsters. Another guy covers them by distracting stronger opponents. The group leader stays behind and watches his comrades. If the situation is critical, then he joins the battle and covers everyone else. However, it is important in teamwork not only to divide roles among themselves, but also for the leader to be able to cope with his comrades. Satsuki used her power to defeat the monster. On the notification screen, she saw that it had a lot of health, even though it looked like an ordinary monster. She told Ikoma that there were too many monsters and that they should be eliminated with a single blow using gravity magic. But he didn't want to waste mana. After all, the boss was waiting ahead and it was worth saving his strength. Meanwhile, Mio fought desperately and destroyed everyone in her path. Ecom didn't expect anything less from her. After all, she was strong in her past life. He had never met an adventurer who could destroy a monster with a single blow. Her class possesses destructive power. Currently, she is the strongest adventurer in the group. After defeating the monster, Ikom noticed that it was still alive but had little health left, so he suggested that Satsuki take all his mana. As soon as she was about to do so, Hanagasaki delivered the decisive blow. Shiraki praised him for this, and Ikom explained that it was wrong to do so because they needed him alive. Ikoma understands that he did it because the final blow earns a large number of experience points, but you can't take someone else's prey. But Shiraki disagreed and asked them if it was a pity to give up one monster. And since when have adventurers been so petty? After all, there's enough for everyone here. Ikoma said that he deliberately pushed Satsuki away to take their experience points because it's not nice to do that to your comrades. But he replied that they shouldn't bother him because they had to give way to their elders. Satsuki told Ikomi that it wasn't worth arguing with him. For adventurers, level is an indicator of skill, and there is an unbreakable rule among them. The one who deals the most damage gets to finish off the monster. After that, Ikoma no longer wants to go on raids with such people. Even though it was a one-time raid, it certainly didn't add to his trust in them. After all, how can you cover for someone who behaves so badly and takes away someone else's experience? Shiraki noticed the conflict and asked what was going on. Hanagasaki replied that the kids were offended by him over trifles, so it was nothing serious. He told everyone to move on because there was a lot to do and a lot of experience for the children to gain. If they stood there and sulked, they would gain nothing. Shiraki apologized to Ikom for the misunderstanding between him and Hanagasaki. But Ikomo said that it was no big deal, and that perhaps he had been too harsh with him. They continued to explore the rift, and Shiraki admitted that he wanted all of Japan, and even the whole world, to know about their feat in the rift. The special unit has an impact on the rifts, and adventurers cannot reveal their potential. And he thinks that the future lies with corporate adventurers. After all, they also want to achieve the safety of clearing the rifts. Satsuki replied that he was very ambitious in his plans, but the level is not rising as fast as Shiraki would like. Therefore, they are taking advantage of every opportunity. After all, the higher the rank, the more difficult it is to raise the level, especially if there are 4 people in the team. This provokes conflicts due to the unequal distribution of points, because everyone wants to get as much as possible, so there are difficulties in controlling his teammates. Therefore, Shiraki apologizes once again for Hanagasaki's behavior, for his ill-considered actions. He just wants to be useful in the future. Satsuki wished them luck in raising their levels because it is such a heavy burden for corporate adventurers. They noticed that the special unit had not yet explored the right passage, so they should not stay long. After all, their duties include mapping. Ikoma thought that something didn't add up here. Shiraki controls his subordinates well, and they follow his orders. But now he says he can't control their behavior in the rift. What kind of leader is he if they don't listen to him? The team looked around and talked among themselves. One of the adventurers told Hanagasaki that the rift was not as scary as people said. After all, they were selected based on the highest ratings, so it should be more difficult since they had to go through the selection process. Shiraki said it would be nice if they could get through the rift as easily as they got through the selection process, and asked Hanagasaki not to let his guard down. After all, they were sent here as representatives of the company, so they couldn't afford to lose face. Ikoma realized that these adventurers were the strongest of all the company's employees. But the rift was different from anything they had ever seen. The anomaly was progressing slowly, but eventually they would face serious consequences. In the previous timeline, the boss was in the middle of his evolution. Perhaps this time will be the same. Therefore, Ikom's goal is to explore the rift and stop Mio if she gets into a fight with the boss. He also has to write a convincing report for the special forces so that trained soldiers will take care of it. Everyone here wants to prove themselves by defeating the boss, so he has to somehow convince them not to fight. But Mio is stubborn and cannot be persuaded. To convince them, Ikoma would have to be a good speaker and be convincing enough. Ikom noticed that the group's leader, Shiraki, wants to talk to Mio, and he is interested in this. Shiraki told her that he had heard a lot about her. She is quite popular among lone adventurers. After all, she recently received the rank of B. But during that time, she had managed to take part in many high-level raids. So it was a great honor for him to meet such a legendary solo adventurer as her, because Mio was very talented. But she replied that it was enough to talk nonsense, and if he had something to say, he should say it directly. So he offered her to become his right hand and a member of the mobile force. After all, he is sure that she is capable of such work. If she joins, the company will start to grow faster, and he wants to protect the country from rifts together with her. Satsuki noticed Shiraki's eloquence, but according to Ikoma, she should refuse. So she replied that she was not interested, but he tried to convince her. If she becomes his right-hand woman, he will gather as many talented adventurers as he can. But she didn't let him finish and asked him to be quiet. She said she wasn't going to join anyone's group and asked him not to talk to her anymore. After all, she had chosen the path of a loner because she wanted to. Hinting at Ikumu Mio, she added that she had been dealing with persistent guys lately, so she told everyone to remember that she had joined for the raid. After that, their paths would diverge, but Shiraki did not give up trying to win her over. She believes that as she levels up, it will become more difficult for her to maintain her career as a lone adventurer, because it is dangerous to walk in the rifts of rank A and above. She replied that she would stick to her path until the end of her days. Satsuki said that Miss Mio says and does things that make the atmosphere very tense. After these words, Hanagasaki addressed them and said that they could see that their boss was very kind to them, so he asked them not to get in his way. Akoma replied that he couldn't wait to prove himself. Meanwhile, the boss is trying to attract even more employees to the company. He added that it seems to be because they are not doing very well, and these words angered him. He told Akoma to watch his tongue, but Akoma turned to Shiraki and said that his subordinate wanted to create conflict again. Akoma realized that Shiraki's words meant nothing to him and that he was not a leader. Everyone only listened to him during fights because they were afraid of the consequences. Satsuki asked what he meant. Akoma said that he is kind to strangers and apologizes if one of his subordinates offends someone, but he doesn't scold anyone and tries to create a friendly atmosphere. But in battle, everyone listens to him because it's important to be more obedient there. He can't scold them because of fear, as it's important to show good relations in front of unfamiliar adventurers. Akoma said that this would not work with him. He does not have to listen to him. Shiraki said that this was a misunderstanding and that he was tired of his subordinates' attacks. But they should calm down and act as a team. Akoma agreed to work together, but he is not going to try hard for their company, so he didn't have to do everything to ensure they got high scores after the raid was over. After the conversation, they went deeper into the rift. Satsuki asked Akoma if it was worth arguing with him in such a place. He replied that it might not have been the best decision, but he was tired of putting up with his manipulations. Meanwhile, Shiraki thought about Akoma's words. He believed that he was doing a good job as captain, but it was as if he had become a babysitter for 3 adults. After all they knew how to do was compete, and on this raid, a smart guy had appeared who was showing his dissatisfaction, so he was definitely experienced and strong, and besides, he's not afraid to speak his mind. Shiraki thought that he had probably figured him out. After all, he agreed to the raid to earn respect. He is worried whether he will be able to stay with his disobedient subordinates, and the one who has become arrogant. But Ikom also believes that one should be careful with him. After a while, they encountered a new wave of monsters. Shiraki believes that this is the best time to clear up the misunderstanding. After all, he wanted to put Ikomu in his place for all his offensive words. His team had only one goal, to finish off all the monsters as quickly as possible. The further they go into the rift, the stronger their opponents become. Previously, they encountered lower-level flea monsters, but these monsters are level 47. In addition, they have stronger paws with blades and stronger bodies. They have no magical abilities, but this is compensated for by their physical advantages. The best way to defeat them is to hit them in the stomach. Mio is capable of delivering a powerful blow, but Ikom asked her not to get too close and to let others help her. But she insists that she can handle it herself, so Mio, as always, didn't listen to anyone and did things her own way. Because of this, she always gets into dangerous situations. So Satsuki tells him to help her while she attacks these mantises from behind. It looks like the battle will be interesting, but Shiraki has his own plan because he wants to put Ikumu in his place. He is used to training his subordinates with his own methods in the training arena. That's why his team is afraid of him. Shiraki believes that the leader's task is not only to be responsible, but also to educate his subordinates. And fear is the best teacher for the ignorant. So he takes revenge in the arena by punishing the group members for minor or serious offenses. Shiraki decided to prove to Akomi that he was capable of risking his life for others. He told his subordinates to take on the bugs on the right. He himself would control the situation in the center, so his team simply followed orders. But he also fought the monsters quite well. Mio noticed that he was quite strong and agile, but his attacks were too indiscriminate. He told her that it was dangerous for her to fight alone and that he would cover her, but she rudely replied that he should not interfere in her battle. Standing in the center, Shiraki could see Akomu well, so he hoped that by watching him, he would come to her aid at the right moment. But Ikom and Satsuki were doing quite well on their own. After catching the beetle, Ikom was going to leave it without legs, but it broke free. To finally defeat it, he used his skills. Satsuki noticed that he was using a lot of mana, but he couldn't rely on Shiraki and Mio was busy with other beetles. He didn't have time to drag out the fight. Shiraki watched Ikom and noticed his speed and power. He had never seen anything like it before, so he realized that he should not underestimate him. Shiraki also appreciated Ikom's incredible fighting skills and thought that if Ikom joined them, their company would reach a new level. He had big plans, but the adventurers were getting in the way. Shiraki organized a corporate division of adventurers and trained them himself. Senior management laughed at his ideas of training people to benefit the company, but he has one last chance to get funding. So he has to stand out in the raid because after that his company will be funded, and he is not going to give all the glory to Ikom. He told his subordinate, Amemiya, that the battle was coming to an end, and that she should pretend to have accidentally injured Ikomi during the fight. After all, during the battle, the adventurers are focused on the monsters and not on their allies. Therefore, he will not understand that it was intentional. Amemiya doesn't understand why she has to do this and what the boss is up to, but he believes that this is the only way to rein in the boy. So, Shiraki doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Amemiya had her doubts, but because of her fear of the boss, she had to do it. She apologized silently. After all, if she doesn't follow the order, the boss will simply destroy her, and she decided that if she wounds him in the shoulder, the wound won't be serious. But Ikom noticed that something was wrong. However, she was sure that everything would work out. On one side was the monster, and on the other was her. so Ikoma wouldn't be able to handle both at the same time. But Ikoma wasn't the only one paying attention to everything that was happening around him. Satsuki also noticed it and grabbed Amamiya, taking advantage of the shadows. Ikoma thanked her for covering his back. She asked Amamiya what she meant. She said that she was aiming at the monster and did not calculate the force of the blow. Shiraki was just angry that he could not entrust even a simple task to anyone. In addition, he realized that Ikoma and Satsuki were quite experienced, despite their age, and were ready for emergencies. Ikoma shouted to Amamiya that the battle was not over yet, so she should not relax. Amamiya didn't notice the monster close to her and it hurt her. As it turned out, these beetles also possessed magic. Shiraki realized that sending his subordinate close to them was a mistake. He told another subordinate named Sawai to heal Amamiya immediately, and Hanagasaki to accompany him. But he didn't want to because he wasn't done with the monster, but Ikoma took the monster on himself and said that now it was his problem, and he would take care of Amamiya. Ikoma finally finished the battle with the monster and gained experience points. He also leveled up from 49 to 50. Together with Satsuki, they watched the others battle. Mio was doing great on her own. Satsuki asked if they should help this group of adventurers. After all, they were risking their lives because of their own carelessness and their comrades' mistakes. If she had hesitated for even a second, Ikoma would have been injured. Shiraki apologized as usual, explaining that it was some kind of misunderstanding. After all, Amamiya didn't want that. But Ikoma said to stop this false politeness. After all three subordinates listened to him during the battle, and Amamiya would not have allowed such a mistake under her strict control. Ikoma understands that there is no point in blaming his subordinates because they are under his influence. But if he continues to turn a blind eye to this, someone will get hurt again. Even if he reports it to the guild, there is no evidence. But Ikoma is sure that it was intentional, and proving it will be very difficult. Therefore, he has no choice. Amamiya was lucky. She was not seriously injured, but this cannot go on. The boss is waiting ahead, and Ikoma has wasted mana because of his subordinates' mistakes. So Ikoma tells Shiraki that in order to prevent similar incidents, he wants to stop investigating the rift immediately. But Mio couldn't stand aside and said that she was tired of both of them. So let them deal with it in another city. She has no intention of leaving the portal. Ikoma cannot leave Mio alone because he came specifically for her. But her character is very complex and stubborn. Mio said that Ikoma and Shiraki were only arguing and getting in the way. Therefore, she would deal with the boss herself. Ikoma asked her if she hates working in a team because her friend died because of her. Hearing this, she got angry and immediately put her weapon to his neck. Mio asked how he found out about it and said that if he wanted to finish researching the rift, he could go ahead. She would continue on her way to the boss. They were only getting in her way anyway. He asked her to stop because he couldn't let her go alone in such a situation. In the past, he had heard about her from the adventurers of the guild with whom he went on raids and thought it was just a rumor, but now everything became clear to him. Ikoma told Satsuki that he had to go after Mio. He was worried that the story from the past timeline would repeat itself. But Shiraki wants to stop him. After all, Amamiya can no longer fight monsters, and they cannot be separated in such a situation. He knows that if Ikoma leaves, the raid will automatically fall apart, so he wants to persuade him to stay and continue the cleanup. He cannot leave the rift empty-handed because the future funding of the unit he created depends on it. He said he understands their concerns, but Mio herself made the decision to go on without them, and they should stick together for safety. But Ikoma replied that how can he talk about safety when he ordered Amamiya to attack him? It's ridiculous, and he told him not to get in their way. Shiraki continued to argue that it was a misunderstanding, but if he didn't want to deal with him, he could agree to a deal that would be beneficial to both of them. He offered to pay each of them 2 million yen if they agreed to clear the rift with him. Shiraki added that Ikoma might already understand, but he had to clear the rift no matter what it took, and he would do everything to achieve that. Especially since he and Mio had not known each other for very long. Why should they risk their lives for her when they could make good money? Hanagasaki said he didn't have that kind of money, but he replied that they would if they managed to clear the rift. After all, if he proves that his team is capable of handling such a difficult task, the project will be sponsored, and he will receive money and power. He had gone too far toward his goal to back down now. Moreover, he believed that everyone could be bought, especially these children. Shiraki imagines how, after clearing the rift, he will be able to manipulate Ikoma and, thanks to his combat skills, will be at the top of a powerful corporation. But Ikoma dispels his fantasies by saying that he refuses to work with him and asks him to leave. After all, he has to find Mio before it's too late, and he offers to take Amamiya to the exit. Shiraki took Ikoma by the shoulder and said that he must not have hurt him. After all, this is 2 million, the most money he has ever seen in his life. But if that wasn't enough, he would give him 5 or even 6 million and pay him right after the cleanup. Ikoma replied that, unlike him, he had become an adventurer to help people, so he wasn't interested in money or connections, and his answer was still no. He asked him not to waste his time and to leave quickly. Shiraki said that if he didn't want to, he should leave Satsuki. If he wanted to save Mio, he should go, but as a leader, he wouldn't let Satsuki go with him. After all, if she goes, she will be in great danger. Or does he think otherwise? As a good leader and head of the mobile force, he was responsible for the safety of every member of the team. Satsuki realized that this was just manipulation to delay Ikoma and use him for their own purposes. He asked Ikoma what his level was, and he replied that it was 50. Shiraki said what a coincidence because he has the same level, so maybe they could make a bet for the leadership position. The loser would listen to the winner and follow all orders until the end of the raid, but Hanagasaki reminded his boss that fighting in the rift was too dangerous. But Shiraki ignored him and said that there was a conflict in the group, and the best way to resolve it was to sort out the hierarchy once and for all. Satsuki shouted that they would only waste their mana before the battle with the boss. But Ikoma did not listen to her and agreed to the proposal to end it as soon as possible. Then Shiraki and his team would not get in his way. Hanagasaki had never met anyone who could defeat their boss. But this guy was in a class of his own, and whoever won the battle, both would suffer. Shiraki ordered his subordinates to help him defeat Akoma. This surprised them because then the fight would not be fair. They shared their powers with their boss using magic enhancement skills and steel skin. He felt his strength increase and said it was time to start their fair fight. But Satsuki was very angry. She said how could it be a fair fight if he ordered his subordinates to use their abilities to enhance his characteristics, just to save his mana during the competition with Ecom. Thanks to the enhancement, his magical and physical stats had doubled, so he decided to show off that he would definitely defeat him now. He suggested that Ikomi surrender and admit defeat before it was too late. To defeat him, Ikomi would have to spend a lot of mana, but he couldn't give up. Shiraki manipulates through fear, and that clouds the mind. He forced him to strengthen his abilities and suggested that he give up, so Ikomi realized that he was incapable of anything without the help of others. But Shiraki tells him that it's time to start so that everything can end quickly. Hanagasaki does not understand why Akoma is doing this. After all, Shiraki's power has doubled before his eyes. After this, he will not be able to resist. Shiraki has a paladin class that is ideal for a leader, but not for him. The class has a good basic attack, high defense, and a penchant for magic. He is confident that Akoma cannot be defeated, but he asks Akoma if he really wants to fight because he has no chance. Akoma said that enough was enough and that he was in a hurry, so if he didn't hurry up, his powers would fade. They began to fight, and Hanagasaki told Satsuki that she could see for herself that this guy was no match for their boss. Even without his powers, he was very strong, but Satsuki is sure that Akoma's skills will help him dodge in time and stop Shiraki. At least she wants to believe that. Shiraki noticed that Akoma was dodging all his attacks, not attacking, and waiting for his powers to wear off. He says that as soon as the power-ups disappear, his comrades will help him again, so Akoma alone will not be able to resist the united group. After all, strength lies in numbers, and he noticed this while still in school. He had always been gifted. Although he rarely participated in sports events and studies, he always remained the best. So others looked at him with envy. Then the bullying began. They laughed at him and he couldn't fight back. After school, the boys got together in a group and beat him up. But if they had fought one-on-one, no one would have stood a chance. Then he began to study psychology. Realizing that one person is powerless against a crowd, he joined the adventurers and gathered a group. And to earn money, he went into the black steel production business. The fight continues, and Shiraki says that it will all end with one blow, to which Ikomu replies that he talks too much and has hurt him. Shiraki said what happened and why it hurt so much. Ikom replied that he only hit him with the blunt side of the sword. Hanagasaki doesn't understand how Ikom could attack the boss since they enhanced his characteristics. Shiraki is also interested in this question. Ikomu replied that his body is not capable of withstanding such a large amount of enhancements, although he has become stronger and faster. But it was of no use, because the body cannot cope with the power. Ikoma let him attack so that he would understand for himself that he was weak, even with the enhancements. Hanagasaki was surprised that the boss was weaker from the start, and Ikom understood this immediately after the blow, so it turns out they didn't help him. Shiraki said he lost his vigilance, but it won't happen again. That's why Akoma didn't attack him with the sharp side of the sword and missed his chance. He was surprised that no matter how much he used his psychological tricks on Akoma, they didn't work. He was just as indifferent. Shiraki realized that by giving in to his emotions, he would lose, and there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the reinforcement. So he had to defeat him in that time. After all, he had the strength of a paladin and his comrades, so he did not lose confidence. But Ikom added that he could no longer ask his subordinates for help. He asked why, to which Ikom replied that there was no point, because from now on he would not even allow anyone to hit him. His team sees him losing to someone for the first time. He himself noticed that he had become slower, so brute force will not help him. In addition to physical strength and speed, he also has magic, so he hopes to defeat Ikom with it. To deliver one precise blow, he wants to put all his strength into the skill of divine punishment. Hanagasaki knows that this is the boss's strongest spell and it takes a lot of mana. Ikoma could dodge it with gravity magic and doesn't want to waste more energy than necessary on this fight. So he used the monster's fangs as a shield, which surprised Shiraki. His magic is not strong enough to dodge it with gravity. Shiraki raged and attacked Akoma, but in a moment he disappeared. Gravity magic helped him do this. He descended to him and simply poked him in the forehead with his finger. But this made Shiraki's head spin. He doesn't understand what's going on. The human body is sensitive to changes in space, so it was enough to slightly change the gravity of his body for him to lose his orientation in space. Ikoma attacked him again. Now Shiraki was well aware of his strength. He put his sword to his neck and said that there was no point in continuing to fight. He was shocked that even with such enhancements, he could not defeat Ikoma. Hanagasaki said he didn't understand. After all, if they all had rank B, why was Ikumu on a completely different level of ability? Shiraki could not admit defeat. After all, he had to be the leader and show the company what he was capable of. So he tried to attack again, saying that Ikoma's time was coming to an end, but he failed. Ikoma used the same technique against him again, but this time with a sword. He told Shiraki that basic magic lasts about 500 seconds, so his defeat was inevitable. Hanagasaki was surprised that Ikomo had figured this out, and he himself said that he would now be the leader of the team. He told the team to rest a little and leave the rift the same way they came. Satsuki said that because of their leader's selfishness, Ikoma had lost a lot of mana, and since they weren't going to fight the monsters, they should give them their mana. Ikoma said that this was not actually part of his plan, but Satsuki did as she pleased. She took enough mana from Shiraki and gave it to Ikoma. He told Satsuki that the competition had gone on too long, so now they had to quickly find Mio by following her trail. But Shiraki still couldn't give up trying to lure Icom to his team. After all, with his strength, the mobile force would reach a new level. But he replied again that he had become an adventurer, not for fame and money. In the previous timeline, Ecom didn't meet any adventurers from the mobile force. He believes that he needs tools, not companions. A group without trust is doomed to decline. With this approach, he will not achieve his dream. Satsuki noticed Ecom's kindness towards Shiraki's subordinates. After all, he explained how to get out of the rift faster. She said she would just leave them. After all, after what they had done, they did not deserve to be treated well. Even though they were bad people, he wanted them to get out alive. Besides, Ikoma also had a lot of ambition before. He was cocky and didn't think about his comrades. He was only interested in the result, and when the team wanted to return, he refused because he wanted to defeat the boss, since he still had mana left. At that time, he didn't think that his comrades' opinions were important. Perhaps that's why their paths diverged so quickly. Satsuki told him not to be sad because it was all in the past. After all, he had become a completely different person now. Ikoma thought that Mio couldn't have been badly hurt. After all, the boss was only beginning to evolve in the first stage of the rift, but he had to hurry to stop the fight before it was too late and save her. Mio had already encountered the boss, and he seemed very strong to her. After all, she had never encountered a monster of level 80 before. On their way to Mio, Ikoma and Satsuki found magical fragments of precious stones. They appear after monsters are destroyed, and it seems that Mio was here recently. Satsuki wondered why she didn't take them. After all, the magical fragments contain the monster's mana. These stones are very valuable and in 10 years will become an ecological source of energy. But even now, they can be sold profitably to the guild. But Mio never chased after profit. Satsuki asked Ikoma about her deceased companion he had mentioned. He replied that he had heard about it from other adventurers but did not think it was true. In her first year as an adventurer, she lost a close friend during a rift cleanup. Satsuki asked if that was why she worked alone. Ikoma said that was most likely the reason. Judging by her reaction, she still blamed herself for it. Then Satsuki asked again why he had been gathering information about her. He said he wanted to get closer to her, so he tried to find out about her from others. She asked if he was stalking her. He replied that this was not the case. He wanted to learn about her because she had saved his life. She was troubled by one question. Had Ecom fallen in love with Mio? But it seemed that her behavior had caused some misunderstanding. Ikoma noticed that Mio had gone deep into the crevice, to where the boss lives, so they had to hurry. Mio had already started fighting the boss, but he was too strong and fast. There were no other monsters nearby, so he would soon begin to evolve. So she definitely couldn't handle him and had to get out of there and warn everyone about the danger. But if she leaves, he will chase after her and the others will be in danger. That's why she goes into the rift alone. So if she can't escape, she has to fight. Her class reveals its full power on the brink of death, and then she will have a chance to equalize the forces and defeat him. Mio's friend who died appeared before her and said that they would meet again soon. But Mio has to focus on the fight. The boss used his skill and summoned poisonous larvae. She said that this is all he can do, and that it makes him worse off. After all, now he is defenseless, so it's her time to attack. But the monster dodged. He specializes in attacks, so Mio was surprised at how easily and quickly he escaped to another place. It seemed as if he was deliberately stalling for time to complete his evolution. But she was not going to give him time for that and wanted to show him her full power. Mio used the Bloody Lunge skill, which transforms life force into a powerful attack. She spent a lot of health on it, and it didn't help. She won't be able to deliver another blow like that. It seemed to her that the boss had become even faster. She suffered great damage and felt terrible pain, unable to move and beginning to lose consciousness. She was surprised that this monster had not yet finished her off. As she lost consciousness, memories of how she had lost her parents in the disaster echoed in her head. She ran to her house, but her husband wanted to stop her because there might still be monsters inside, so he told her to go back to the shelter. But Mio asked him to let her go, even though her husband tried to stop her and she saw her parents. These monsters took away what was most precious to her. She was left all alone, so she chose the path of an adventurer. So she is not going to give up and will use her powers to fight to the end. She asked her boss if he really thought that if she was lying on the ground, it would be easy to finish her off. The Reaper's Last Wish skill activates when the owner's health drops to 10% or below. This increases attack power and removes debuffs. The skill lasts as long as there is mana, so the battle continues. She hates monsters with all her heart and has no intention of giving up. If the boss regains strength thanks to skills, he will not be able to recover. So Mio is determined and wants to deprive him of all his limbs so that he cannot attack. She has to act quickly while the skill is active and put all her strength into the attack. But the boss has called on the larvae for help again, and Mio feels that they have become stronger and faster. For a moment she thought she wouldn't be able to dodge, but she decided to fight to the last breath. She still managed to damage the monster's paw, but that was the end of her skill's effect. She thought, is this the end? Will I have to say goodbye to life? She remembered how she lost her friend who wanted to convince her to rest because she was tired of walking. But she was not going to stop and said that the monsters did not care whether she was tired or not. So they had to defeat them all as quickly as possible, and if her friend was tired, then next time Mio would go into the rift alone. She saw her friend again, who told her that she had died because of her and asked why Mio was still alive. She asked when they would finally meet again. Mio replied, "Don't worry, it will be very soon." She was ready to say goodbye to life, but Ikome and Satsuki arrived in time. Working together as a team, they immediately attacked the monster with their skills. Mio saw them and felt a glimmer of hope, but then she passed out. Ikome decided to take Mio to a safe place so that she would not be in danger. They arrived just in time and managed to save Mio, but she was very weak because she had almost no health left. Her body was weakened, and if they didn't take her to a doctor, she would die. But it wasn't easy to get out of the crevice. Even though they hid, the boss would find them quickly. He was very strong, smart, and cunning, and he blocked their passage, and that was the only way out of the cave. Mio regained consciousness and asked why they had come for her. Even the three of them together could not defeat the boss of the rift. That's why Ikome didn't want to fight him. They were very lucky to be able to save Mio. But she would no longer be able to fight the boss. The difference in their levels was too great. The monster also had high defense and speed, so they couldn't defeat him. Ikome said he would distract the boss while they ran away, but they didn't like that idea. Mio told him to keep his heroism to himself and that since she was a loner, she would die alone. After all, when she chose this path, she was ready for the end and asked him to let her keep her pride because she didn't want anyone to die because of her. Despite her wounds, she remained unyielding. The pain of the past prevented her from accepting anyone's help, so Ikome said to let her stay. She replied that she would distract him so that they could escape, but Ikome also decided to stay, and together they would defeat the boss. But Satsuki said that the two of them would not be able to defeat the level 80 boss, especially since Mio was seriously injured. Ikome replied that she should transfer her mana to Mio. This would help her hold out for a while, but Satsuki objected, saying that it wouldn't help Mio. She had little health left anyway, and transferring mana would take time. Ikome replied that it would buy them time. Mio tried to stop him because she had fought the boss herself and he was terribly strong. But he replied that he knew more about him than she thought and asked her not to worry because he had a plan. Akoma started the battle and the boss used his poisonous larva skill. Meanwhile, Satsuki had time to share her mana. Mio was frightened by the loud howling of the beetle. Ikome used gravity to dodge and climbing to the top of the cliff, told the monster to attack. Satsuki passed on the mana and they watched Ikome. Mio believes that he underestimates the monster and will not be able to cope with it on his own. The boss wanted to corner Ikome, but he used reverse gravity and, finding himself directly above him, struck a blow. Mio and Satsuki were surprised that he caught the monster off guard. After all, he behaves as if he can see right through the boss. Ikome attacked the monster and said that he couldn't even imagine how long he had been waiting to meet him in order to destroy him. From the day he lost Mio, he dreamed and thought through various options in his head about how to deal with it. With each blow, Ikome inflicted more and more damage on the monster and asked him if that was all an 80-level boss was capable of. Satsuki asked Mio if Ikome could defeat him, but she was sure he couldn't, even though he was strong. But because of the difference in levels, he couldn't do enough damage to her. He would run out of mana before he could finish off the Queen of the Rift. Mio realized that he deliberately told Satsuki to give her mana so that she could help defeat the boss. But if she enters the battle, it is not certain that she will survive after activating her skill. Akome continued to take revenge and admitted that it was a pleasant feeling. After all, he had waited so long to avenge the loss of his companion and provoked the Queen of the Rift to have a little more fun. The Queen used the larvae again. Mio noticed that something was wrong with her. Could she have sensed a threat, even though he was lower than her in level? Ikome shouted that her poisonous larvae were all she was capable of. Mio began to get angry that he would not back down because it was dangerous. Akoma told the Queen that he remembered their battle 10 years ago as if it were yesterday. Mio asked if he was really a B-rank adventurer because he had caused serious damage to the boss. But that was still not enough. She was still very strong no matter how much he hit her. Moreover, she could restore her health using her skill. To defeat her, you need one precise strike that only Mio can deliver. So she told Satsuki that she needed to go help him. But Satsuki wanted to stop her. After all, she hadn't restored all her mana yet, and she was exhausted. And this battle could be her last. She replied that she had enough mana and that he shouldn't worry about anything else, and used the skill Last Wish of the Reaper. This skill helps her use her power to the maximum until her health runs out. She told Satsuki that this was why he had asked her to restore her mana, just so that she could enter the battle and this time she was not going to lose. Mio saw her friend who told her that when she relies on someone, those people may die. She asked if she was sure. She apologized to her friend Momo and said she couldn't ignore the determination of someone who was risking their life for others. Mio asked Akoma if he knew about the abilities of the Reaper class, and if that was why he asked his friend to give her mana. He replied that only with her skill could they defeat the queen, but Mio said she had already tried that and wasted her mana. But he asked her to trust him, and then they would defeat her in 5 seconds. She only had time to say that it was impossible and realized that she would not be able to dodge the attack. But Ikom raised her into the air with him using gravity magic, and when the danger was over, he put her down on the ground. Satsuki joined the battle. Together, they withstood the attack, and Ikom told Mio that it was her turn. To deliver the decisive blow, she would have to use her full potential. To do this, she would need to gain high speed, and not allow other monsters to attack her. Akoma shouted at Mio to strike right now. She managed to do it, but she lost all her strength and couldn't move. The queen has one trick up her sleeve. She pretends to be dead, and when her opponents let their guard down, she releases a poisonous sting. This sting instantly destroys the enemy, and the queen used this technique. Mio thought it was the end. But Ikom wants to redirect the trajectory of the sting by reducing gravity directly on the queen. After all, it was this skill that destroyed Mio in the previous timeline, so he had to put an end to it. Akoma delivered a devastating blow and the boss was finished. For this, he earned experience points and his level rose to 58. Satsuki was very happy that they had managed to defeat the Queen of the Rift after all. Akoma thought that, thank God, despite the difference in levels, everyone was still alive. But most importantly, he had saved Mio. After all, it was her loss that had greatly changed his life, and he had decided to become an adventurer of the highest rank. Mio couldn't believe that it was all over and she was alive, but she was worried about whether her mother had survived. She constantly saw her friend and the memories haunted her. Sometimes she felt like it was driving her crazy. Satsuki approached Mio and asked how she was. She replied that everything was fine. Just looking at Akoma reminded her of an annoying girl. She was sure that she couldn't stand her because Mio had ruined her life, and this girl was constantly waiting to meet her. Akoma understood why Mio didn't join groups and risked herself here and in the past, because she despised herself and was looking for a way to leave this life alone. So he told her that she thinks that girl despises her, but then she wouldn't risk her life to save her. He added that he had heard that her friend had died while clearing the fault line, but he was sure that she had protected Mio, which is why she had survived. Akoma said that she shouldn't blame herself and should face the truth. After all, she didn't survive for no reason. Satsuki noted that she shouldn't be so harsh on her feelings. After all, it was personal. But Mio decided to tell her about the girl. Mio wanted to leave school, and this girl named Momone asked her if it was true. And she replied that the number of faults was increasing every year, and because of the monsters, she had nothing left. Mio received financial assistance as a victim, but it wasn't enough to get into university. That's why she wanted to leave school. There was no point in continuing her education because she had nowhere to go after school. So Mio joined the adventurers. Higher education is not necessary for this. Momone said that she would also leave school, become an adventurer, and watch her back. After a while, they achieved what they wanted and went together to clear the rift, but Momone wanted to return. Mio simply said that her expectations had been confirmed and that Momone was not cut out for this work. She said that next time she would go alone, but her friend asked her not to say that. Momone wanted to show Mio that she was not alone in this world and just wanted to be close to her. But Momone was seriously injured. Mio wanted to save her and kept saying that they would get out and that she should not lose consciousness. But Momone was worried that the main thing was that her friend would not get hurt. Because of this situation, Mio is sure that she hates her. Akoma told her that she doesn't know what those who died are thinking, and that it's not worth thinking about, even for the sake of her own sanity. After all, her friend risked her life to save her, while Mio continues to risk hers, despising herself and seeking danger. He asked if she thinks that's what her friend wanted, and that no one would be sad if Mio died in battle. Akoma is sure that Momone wanted only the best for her, so much that she gave her life for it. Mio remembered her friend's last words. She also felt as if her friend was constantly watching over her, hoping that she was doing well and had new friends. Momone's words echoed in her head, saying that they would not meet again soon, but not to worry because she would watch over her. As they climbed out of the crevice, Momone said that it was too early for Mio to leave this life, and that she should live happily for both of them. Akoma asked if she had acted so recklessly out of guilt, but Momone had always cared for her, putting her life above her own. So if Mio died, all her friend's efforts would be in vain, and Ikom asked to be her friend from that day on. She replied that she needed time to think things over. Ikomu replied that of course she could take as much time as she needed, but it was a good start. So after figuring everything out, they had to get out of the crevice. Mio couldn't walk on her own, so Ikomo carried her. Mio apologized for not being able to move on her own and for him having to carry her. Ikomu replied that it was okay and not to worry. But in Satsuki's eyes, his help looked completely different. She said she was very happy for them, but Ikoma didn't understand what she meant. On the way, Ikoma planned what to do next. After all, the higher the rank, the more dangerous the rifts. With an A rank, it would be difficult to advance without a support class, but monsters weren't the scariest opponents for him, so he needed to find someone who could restore his health at a critical moment, or obtain an item that would restore health when used, so that would be his next goal. Mio had been working alone for a long time and was able to rely on someone for the first time, and she found it much more pleasant than she had thought. She thanked Ikomi and he was glad that he was able to reach her, but he was even more heartened by the thought that this time, he had managed to change Mio's future. The next day, Ikomi and Satsuki met to discuss everything and come up with a plan of action. But Satsuki was curious if Mio had written to him, so he showed her the correspondence. Satsuki saw that Mio was ignoring him because he had sent her several messages and called her, so Ikomi asked her not to say anything. He knew she was very stubborn, but he was sure he could get through to her. Satsuki said that maybe she was very tired and wasn't responding. Therefore, he should give her some time. She was sure that Mio would contact him soon. While they were talking, Effie tried some cold coffee. Ikoma said that maybe she was right. After all, Mio was strong, but stubborn and proud. Despite her low level, she challenged the Queen of the Rift and saved her life. If he were in her place, he would have died immediately. Therefore, he wanted to protect her from rash actions. However, to do so, he had to earn her trust. Mio approached them and said she was not surprised to see them sitting there. Satsuki was delighted to see her and asked how her wounds were, but Mio assured her that everything was fine. After all, this was not the first time she had been seriously injured, so she knew how to take care of herself. Ikoma asked her what she was doing here. She replied that she had never been good at communicating through correspondence. So she came here hoping to meet them. After all, important issues should be discussed in person, and she said she wants to join their group. This news greatly pleased Ikoma and Satsuki. They are happy to accept her because they want to. Meanwhile, Ikomu's recent acquaintances Alice and Kaike were talking to a man. He was dissatisfied with having to clean up the rifts and destroy the adventurer and asked if there was no one else. The woman who was in charge told the man that she had hidden him from the government, so he should at least do his job sometimes. After all, their client has extensive connections in the government and has made it clear that he will not tolerate another failure. He asked why they decided to give him this task and what was so difficult about it. After all, destroying some B-rank adventurer sounds so boring, and why should he clean up after Kaike and Alice? If they couldn't do it, let them deal with it themselves. But Kaike didn't like that and was indignant. The man asked if he wasn't right. After all, they were the ones who let him slip away and failed the task. He pointed out that, unlike them, he had received better military training and fought on the side of the heroes of this world. He was the strongest adventurer, but these righteous people made him sick, because the government uses adventurers in the battle against monsters, and they are only too happy to die for the sake of heroism. Alice thought about how this man annoyed her, and he continued to talk. That such foolish heroes annoy him the most, and told Kaike to listen to him. If they couldn't handle Alice, then they should stand aside and not get in his way. First, he needed to test what that guy was capable of. Meanwhile, Satsuki received a promotion in the guild. The girl from the registry congratulated her on being officially awarded rank B from that day forward. She was pleased with this news. If you look at the percentage of adventurers, 1% of the country's adventurers belong to rank B, and she is one of them. Ecom congratulated her and said that it was all thanks to her hard work. But compared to Icom and Mio, she didn't feel that useful or strong. So she wanted to try even harder so as not to lose to Mio. Mio said that this is actually a natural result, because Satsuki's level exceeds that of an ordinary adventurer of rank B. So she shouldn't be proud. After all, it was only because of her merits to the district that she was promoted. The rank is raised in the branch where the adventurers are registered. Satsuki replied that Mio was right and that she should try harder. She thought that she was very strict. Ikoma told her that she could congratulate Satsuki at this moment because she had tried very hard. She replied that she just wanted to be objective. After all, no one but friends would tell the truth. Then she asked them to forget about it and follow her, because she had something to show them. They came to a storage room with boxes. Akoma asked if it was a gift for joining the group and added that it wasn't necessary. Mio replied that it wasn't necessary, but she really wanted to. Ikoma was curious about what she had prepared, because he and Satsuki hadn't bought her anything. She said not to worry about the gift and to consider it a thank you for saving her, because if it weren't for them, she wouldn't have survived that day. Especially after Momone passed away, she hadn't tried to get close to anyone else. Mio said it was just a simple gift, but they should like it. Satsuki thought about how she had been wrong to think badly of her all this time. She was actually a good girl. Ikoma noticed the large box and wondered what she could have bought them, maybe weapons or equipment. She took a large teddy bear out of the box. It was a toy from a well-known German brand, a limited edition in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki thought that Mio was not what she had imagined her to be. Ikoma was surprised that she thought it was an ordinary gift, and asked how much the bear cost. The large teddy bear barely fit in Satsuki's hands. She thanked her and asked how she could carry it home. Akoma read the news about the discovery of a new C-rank rift in the Morima area and thought, not again. Satsuki said that the number of rifts had increased recently. Mio was already ready to go there. She said that Miyagi village was not far from Tokyo and they would get there quickly if they left now. Ikoma said that if the fault was indeed rank C, the bosses there would have to be level 40, and they could easily handle them. The appearance of rifts is not uncommon, but this is the second call in a week. Ikoma is concerned about why the special forces are not investigating the abnormal activity. He saw that this rift was a fairy tale garden. It is inhabited by plant monsters, but the biggest problem is the boss, the Tree of Life Gokurin. The boss is not difficult, but if it goes beyond the boundaries of the rift, they will not be able to defeat it, so they will need help. That's why Akoma called Sanji Sena. They hurried to get to the rift faster and didn't notice that someone was watching them. The man thought that the government had indeed caused an artificial disaster. After all, they know how to create a disaster by causing a rift. He was surprised at the lengths they were going to in order to lure a second-rate adventurer into a trap. Talking on the phone with the adventuress, he asked if she was going to the site and told her to meet him there. The man hopes that Ikomi will like the surprise he has prepared for him. The team quickly reached the disaster site and began attacking the local monsters. This time, Ether also took part. After all, Ikomi cannot hide her from his team. Meanwhile, Satsuki obtained mana from vegetable monsters and said that now they had enough mana to recover. They quickly dealt with the monsters and rescued people and children who were in danger. Satsuki said that compared to the previous disaster, the monsters were not that strong. She believed that they could handle it until the special forces arrived. But Ikom said that, unfortunately, the battle with the local boss would not be as easy as it seemed. The Tree of Life Gakaren is capable of creating monsters in large numbers and also has a high speed of movement. And if Gakaren leaves the rift, they won't be able to catch it. The monsters will flood the city and disaster will be inevitable. Mio said that if that's the case, how can they find the monster? Akoma replied that Gakaren is very timid and does not approach opponents who are higher level than her. With their level, they will quickly defeat it, but it will not be so easy to catch it. Ikoma said that it was strange that Sena was not responding. After all, he had written to her a long time ago, so Mio suggested that if that was the case, they should split up. After all, they could handle the monsters on their own and would be able to cover more territory. Moreover, they needed to take the girl to a safe place. Satsuki said it was a great idea, but Ikom had a bad feeling about the whole situation. In the previous timeline, this rift was a routine task for newbies, but now it could be the beginning of a new disaster. He realized that something was wrong and had to find out what it was. If they split up, there was no guarantee that they would be able to defeat the boss on their own, but time was running out. So he agreed to split up, but he said that if they found anything unusual, they should immediately notify the others. Meanwhile, the man was already at the scene of the disaster and decided to fortify himself with a double cheeseburger in an empty restaurant. He said aloud that he loved family restaurants that offered customers delicious food at affordable prices. After all, a double hamburger with a double serving of Gouda cheese tastes incredible, so he hopes that everyone will like it. Before the mission, it is necessary to eat well, so after wishing everyone bon appetit, the man began to eat. This is Saotome Asahi, known by the codename The Collector, a serial assassin who hunts the strongest adventurers, but his meal was interrupted. The collector told him what it was about. After all, he had just finished making a hamburger. If he was in a hurry to eat it, he could have asked him and he would have prepared it. He thought about what skill to use against him. But the man drew his sword to attack. Asahi noticed the magical blade and realized that he was a combat mage. Asahi has a summoning demon named Gorgle, so the man immediately realized that this was the one he was looking for, and he said that he was indeed a collector. After all, he had received a report from his subordinates about a suspicious man, because he wears a mask with colorful rings on his fingers. This man's name is Kana Kimura. He is an A-rank adventurer and bounty hunter. He told Asahi that he had built his career by catching people like him, but Asahi just laughed at him and asked why he didn't join the regular adventurers. Kimura said that it was a thankless job where you could only rise to rank C, but by destroying people like him, you could gain more experience and fame. The collector said that his job was boring, getting up early in the morning and running around with a proud look on his face, destroying criminals. He added that he didn't even want to waste his time on trash like him and suggested that he just leave. He would spare him if he agreed to disappear. But the other said that he shouldn't even dream of leaving him. He realized that summoning a familiar takes a lot of mana, so it was not in his opponent's interest to prolong the fight. Therefore, he decided to close the distance and end it all with one decisive blow. But the collector told the hunter that he would show him a trick called an unexpected attack. The hunter was attacked from behind, and he thought that was impossible because he had checked everything before entering the room. So he didn't see him summon another familiar. This time it was the executioner Kildall. Asahi knew that he had been following him from the very beginning, so he was prepared. He added that because of his multi-class, his opponent had high defense. This was to be expected from a battle mage. That is why he did not die from a single blow. The hunter asked to be spared and was willing to pay. But the latter replied that he should not forget about his horned friend, who would destroy him if he said anything else. He was outraged that people would offer to spare their lives for money. It made him feel uncomfortable. Then he noticed a fire arrow or some kind of explosive flying straight at him. It destroyed his Gorgle with one blow, which he did not like at all. Then he noticed that someone else was hunting him. The adventurer who was aiming at the collector said he wanted to finish everything with one blow but missed. They started a fight, and Asahi was indignant that they had prevented him from making another serving of his favorite double cheeseburger. He understands that, in addition to the hunter, a special forces squad has come for him and fired an arrow for a reason. It is a plan to spread the fire and destroy him. But he believes that by doing so, they only saved the hunter. He knows that only one person from the special forces could lure him into such a trap. That person is the lieutenant of the second squad, Mayumi Toya. Not everyone can join the special forces. Adventurers must be strong and follow strict rules. Many cannot withstand working in difficult conditions, but not the young and talented lieutenant who passed the entrance exam to the special forces on his first attempt. So Asahi has a great desire to get rid of such a talented idealist, but now is not the best time. After all, his subordinates will be a big hindrance. Moreover, due to a sudden attack, he lost his Gorgle, and if he enters the battle, he will lose a lot of mana, and he still has work to do, and if he fails the task, that woman will not let it go. So he said that this time Mayumi Toya was lucky, but they would have fun another time. The adventurers of the Special Forces noticed that Asahi was trying to escape, so Mayumi tried to stop him with a fire arrow. The adventurers thought he had succeeded, but he said it was just ordinary slime. He disguised the slime with his cloak and escaped to the roof. The adventurers asked if they would go after him. Mayumi replied that it didn't make sense. Their goal was to stop the disaster. They would waste a lot of time and energy chasing this man. So first they had to deal with the fire. Only then would they question the hunter and understand what had happened. As planned, Ikoma, Satsuki, and Mio split up. Mio tries to catch up with the boss of the rift, who is level 38. She is close to catching him, but he summons mythical creatures. She realizes that she does not have time to fight them. After all, then the Tree of Life will escape her again. So she used the Infernal Destruction skill, which transforms the Reaper's life force into dark magic. This strengthened her attack, so she instantly defeated the monsters. Catching up with the Tree of Life, she hoped to destroy it with one blow. But she was attacked by a monster named Varan. She doesn't understand where he came from. While Mio was fighting it, the boss summoned even more creatures and quickly fled. Meanwhile, Ikoma was also looking for the Tree of Life and couldn't find any traces of it. He thought it would be worth looking from the roof of the building, but that would have cost him a lot of mana. Then he received a message in his team's group chat from Satsuki, who wrote that she had lost it. She indicated the geolocation where she had last seen the Tree of Life, so Mio wanted to catch up with him as quickly as possible and find him to finish him off once and for all. Meanwhile, Ikoma was fighting monsters and destroying them one by one. He was surprised that he was getting so few experience points. He knew this, but it was still unpleasant, and all because of the big difference in levels. But there were so many monsters, and he couldn't find the boss of the rift. After all, if he defeated Gakuren, all the monsters would disappear. Ikoma met a man who said he had defeated these monsters with such ease. Could this be the incomparable hero? This man was seeing such a strong adventurer for the first time, but Ikom asked if he knew that it was dangerous here now. He said that only adventurers could be in the disaster area. The man replied that he was an adventurer. He was a hero who protected people. However, he has an E rank, and his peasant class is not that strong. After reaching the 10th level, an adventurer chooses a class. It depends on the initial characteristics. Those who distribute their characteristics evenly receive this class, but they have no abilities. This is the weakest class, and the guild does not talk about it, and advises developing 2 or 3 characteristics to get a useful class. Ikoma believes that he did not know how to distribute the points, which led to this class. The man asked if his name was Ichinos Akoma. He knows that Ikom has a rare class of Gravity Master. Ikom asked how he knew. The man was delighted and said that he is a legend of the Tokyo Adventurers Guild. Everyone knows about his achievements. He also saw him in videos. Ikoma was surprised that Sena talked about him in her videos. The man said he was lucky to be friends with such a nice girl. He was very jealous of him and never thought he would meet him one day. He also wanted to be able to control gravity. After all, it was a useful skill. Ikoma said he didn't have time for idle chatter and had to go, but the man asked for permission to go with him. After all, such a chance comes once in a lifetime. But Ikom said that if he had an E rank, his level was no higher than 20. So he simply couldn't defeat the local monsters, but if he wanted to, he could find people and help them get to safety. And it was time for him to go find the boss. But the man didn't want to let him go just like that. He used the item split skill and healed Ikom. His class has a skill of splitting an item that allows him to transfer the characteristics of the destroyed item to others. So he said that his power would help catch the boss. Ikoma thought about how persistent he was and replied that he would manage on his own anyway. After all, he needs to catch the boss as soon as possible. He doesn't have time to team up with someone he doesn't even know. Ikoma received a message on his phone. Sanji wrote that he should start streaming to find the boss. Outwardly, he looks like a small slug. She was broadcasting from the epicenter of the disaster and said that monsters had taken over the Miyagi area and they needed help finding the boss of the rift. Sanji asked people to send her photos of the monster she drew in the picture. She would be grateful for their help. Her followers began sending photos of where they last saw it, indicating the address and commenting that it was very fast. Thanks to this, Ikom can track its movements in real time. With such an advantage, it cannot hide. This photo shows the boss's last movement, but he is still very fast, so Ikomo has to come up with a tactic to lure him into a trap. Ikom wrote to Mio and Satsuki about the monster's whereabouts. They are not far from there, but the main thing is that he doesn't get away. Noticing the persistent man who still hasn't left, Ikomu asks his name and he replies that he is Aki Wajima. Ikoma said that he was going to the place where the boss had last been, and that he didn't think he should go with him. But if he really wanted to, he could join him. Aki was very happy about this. They ran to look for the boss, and Aki was proud to be going on a raid with the legendary Ichinos Akoma. He shouts with joy that the monsters cannot hide from their incomparable duo, but Ikomu just said that he is not obliged to help him. Aki asked why Ikomu was constantly looking at his phone. He replied that he had mapped out the approximate route of the Gaukuren boss. Based on the data he got, he figured out some important stuff. First, the boss is constantly moving north. And second, that he prefers to stay in the shade under trees, bushes, or in dark alleys. It seemed that he was avoiding sunlight because he was afraid of drying out in the sun. With this in mind, they should attack him unexpectedly. When he tries to escape, they should lead him into an alley with no exit. Aki said that this was a kind of trap for the boss. This is his first time fighting the boss, and he has never seen professionals at work before. He was impressed that Icom quickly found a solution. That's why Aki thinks he's cool, because he's even younger than him and has achieved so much. Ikomu replied that there was nothing special about these considerations. Ikoma thought that this was not surprising because he is 10 years older and has spent his whole life in the rifts. Aki said that he reminds him of his older brother. He was incredibly strong, smart, and fair, and people compared him to Aki, but Aki never achieved anything. Ikoma didn't know how to respond. Then he saw a message from Sanji that there was a serial assassin in the area known as the Collector. He only hunts high-ranking adventurers and collects their spoils as trophies. Ikoma remembered that he was also a bully in his past life. His class specializes in summoning familiars, and even the special forces couldn't catch him. No one who encountered him returned alive, and now he is at the site of the disaster, so it is no coincidence. Ikom believes that he was hired by the Chimera's Fong. To take the Ring of Wisdom, he is a former powerful adventurer whose strength is much greater than Ikoma's. So he doesn't know if he can fight him off. Aki asked Ikomu what happened. He noticed that he seemed frightened. Ikomu replied that everything was fine, but a serial assassin had been spotted in the area. Therefore, they need to deal with the boss quickly and flee from this place. He was seen in a family restaurant, but he escaped after encountering a special forces unit. Ikoma warned that this man was too dangerous for E-rank adventurers, so Aki had to run away as soon as he saw him. Aki said he understood, but the news scared him a lot. Ikom received another message with information about Gaukuren's whereabouts. He was close to them. A little more and they would be able to catch him. He reported this to Satsuki and Mio in the chat, but they were too far away. So Ikom told Aki that he knew Gaukuren's whereabouts and that he needed his help to defeat him. He calmed down because he was worried about the Collector and agreed to help. Ikoma came up with a plan. Since the boss is afraid of the sun, they should take advantage of that. To do this, they need to deliberately change his route. He would scare him, and Aki would wait in the alley where he would flee. If he succeeded, he would destroy him, and if not, at least capture him. Aki agreed and said that he had some items that would help catch him, so Ikom could count on him. But Ikom warned that if something unexpected happens, he should run to a safe place and not worry about him. But Aki wants to ask something. He was curious why Akoma became an adventurer. After all, it was risky every day, and not the most rewarding or profitable job, and he became curious as to why he chose this path. But Akoma replied that he was a strange guy after all. He apologized, but thought it was a good question. Ikom chose this path with the thought of how far he would go before saying goodbye to life. But the higher he climbs, the more he realizes that with this power, he can save countless lives. With this power came a sense of responsibility to all the people who could suffer at the hands of monsters or other people. He asked if this reason was enough and apologized because no one had ever asked him about it before. Therefore, he had not thought about the reasons. Aki replied that it was more than enough and thanked him for sharing it with him. Akoma said it was time to catch the slug. When they got to that place, they saw Gaukugen and followed the plan they had thought out in advance. Ikoma scared him and he began to run to the place Ikoma had anticipated, so he warned Aki that it was now his turn to act. Gaukugen sensed danger and summoned monsters, but Ikomo told him that this would not stop him and almost caught the slug. The boss used the monster as a shield to escape. Mio informed Ikom about this, so he continued to ignore the monsters. He tried to attack the boss, but the boss, having taken damage, activated a special skill called Rapid Escape. So now the boss is looking for a place to hide from his pursuer, but there is one caveat to the skill. It cannot be used again. The skill consumes a lot of mana, so the boss won't be able to use it again to escape from Aki. The monster came to exactly where he needed to be, but Aki was very scared. But this was his chance to prove himself and become a hero like Ikom, so he hopes that his plan will work. Aki used his object-splitting skill to attack the boss with fire. As Ikom said, he is afraid of fire and can freeze in fear when he sees it. Aki was glad that he was able to stop him and shouted to Ikom to come here. Ikoma tells the boss that he won't run away from him now. After all, he used all his mana to summon monsters and escape. But now the boss went into battle mode and used the rest of his mana to defend himself and summon monsters. Aki tried to dissuade Ikoma from fighting and retreat, but Ikoma quickly defeated all the monsters. And finally, he was able to reach the Tree of Life to deliver the decisive blow, and he received experience points for it. While Ikoma was fighting the boss, the Collector was watching him and was not impressed at all. Ikoma told the girls that the boss had been destroyed and asked them to meet at the designated place. He also thanked Aki because, without him, he would not have been able to do it. Aki replied that he would never have thought that the legendary adventurer would be grateful to him, and he even felt awkward about it. When he received this class, he didn't think he would be able to compete with bosses, but now he thinks he has potential. so he wants to level up and save people. Ecom said that in his experience, there are no bad or good classes. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. And each class is useful in different situations. For example, his can split objects and turn them into skills. That's what helped him catch the boss. So if he develops his strengths, no one will pay attention to his weaknesses and he will succeed, especially after challenging a boss who is higher level than him. Aki asked what the strength of a gravity master is. Ikoma replied that he couldn't speak for the whole class, so he would speak for himself. His strength is his ability to strive for more. Aki was pleased with this answer and was confident that Ecom would achieve a lot, and he thanked him for that. But he reminded him that they had to get out of there because there was an assassin in the area, and Ikomi would not want to meet him again. But if they did meet him, Aki should run away as fast as he could. After these words, Asahi attacked him. He realized that he had found them after all, but Ikomi did not sense his presence. He believes that such guys are the most dangerous opponents. After all, the collector uses the skill of summoning creatures. Asahi attacked him and Ikoma inflicted damage, but then realized that a slime was in his place. The collector had been sitting in the shadows the whole time, but he was eager to finish off Ikoma. So now the real Asahi attacked him, and Ecom managed to repel the attack. Asahi said that it was a good reaction for a loser like him, but if the real Akitan attacked him, he would not be able to escape. Akoma asked if he was the same collector Asahi Saotomi who hunts adventurers. Although he attacked by surprise and even forced Kill Doll to attack him, he dodged all the attacks. So for a collector, he is a very interesting prey. He asked Ikomu if his legs were shaking, because Asahi had been within arm's reach of him from the very beginning. Ikoma replied that he knew from the very beginning that Asahi Saotome was hiding behind Aki's face. Asahi is a legend among adventurers. Even in the past timeline, no one knew about him. Neither his relatives, nor what he looked like, nor his past. Even his class is hidden. But the Ring of Wisdom can reveal the class of the person it points to. However, using this skill consumes a lot of mana. The village's class skill revealed the secret. Akoma would not easily spend the mana he had given. But Asahi said that if he knew everything, why did he join forces? He replied that he had a plan to catch the boss and needed someone else to help him, so he took advantage of him. And the collector would not attack while the boss was running around town. After all, it was important for him to gain Icom's trust. And after destroying the boss, he would simply finish what he started without any unnecessary witnesses. This surprised Asahi because by using him, Ikoma was putting himself in danger. So the collector told him that he was a real saint and that dealing with such people was even more interesting. He suggested that Ecom finally start the battle, but Ecom couldn't understand his movements and hadn't fought one-on-one with opponents in a long time. Assassin the Adventurer was much higher level, and his physical abilities and combat experience were superior to his. Moreover, Ikomi had expended a lot of energy in the battle with the boss, and defending himself from the attacks of the creatures and the collector himself. So in this situation, he was powerless. Therefore, he should flee to a crowded place with other adventurers, and then there will be a better chance of defeating the collector. But Asahi wanted to stop him with his puppet, Kill Doll. But he didn't even turn around. The puppet is capable of destroying threads that are impossible to notice at first glance. But Ikomo not only sees them, but also dodges them without even looking at her. So after that, Ikomo became even more interesting to Asahi. He started chasing him but couldn't find him and wondered where he could be hiding. Asahi knows that Ikomi needs to gain a lot of speed to strike. So he realized that Ikomi would attack from above and used his devastating arm to block the blow. Asahi said that Ikoma ran away because he had fewer advantages in the alley. So he let him out into the open to better dodge the blows. He added that although Ikoma took away his advantage, it wouldn't help him in any way. Ikoma thought that he had summoned 3 familiars, but there could be more. It seemed that he had spent all his skill points on summoning creatures. Therefore, their level became the same as his. So it seemed that Ikom would have to compete against 4 high-level opponents. This would not allow him to relax for a second. But Ecom was interested in how he had learned to summon 3 familiars at once for battle. Asahi is very pleased with himself. He remembered how he liked to constantly break heroes by trampling their talents into the dirt. So he wanted to show him how worthless he was. Ikomi asked if he had been sent by the Chimera's Fang. He also said that they deliberately created this disaster to lure him in. Asahi thought that Ikomu was very perceptive, but he replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He just didn't want to be indebted to the boss, so no offense. He said that if Ikomu defeated him, he would reveal a secret to him. Then he continued to attack him. Ikoma noticed that the familiar's attacks had become faster than before, but Asahi realized that by focusing only on Kill Dole, he would not be able to destroy him. So he decided to use his entire arsenal against him. He brought Gorgle into the game and hinted to Icom that this was not all. He summoned the 5th monster, the Cursed Jose. Ecom acknowledged that he was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. But because he showed all his trump cards, Ikomi had a chance to defeat him. It is dangerous to engage in battle without knowing the strengths of his creatures, so he must first understand their characteristics. He noticed that Jose was very fast and hitting her didn't seem to affect her, so all that remained was to find their weaknesses. Without this, it would be difficult to harm them. So Ecom decided to identify their weaknesses without going on the offensive. The monsters surrounded him on all sides, but he repelled their attacks. Asahi also decided to attack and told him that he was really strong, just like the woman who hired him had said. He added that if they fought one-on-one, he would lose. But against his assistants, he had no chance. After repelling the attack, Ikoma retreated again. Asahi said that this was not fun at all. Ikoma used gravity reduction when attacking with his demonic arm, but it didn't help. He still took the blow. But his opponent did not look exhausted despite summoning 5 familiars to the battlefield. It was as if his mana was not being depleted at all. He also skillfully controls his familiars as if they were extensions of his arms. Ikoma believes that he is a fanatic who loves battles not for life, but for destruction. He has devised the perfect battle tactic in which it is impossible to get close to him. But there are no invincible opponents. There's only the fact that Ikoma is missing something, but he clearly understands that Asahi wants to deal with him quickly. But looking at his face, one gets the feeling that he wants this battle to last forever. Ikoma threw a stone at Jose's familiar using gravity magic, and it passed right through her. This action made him realize something, and Ikoma began to attack the monsters. First, he decided to deal with Gorgul. Asahi appreciated how Ikoma dodged his demon's attack. Taking advantage of this position, Asahi decided that he could finish off Ikoma, but Ikoma knows that only 2 familiars can attack him in the air. This means that he can use his skill to destroy them. Ikoma used the Gravidea skill, which increases gravity in a selected area. The collector realized that this was a trap for Kildol and Jose. With that stone, he determined that direct attacks did not work on Jose. But Kildol's threads could catch Jose's body, so it was important to keep an eye on her attacks. And Ikoma managed to understand the weaknesses of his 2 familiars. Asahi was surprised that in such a short time, Ikoma understood how to destroy his 2 strongest familiars, so he had to retreat to restore their strength. Ikoma understood that with these monsters gone, his opponent's power had disappeared. 2 of the 5 monsters were out of the game. The doll was disoriented due to accidentally attacking its companion. So now the real battle begins when Asahi's main trump cards are down, and the collector realized his mistake. He got too relaxed when he let his familiars attack his opponent all at once. After all, they are an extension of their master's hands. Therefore, he decides that he must rely only on himself to defeat Ikoma. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, but now he realizes that he himself could become prey. So it's no wonder the boss was afraid of Ikoma. To defeat his opponent, Ikoma enlisted the help of Ether and she attacked him. Asahi didn't like that he sent his familiar to him in the last battle, so he is counting on the help of Irvis's demonic hand. This familiar is weak, but he is confident that he has enough strength to destroy Ikoma. He told Ether that her master's end was near. Meanwhile, Ikoma fought the slime, but no physical attacks work on it, so he has to use magic to destroy it. He tried to disable it by hitting it with double gravity from a falling traffic light, but it didn't help. Ikoma summoned Ether for exactly 30 seconds, so that she could distract Asahi while he dealt with his familiars. So it was time to act. Therefore, Ikoma first dealt a devastating blow to Irvis's demonic hand. After that, he decided to attack Gorgul. Hiding above Irvis, Gorgul couldn't see him right away. Therefore, it was the best time to attack him by surprise using the Meteor Fall skill. Ikoma started with the easiest one and left the slime for last. So now he had to deliver a devastating blow to destroy it, and he did it quickly. Everything happened very quickly, and while Asahi was fighting off Ether, he did not notice that his monsters had disappeared. Meanwhile, Ikoma quietly crept up on him. He attacked him and managed to hurt him. After that, Asahi noticed that Ikoma had destroyed all his monsters. Ikoma asked him what had happened, and he replied that the toys were gone and only he remained. Asahi got angry and called him names. After the defeat of the monsters, he would not be able to summon them for some time. After all, they need some time to fully recover for the next summoning, so now he is defenseless. But he has a backup plan. He summoned Adoran, the embodiment of holiness. She is a support familiar. Ikoma was surprised that he had another familiar, but she didn't look dangerous. Asahi summoned her to heal his wounds and restore some of his mana so that he could escape. He wanted to lie low, gather his strength, and attack Ikoma again by surprise. But he thought that if he ran away, he would have no chance of finishing him off. The collector specializes in sudden attacks, and if he attacked Ikoma again, Ikoma would be ready for it, and the second attempt would automatically fail. And if he assesses the current situation, Asahi believes he has a better chance. After all, Ikoma lost a lot even though he doesn't show it, and he will no longer have the opportunity to catch him so weakened. So he ordered Adoran to heal him with the help of holy prayer. After regaining his strength, he said that Ikoma would not escape him and that his face reminded him of someone. A genius who made no effort, and that annoyed him. After all, he worked his fingers to the bone while the other did nothing, and got everything he could only dream of. He told Ikoma to attack him and he would teach him the genius of defeat. Asahi has more combat experience and surpasses him in this. Also, if necessary, Adoran will enhance his characteristics. But Ikomi's weapon turned out to be much heavier than his, but he still loses in everything. But Asahi is interested in why he does not show his fear. He believes that Ikoma is weaker than he seems. After all, he has lost a lot of mana and his body is exhausted from constantly manipulating gravity magic. During the battle, Ikoma also tried to analyze Asahi. He knows that his opponent specializes in unexpected attacks. But he prefers to use magic in battle. He is skilled with a sword. His movements suggest that he has practiced the martial art of kendo. He can tell this from the large number of battles he has fought. Asahi also tries to read Ikom's movements to end the battle. Akoma notices that Asahi has become more cautious, but his movements are more abrupt. And it's not because of anger, he is excited by the fact that his life is at stake. Asahi is surprised that his opponent, a magician, knows how to fight in close combat, and it is even surprising to him that he is still holding on. But he could have easily retreated, and he would not have pursued him. But it seems that he himself does not want to lose. Asahi doesn't care about life or other people, that victory is the most important thing to him. People who were born with talent, who have everything, good looks and a sharp mind. He will definitely not lose to such upstarts. Asahi remembered how his older twin brother, Saotome Yu, asked him if he had left the soccer club. He said he wanted to come to his competition to cheer him on. Their father praised Yu for coming in third place in the competition, and teacher Yamai talked about his excellent performance. Since childhood, Asahi had been upset that his brother was better at everything, and he was simply ignored. His father said that it would be Yu's birthday next year and asked if he wanted anything special, and that he and his mother would buy it for him. His brother said that it was not only his birthday, but also Asahi's. Asahi replied that he didn't care about his birthday and told them to celebrate without him. Yu was the most amazing guy he knew. He was smart beyond his years and talented, yet he did nothing. Out of boredom, Asahi started attending a kendo club. They needed high school students to keep the club from closing, so they offered him to join and not attend classes. He had a real talent for kendo for as long as he could remember. It was the only place where he wasn't compared to his brother, so he devoted his entire high school career to this martial art. When he entered high school, his parents finally distanced themselves from him, pretending he didn't exist. This made things even easier for him. But the following year, his brother quit soccer and decided to join the kendo club as well. So he asked Asahi if he would be his senpai since he had more experience. He decided to touch the only thing that distinguished them, and the summer of his graduating class was his last chance to prove himself. There was a competition, and if they passed it, the school could go to the national competition. Ironically, they were both nominated for the role of captain. To decide who would go to the competition, they arranged a sparring match. Yu defeated him in one round. Asahi didn't like it because he had worked for 6 years to become captain, and Yu had achieved it in just 1 year. Because of this, he hated him. So he lost his temper and hit him in the neck, and that's a forbidden move. Asahi explained that it would never happen again. He was guilty of hitting him and admitted it, but secretly he considered it his victory. He hit him and knew that it hurt him even to breathe. On that day, he defeated Yu for the first time, no matter how he did it. In his opinion, such heroes can keep their strange honor and nobility to themselves. A year later, Asahi came to the guild, but he was rejected because his class was not suitable for working as an adventurer. But that didn't upset him much because he never wanted to be a hero. So he looked for other ways to fulfill himself and learned that his power would only be revealed at level 30. If he didn't want to wait, he could buy a ring that summoned a familiar. He realized that he would become strong if he leveled up his skills with the help of a familiar. But to buy the ring, he needed money, and he was unable to conquer the rifts. So he started robbing people and said that there was nothing wrong with that. Besides, he never wanted to be a righteous hero. He wanted to achieve more, and he was ready to do anything to get it. Even if he had to take someone's life, he would get what he wanted. Asahi attacked the adventurer in the rift and said that he was just unlucky. He was disgusted with himself, but there was no turning back. After that, he met his brother and said that he didn't know that criminals were now being caught right inside the rift, and that he was impressed. Yuk replied that they were on their own and said that he would never have thought that his younger brother would stoop to stealing from ordinary adventurers. He said that knowing him, he was not going to give up. By that time, Yu was already a member of a special unit and had the rank of swordsman. Asahi replied that fate was a fickle thing, and that he would never have thought that they would meet again in battle. At that time, Asahi had 2 familiars, Gorgel and Irvis, and used them against his brother, but he quickly destroyed them. He realized that he was in trouble and told his brother that he had become very strong. Yu asked if he had anything to say before they parted, but he asked him to give him one last chance. His brother asked if he had fallen so low that he would beg for mercy. He replied that he wanted to be better than him in at least something. And that was the only thing he wanted, but he thought to himself that he had turned out to be even more terrible than he could have imagined. After all, he had deliberately distracted him so that Kill Doll would attack him. After defeating his brother, he said that now he had surpassed him, and who would have thought that he would destroy a genius. So after that, he had no intention of stopping, and decided that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way. Since then, he had become stronger, smarter, and had more familiars. Therefore, he was not going to lose to some boy. Asahi shouted that he would never lose to a piece of trash like him. So he tried to concentrate and follow his opponent's movements. He noticed that Ikom was too confident, and if he didn't attack, he would finish him off. Therefore, he had to close the distance and attack. Asahi succeeded and was proud that he could still read movements. So if that was the case, his opponent would not be able to defeat him. But Ikom had a different opinion. He figured out the essence of Asahi's fighting style. As soon as he gets into a fighting stance, he will try to attack him. Akoma could run away, but he will predict this. His class specializes in magical items. If he runs away, he will be able to stop him immediately and destroy him. So, knowing this, the only option is to fight one-on-one. Neither of them has the right to run away. But to be honest, neither of them wants to run away. Akomi hasn't had a fight like this in a long time. As soon as Ikam meets a strong opponent, his blood begins to boil in his veins, and he wants to test the limits of his abilities. Asahi noticed that Akomi was finally starting to enjoy the fight, and said that it was commendable because that was exactly the kind of opponent he needed. Someone who would enjoy the battle, risking his life, but Asahi had no intention of losing. They continued the fight, and Akomi let go of Asahi's hands. Asahi noticed that he had no mana left to recover, and thought that this was bad. He couldn't move, but at the same time he didn't feel tired and said that he finally understood. All this time, he had been looking for a place where he could be better than his brother. But his brother had been following him for one purpose only, so that Asahi could finally defeat him. He apologized to his brother. After all, it seemed to him that he was standing next to Akoma. Akoma remembered Asahi's promise. After all, he was supposed to tell him about the Chimera's fang if he defeated it. He asked who was hunting him and waited for an answer, but they were being watched at that moment. It was an adventuress who used a skill that made a person invisible to those around them. She couldn't even imagine that Asahi Saotome would lose to anyone, so the boss was right and was right to ask to watch Asahi from a distance. Now she knows everything about his skills, strengths, and weaknesses. And since he is very tired after the battle, he can be easily eliminated. Moreover, he is distracted by Asahi and will not even notice. So the girl named Amatsu Ruka, a magical musketeer, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to finish off Akoma. Akoma understands that Asahi's appearance here is no coincidence. This disaster is a big trap he has fallen into, all for the sake of taking the Ring of Wisdom. But there is someone else behind the Chimera's fangs, someone who can create artificial disasters, and someone he has definitely never met before in his first life. Asahi replied that he doesn't know who he is bothering so much that the boss even sent him. Asahi said he had a proposal that would definitely please him, because if he crossed that man, he would not let him go. He added that Ikam himself probably already understood this. This is a man from a special unit, but he wasn't just some ordinary subordinate, he was the leader of them all. Ikoma had already thought about this before. Moreover, in the previous timeline, the Ring of Wisdom disappeared from the Special Forces Research Center, from the organization that guards and studies portal disasters. If that's the case and Asahi wasn't lying, then Ecom will have big problems. One of the highest-ranking members of the special unit, Ecom, had worked with political organizations in his past life, so it seemed more likely to be true. The adventurous Amatsu Ruka, who was watching them, decided that it was time to end their conversation before Asahi said something he shouldn't. Ichinos Akoma was the most important target and the biggest obstacle for the organization, so she used a magic charge to shoot him. Ikoma told Asahi that these were just empty words and asked if he had any proof. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the shot. Reacting quickly, Asahi jumped up, but Ikam thought he was trying to escape. But then Ikam heard a shot from a magic weapon and realized it was meant for him, but Asahi covered him with his body. But he doesn't understand why he did that. Powerless, Asahi told him that if he wanted proof, he should find the old witch and she would tell him. And to find her, he must not let the girl who fired the shot go, and he pointed his finger in her direction. After these words, a notification appeared on the screen with information about the accrual of experience points and a level increase to 61. He received experience points for the death of a person, and this worried him, but now that was not the main thing. The magical musketeer class consists of fighters who operate from a long distance using magical weapons that are charged with mana for each shot. This situation worked against him as much as possible. After all, he did not know where the shooter was and he had no mana left. The only thing he has is to rely on the direction indicated by Asahi, so he will have to trick him into retreating. The adventuress saw him running towards her. She is surprised that he can still fight, but it is unrealistic. After all, he is exhausted after a difficult battle. So she decides that she needs to focus and not fall for the provocation. But she doesn't notice that shadow paths are creeping up on her. Satsuki crept up unexpectedly, grabbed her with her skill, and told her to stay where she was. Amatsu Ruka tried to shoot but missed. She realized that Satsuki Kisaragi, a member of the Akoma group, was not so simple. Despite her appearance, she was quite a formidable opponent. But Amatsu had a mission. She had to destroy the target as quickly as possible. But then Mio suddenly attacked her. Ikoma saw that the girls had found him. He remembered that before the battle with the boss, he had sent their location on the map, and they arrived just in time. Amatsu did not yet know who Mio was, so her powerful attack came as a complete surprise. She thought that at this rate, she would not succeed. Satsuki shouted that it must be the girl with the chimera fangs and asked Mio if she had managed to defeat her. But Mio replied that she had managed to escape. Ikoma thought that maybe it was for the best that she had escaped. After all, Satsuki and Mio were probably tired after chasing the boss and fighting monsters, and he had used up all his mana. And if they all ran after her, someone could get seriously hurt. Ikoma thanked them for arriving just in time. Satsuki asked what had happened here. He replied that there might still be a musketeer nearby and that he would tell them everything when they got to a safe place. Amatsu Ruka escaped using Shadow Step. This is a skill that allows its users to move in the shadows unnoticed by others. She was angry that the girl had ruined her hunt, and next time she would deal with her first. With such an injury, she could not complete the task. Her class specializes in eliminating single targets, but the arrival of her comrades ruined everything, so there was no chance of successfully completing the task. But at first, she didn't want to back up Asahi because she thought he could handle it himself. But the boss insisted on it and said that extra caution would not hurt. After all, the client made it clear that he would not forgive another failure. And if they failed this time, it could spell the end for their organization. A week after the disaster, Sana gathered everyone to celebrate its prevention. It was right after the volunteer work in the Miyagi area was completed. She also really wanted to meet Mio. She asked her if she was Mio. She said she had heard about her and that it was true that she was really beautiful. She offered Mio a role in her video. Mio replied that she wasn't interested. Then she asked who said she was beautiful and if it was Akoma. Satsuki thought that she knew that Akoma was in love with Mio. But Mio herself believes that she will not date him because they are only friends. Sana went to get more food. Satsuki noticed that she was being very generous today. Ikam said that perhaps the guild had given her a special reward. Satsuki noted that thanks to his achievements, Sana's popularity was growing and growing. But he noted that, to be honest, he didn't ask her to tell everyone about it. However, if Satsuki wants to be popular, he doesn't mind. Moreover, Sana would be happy to help with that. But Satsuki refused. Thanks to Sanji's stream, they found the boss and evacuated the people. That's why her popularity grew. Moreover, she herself said that she became a YouTuber to inspire people and tell them about the dangers associated with faults. So she is happy that her stream contributed to saving many lives, and her subscribers skyrocketed, as did the views of her videos and streams. But there are other reasons for her joy. Of course, there is the financial gain. They noticed that she had been gone for a long time, but in a moment she returned to treat her friends. She said she had just bought everyone a lot of treats. Satsuki wasn't sure they would be able to eat it all. Sanji replied that in her family, such a portion would be eaten in a few minutes, especially by her brother. Ikoma asked if it was because of the influx of subscribers that she had extra money for such a mountain of food. And she replied that they didn't understand anything. They came as they were and they will leave as they were. So while she has the funds, she wants to set aside one day to not deny anyone anything. After all, being the oldest in the family is not easy. Then she would be more careful with finances and take care of her family. Ikam thought that he should also be more careful. Although he has strong allies, he does not feel safe. After all, someone really wants him gone. Even if he tries to resign, although he has no plans to do so, they will send someone like Asahi, someone who could be just as easily gotten rid of. But he could have let the organization get rid of him, but instead he sacrificed his life and saved them from an unexpected attack. Ikoma still doesn't understand why he did that, and he will never forget it. In the future, he will have to face even greater danger than before. Sana called out to Ikam and said that he had helped her promote the channel, so she suggested starting a stream and introducing him to her loyal fans. Satsuki asked if she still hadn't given up. Ikumu replied that they had helped catch their boss, so they could do one stream. Satsuki was extremely surprised. Ikam had always refused to do this and didn't take it seriously. They asked why Sanji suddenly fell silent. She replied that she was in a state of mild shock that Ikoma had agreed. She asked if he was joking. He replied that he wasn't. At first, the Chimera's fangs were the biggest problem, but now he was facing a battle against a special forces unit. But no matter what awaited him along the way, he would continue to hone his abilities and become stronger. So the time will come when he will deal with his unknown pursuer. Meanwhile, the head of the special forces unit was furious that the Chimera's fangs had failed again, so he would no longer tolerate their failures. His interlocutor said that if he terminated the contract, they would cause chaos. But he does not want to work with them, and the situation is already out of control. After all, if Ikomas gets stronger, they won't be able to stop him, and they'll have to call on the time dragon Kronos to break the time labyrinth. He picked up the photo and said, "I'm sorry, Olivia, but I have no other choice." The boss is serious about putting Icom in his place. Ikoma studies the special unit's report and notices from the outset that the frequency of rifts is higher than in the first timeline. But the trend continues. Every year, the number of rifts increases. The disaster threat index jumped in September last year. That was when time was restarted. Analyzing his appearance in this time, he increasingly finds a connection with the acceleration of the appearance of rifts. But he doesn't understand how exactly he is connected to it. At this moment, Ether tried to say something. Ikoma thought it might be something very important, but he couldn't understand. So he took a notebook and a pen to write down every letter she said. But it turned out that she just wanted pudding. At first, she couldn't say anything, but then she spoke more clearly. So now he knows that she likes pudding. Ether also recognizes herself in the mirror, talks about the weather, and calls Satsuki by name. While Ikoma went to the kitchen for pudding, Ether started talking again. From her words, Ikam understood that the game was being played to convince the god. After a while, Satsuki, Mio, and Ikoma were training at the Adventurers Guild branch. Satsuki deliberately directed him towards Mio, knowing that he would retreat. So he realized that she had set a trap. So Ikam knocked the weapon out of Mio's hand so she couldn't attack him. Satsuki noticed this and wanted to buy time so that Mio could pick up her weapon. But the most important thing was not to let her opponent get close to her. She used a shadow curtain, but Ikam jumped over it with the help of gravity magic. After that, he touched Satsuki's forehead with his finger and said that was enough training for today. After all, Satsuki had learned to assess the situation on the battlefield more quickly, and Mio began to work more harmoniously in a team. Satsuki thanked him for the training and felt dizzy. Although Akoma praised her, she did not feel any progress. She understands that she needs to react much faster. She also needs to pay attention to her opponent's movements and purposefully use their steps against them. Mio relies more on brute force. This tactic is suitable for defeating monsters, but it is ineffective against humans. Icom has impressive combat experience, but Mio is interested in where he learned to fight humans so well. Mio said she was grateful for the training, but lately they have been sparring not in the rift but against each other. She wonders if he is afraid that those strange people will attack them. He replied that it's not just about the Chimera's fangs, but also the rifts that often appear. Although they are all B-rank adventurers now, they need to train more to become stronger. But perhaps Ecom simply attaches great importance to Asahi's warning. The deputy head of the guild, Serizawa, watched the training. He approached them and said that the fight was wonderful, and that it was the first time he had seen such coordinated work. He praised Ikomu and noted his good combat training, his ability to notice the weaknesses of others, and thought that he had previously worked as a martial arts instructor. Ikoma replied that you could say that. In his past life, having the highest rank, he gave advice to beginners when he was with them in the trenches. Serizawa said that he had incredible talent, and lately, the guild has been short of contractors. Satsuki said that it must be very difficult for him. After all, there was no one else to do the work. After these words, Serizawa offered Ikomi to try himself as a contractor, and he replied that he would think about it. Right now, he can't work for the guild. He managed to make great progress in a short time, and something is wrong here. The person who controls the Chimera's fangs and is part of the special unit's senior leadership has connections that Ikoma does not have. So if he is at the top, Ikomi should continue training and wait for a new rift to become stronger. Meanwhile, another rift has appeared in the Odo district of Tokyo. No one understands what has been happening to them lately. So it doesn't matter who it is, adventurers or special forces, but someone has to do something about it. Ikoma, Satsuki, and Mio gathered to discuss the details of clearing the new rift called the Distorted Forest. Satsuki is surprised that it appeared so quickly. This is a rift for adventurers of rank B and above. Currently, it is the most difficult of all those in Tokyo. Ikoma said that their main goal is to raise the level, but the difficulty is higher than the special forces say. It is unrealistic to defeat the boss, and the monsters are also strong. There will be difficulties right at the entrance. Mio asked where he got the idea that everything was so difficult, and whether the special forces assessment was objective. Ikoma was glad she asked because he has a lot of records from the past and present. He began to explain that the special forces assessment was based on outdated data, and did not take into account that the levels of monsters and bosses could increase. Mio understood and asked him not to continue, but Ikomu replied that he hadn't even started. She appreciated his seriousness when it came to analyzing the rifts. Satsuki added that he was always like that. He took the data from his past life, but in this timeline, the rifts had become more dangerous. To effectively increase the level, they would have to challenge stronger opponents. But this carries a risk. Ikoma said that it was only his desire to become stronger. If they didn't agree with his method, they could refuse. They asked if he wanted to become stronger in order to be ready to face those three strange mercenaries. Mio said that he had saved her life and she owed it to him to repay him by becoming stronger. Satsuki said that he had done a lot for her too and that she wanted to continue to watch his back in the future. He was pleased to hear these words and sincerely thanked them for their support and loyalty. So they immediately arrived at the scene. This fault line was located right in the middle of the district. For this reason, the special forces evacuated all residents for their safety. They entered the rift and immediately realized that something was wrong with it. Feeling themselves being lifted off the ground, they flew upward and landed in the rift itself. Ikoma noticed that Satsuki was falling and caught her in time. She thanked him but did not understand what had happened. Mio said that this was the first time she had encountered a rift that fell from the sky. Satsuki saw something strange and asked what it was. Akoma replied that it was a seal on the crevice. This is a completely new phenomenon associated with rifts, in which it is possible to enter the rift but not to exit it. To reopen the passage, they would have to defeat the boss. It was a very rare and dangerous phenomenon, so they have no choice. Mio said that, simply put, they had fallen into a trap. Ikoma apologized and said he shouldn't have brought them here. Mio replied that it was as if he knew this would happen. Other adventurers approached them and said that they were newcomers who even knew about the sealing of the rift. So it seems that now they are brothers in arms. They are here with a group looking for other adventurers like themselves, but so far they have only found them. An adventurer from the group thought that someone from the special forces would be sent to help them, to which another replied that they didn't know what was going on. He added that the special forces also don't know about the phenomenon. After that, he turned to Ikomi and asked if he was the leader of the group. He replied that he was. He said his name was Jurakuchi Zen, and that he was trying to gather all the adventurers into a large group to defeat the boss. It was a little presumptuous to call himself a leader, but he had an A rank, so he took on that responsibility. He also said that he was a Sage class. This is a special class that masterfully controls both white and black magic, a specialist in support and attack. The only drawback is weak defense. But this can be compensated for by joining a group with a warrior. In the past, this class was considered one of the strongest and rarest. Jurikuchi Zen said that he would like to work together to get out of here in hopes that they don't mind. Akoma noticed that he was calm and collected, as expected of an A-rank adventurer. Thanks to his charisma, he won the trust of the other members of the group. Akoma agreed to work with him, so they all introduced themselves. Zen tried to guess something about their classes and succeeded. There were 6 of them in total, including Akoma, Satsuki, and Mio. There were 9. Zen said they would be very happy if they joined them. Satsuki asked Akoma if he thought Zen would make a good leader, but he didn't answer. Zen looked at his phone and said that the sealing of the rift had begun 5 hours ago. Not enough time had passed for the special forces to sound the alarm. He noticed that there was no signal at all. It would take the special forces several days to gather the forces needed to clear a fault of this level. The other adventurers didn't like this. One of them said that they would drink and eat all this time, and during this time, they had not encountered a single monster here. So the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Satsuki also began to worry about this. She said she had taken dry rations, but they would not last long. Akoma turned to Zen and said he wanted to clarify something. He said that usually a special unit prepares for several days if a group of adventurers falls into a rift. But the rift appeared in the middle of a residential area and was assigned a high level, so they cannot ignore the fact that 9 adventurers have disappeared. The power of the rift would grow every day and cause a new disaster, so it was not in the special forces' interest to ignore such a disaster. Therefore, they will not have to wait several days. But this angered Xena. He asked if Akoma thought he had said this without analyzing the situation. After that, he apologized and said that he had gone too far because he was angry. He justified himself by saying that there was a danger to the lives of those present, so he was a little on edge and asked them to forgive him for losing his temper. One of the adventurers pretended not to be surprised by his behavior, and Xena said that they should all think about what to do now instead of arguing. Akoma couldn't ignore such behavior. After all, he seemed too calm to him, but now he understands that something is wrong with him. Zen said he would try to listen to everyone's opinion, but in the end, he would act based on his own experience. He added that he had appointed himself leader for a reason. After all, he was the only one among them who was an A-rank adventurer. Turning to Akomi, he said he wanted him to stop the empty arguments, because everyone was emotional and unnecessary quarrels were of no use to them. Satsuki wanted to protect Ecom and said that he had already defeated an A-rank boss and defeated an A-rank criminal alone, and without help. But Akomu stopped her and said that there was no point in arguing with him. After all, this conversation would lead nowhere. Using his position, he turns the whole group against him. Zen tells Akoma that time in the rifts is different from time in the real world, so it was unknown how long they would have to sit and wait. The sooner they defeated the boss, the sooner they would get out of there. Akoma realized that he would insist on his position until the very end, so there was no choice. The other adventurers were confused by the fact that they would have to fight a strong boss, but they had no other choice. So they told Jurikuchi that they would do as he said. Taking advantage of the situation, he informed them that a difficult battle awaited them. All of them were B-rank adventurers, but he would try to lead them to victory. It was his duty as an A-rank adventurer. An adventurer from the group said that they trust him with their lives and will listen to and follow all his orders. Akoma knows from preliminary information that the boss is supposed to be stronger than the previous cursed queen, and that's all he knows. After talking among themselves, the adventurers came to the conclusion that their chances of victory are 50-50. Although Zen inspires confidence in victory competing with such a strong opponent, losses are inevitable. Zen asked Akomi if he was sure that the special forces would come to their aid. Therefore, he wants to wait for them here. He told Mio and Satsuki that they could go with them, considering their class and potential, but the Gravity Master should stay. Satsuki politely replied that she had to decline his offer. She thinks he is rude and does not like to hear criticism directed at her. But Akoma said that they would go with them, including him. Satsuki didn't like the idea, but he reassured her that together with the group, they had a better chance than without it. And maybe when the group members see what monsters they have to fight, they will abandon the idea of fighting the boss. The adventurer of the group threatened Akomi, asking if he had decided to go against Jurikuchi, but he was sure that he would not do that. He told Akomi that he would be happy if they joined them. Akomi believes that they cannot be left alone. So he has to somehow convince them that going to the boss of the rift is dangerous, and then they will return to the exit to wait for help from the special forces. That's the only thing he could do in this situation. Zen is surprised that even when he turned the whole group against Akoma, he didn't change his mind. So if he couldn't leave them behind, he plans to get back at him later. In his opinion, the Gravity Master turned out to be the smartest. The special forces would arrive the next day. It would not make sense to engage in combat with the boss, and it is not certain that they would defeat him. But in Zen's opinion, this was much more interesting. He was pleased that the others would give their lives for him, and if they won, he would take the reward for himself. Zen competes from behind and will be able to escape, so he waits for this dangerous game to begin. He is curious to see if Ecom will stop the others from going to their deaths. The adventurer from the group hears strange sounds like cicadas chirping. A few seconds later, they get closer. These monsters, called abominations, are level 62. The adventurers are frightened by these strange creatures with their vile chirping, and they all have a level higher than 60. Xena is interested in how such an intelligent and perceptive master of gravity will behave in a real battle. Meanwhile, the Special Forces held an emergency meeting. After all, in 5 hours, not a single adventurer had emerged from the new rift. Judging by the magical fluctuations, they think the rift is sealed from the inside. But the investigation continues. One of the participants in the meeting believes that if they do not hurry to send help, many strong adventurers may die. Another said that from the very beginning he had spoken about the need to personally deal with the rift. Another man asked what was dangerous about sealing it. The girl replied that the phenomenon is not very dangerous, but the longer the rift remains closed, the more energy accumulates inside. According to their data, it is known that where this phenomenon occurs in 17% of cases, it resulted in the evolution of a local boss. Another man believes that immediate action must be taken, otherwise the boss will escape from the portal and many innocent people will suffer. The head of the special unit wondered if the unstable portal had appeared due to the artificial catastrophe of the rift. The girl said that they should send a detachment inside the fault, but it is not certain that the evolution has not been completed. The district authorities are preparing for the worst. They decided to form 2 teams. It would be nice if it weren't so scary, otherwise the entire area will be razed to the ground. But someone has to take responsibility for carrying out this operation. One of the men volunteered. He is the head of the first corps of the Special Forces, Fujima Kikyo. Since they need to save the city from a new disaster, he has an idea. They asked him what it was, and he replied that he wanted permission to use the Starry Sky Key. It is kept in the Special Forces laboratory, but others began to object because of the consequences of using that artifact. But the chief said that it sounded very interesting and reasonable, so he gave us permission and said that Fujima Kiki should activate the Star Sky Key. In turn, he promised to cover up the incident involving the use of the artifact in the rift. Kiryu replied that he could rely on him. After all, he was good at dirty work. He called Agent Mayumi Toya from the 2nd Squad of the Special Forces to inform her about the job offer. Mayumi thought he hated dealing with him, to which he replied that he had a job for him, where he would have to clean up after the adventurers again. He said he would be personally responsible for all the consequences, and a job was waiting for him in the Auto area in the A-rank rift. He said to take another strong fighter. It is well known that Mayumi Kiryu abuses his power, steals money, and intimidates people, and that's the least of it. So Mayumi did not believe that he was taking on the cleanup for good reasons and thought that he had something in mind. He also said that the mission is secret, so it should not be discussed even within the squad. A girl from the squad asked Mayumi who had called. He said that Fujima had assigned him a secret mission, and he had a feeling that it was not for the best. The girl believes that he should not go to the rift, but he has no choice because Fujima is his superior and he is obliged to follow his orders. So his subordinate apologized for her words. Fujima's subordinate said that Mayumi Toyo was in good standing with the leadership, so was it worth involving him? Fujima replied that he was his backup option. He would do all the work and deal with the key. He was just lucky to rise to the top, and if the task fails, he will blame everything on him. Fujima is proud of himself and loves his job because he got permission to use the key and brought in the best fighter to do the dirty work. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers fought the monsters. Akoma told Satsuki and Mio to get ready and help the others defeat the monsters. Zen watches Akoma and notices that he has analyzed everyone's abilities, thereby guiding them in battle. He did not expect such leadership potential from a master of gravity. Zen decided that he had to join in and do something for the sake of decency, otherwise Akoma would start bossing him around. An adventurer from the group tells him to do something, so he apologizes and excuses himself by saying that he is just waiting for the right moment to attack. He used the Trishula skill, which only has 3 ice charges, so he had to watch the monster's movements to know who to attack. He added that he would like to reduce mana consumption. After all, it will come in handy for fighting the boss, but in a difficult situation he will engage in battle. The adventurers apologized and were delighted with him because he had thought everything through in advance. Satsuki was surprised that Zen destroyed 3 level 60 monsters with 1 blow. She had no idea he was that strong. Zen asked Ikomi how he liked his powers. Faced with reality, he finally understood the difference between them. He believes that Ikomi's level is too low and that he himself is still too young and not smart enough to compete with him. And the difference is not only in levels but also in classes. Zen believes that he was blessed by the heavens themselves, which is why he is so good. Ikoma shared his opinion and believes that he decided to show off under the pretext of wasting mana. After all, he entered the battle when attention was drawn to him in order to show his class advantages. And if he appointed himself the leader, why didn't he do anything? He himself insisted on going further, hiding behind his A rank and experience, but he sits behind everyone's backs watching as they do the work for him. Ikoma asked if he understood that such behavior could cost someone their life, and he asked Ikoma how he was better than him. He said that he was probably still angry with him. After all, he didn't take his side, but that's no reason to snap at him. But Ikoma replied that he didn't care who became the leader of the group. The main task for him was to survive. But if he continued to behave like this, no one would reach the boss. He didn't know what was going on in his head. Therefore, he reminds him that the lives of others must be placed above his ambitions. Otherwise, no one will follow him. Zen was angry with him but did not show it. So he simply replied that it was an impressive analysis, but in his mind, he just wanted Ikom to die first. Mio asked Satsuki if he was angry now, and she replied that he was definitely angry. The other adventurers joined the conversation. Some defended Zen, but everyone was tired of the argument. At first, Ikumo Zen was just annoying, but to his surprise, he hadn't met anyone in a long time who could get him so easily. They saw that the monster had retreated and flown away, but it was strange. The group moved on and thoughts flashed through Zen's mind that Ikom was stronger than he had expected. After all, he wanted to humiliate him by demonstrating his superiority. Others were also not enthusiastic about his company. Some believed that he should not have been brought along at all, and fortunately, most of the group could not tolerate him. But Zen couldn't bring himself to ask the question so as not to show his personal dislike. So he decided to turn the swordsman in the group against him. He thinks it's the perfect plan to tell the swordsman that Ikom doesn't think much of him, and then the problem will solve itself. The adventuress of the group wonders where the beetle flew, and Akoma asks her what is bothering her. But she does not want to get involved with him so as not to upset Zen. Ikomu said that the little things she noticed in the crevice could save her life. So if she noticed something, she should share it with everyone. And if she didn't want to tell him, she should tell the group leader. She said that she hadn't really noticed anything unusual, but one bug wasn't attacking, it was watching from the sidelines. And then it ran away in an unknown direction. Ikom believes that it is rare for monsters to have intelligence and observe their opponents. The adventuress agreed with his opinion, and Ikom asked where it went after observing. Ikoma wondered if monsters really had high intelligence and a sense of self-preservation, or maybe it wanted to warn about the danger of a stronger monster. He told the adventuress that it was a very useful observation on her part, and thanked her for sharing it. Zen was about to set up the swordsman, but Ikom interrupted him. He told him what he had heard from the adventuress. So it seems that the monsters here have intelligence. One was watching them and may have shared the information with the boss. Therefore, it may be dangerous to continue. But the boss replied that he was back to his old ways and wanted to return so badly that he had even come up with such nonsense. He said that the girl had noticed this. So as a leader, he had to consider the possible risks and listen to the group members. Zen was angry that she shared this with Ikom, but he remained calm. The girl noticed that he looked at her differently, and they became frightened. He understands that Ikom is right and that this should not be ignored, but if he listens to him, he will have to back down. Zen tries to pull himself together. After all, games are always stressful, which is why he likes to think everything through. Ikoma understands that he wants to defeat the boss, but they shouldn't tempt fate. But he replied that it was enough to show him in a bad light. He doesn't like that Ikom puts forward his useless suggestions. After all, he allowed him to join the group of his own free will, and all he does is walk around and complain. He believes that Ikom is hiding behind good intentions, and only wants to take the initiative so that everyone will listen only to him. He added that whether he is right or not does not matter because no matter what he says, people will not support him. Ikomu replied that he could blame him as much as he wanted, but was he willing to take the risk to preserve his pride as a leader? Zen said that he was actually starting to annoy him. Meanwhile, a monster approached them. Sasaki noticed it and warned Ikomu. A level 64 butcher monster approached them. Zen was indignant that their conversation had been interrupted at the most interesting point and did not notice the monster standing behind him. But Mio was quick enough to stop its attack. She said that there were several of them here and they were very good at hiding their presence. Zen realized that they had been surrounded all this time and that someone had obviously sent the monsters to them. It would be very bad if some monster was really watching them, because then it would be game over. He realized he was wrong, but he still wanted to position himself so that everyone would be on his side again. To do that, he had to deal with these monsters quickly and efficiently, so he decided that this would be their last battle for the trust of the group with the Gravity Master. He said that the monsters could be nearby and that they should split into groups of 3 to check the bushes. The people in the center should keep their formation. Ikom believes that this time they will have to obey. After all, Zen has good combat experience, and that will help them survive the battle. Some members of the group are scared, so Ikom decided to take on the monster ahead. Meanwhile, Satsuki, another girl, and Zen check to see if there are any other monsters nearby and attack one of them. Zen noticed that the monsters are quite numerous and have high defense and strength stats. But to summon Trishula right now, there isn't enough mana for the boss, so he decided to let the mages and melee fighters go ahead. He himself kept a safe distance from them. After all, he didn't think anyone would be seriously injured in this battle, but in a critical situation he would use magic and regain the respect of the group. However, another plan came to mind. If someone from the Gravity Masters group gets hurt, it would be bad to send them away without treating them. He thought it would be a good idea to deliberately send monsters their way so that they would be injured. After all, then Ikom would beg him for help. While pondering his brilliant plan, Zen did not notice someone sneaking up behind him. He realized that this was the one who had been commanding the monsters all this time, and he decided to attack him. Meanwhile, the monster's fighters distracted the other members of the group, so Zen had no choice but to fight back. Zen noticed that the monster was smart but prematurely jubilant. He decided to scare him so that he would retreat and allow him to move to a safe distance. This gave him time to concentrate and use a powerful spell of absolute protection that only a sage could use. Although the protection consumes a lot of mana, it is impenetrable. So Zen decided that he could attack the monster from behind the shield. He believes that other adventurers are not capable of fighting either the boss or the monster, but fighting alone is not a good idea. That is why he goes to high-level rifts. Zen turned to the monster and told it to entertain him, and in response it used poisonous mead. This poison destroys all magical artifacts. So after using the item, Zen's shield simply dissolved. This surprised Zen. He doesn't understand what he's dealing with. After all, his opponent used the item to develop a tactic. He also has great strength and intelligence. He thought that this was not a local boss. Zen had never met anyone like him before. All the rifts were just entertainment for him. After all, he was a genius and always found a way out of any situation. He had backup plans even for the worst-case scenario. So he doesn't understand why this happened to him. By destroying his defenses, the monster inflicted severe damage on him. He remembered Ikom's words that such behavior could cost someone their life. Therefore, he seriously wondered whether he would be able to survive and get out of there. But Ikom and Satsuki came to his aid, which surprised him greatly. Akoma told Zen that his main goal was for everyone to stay alive. Before that, he asked Satsuki to slow down the boss with shadow techniques. But after the attack, it felt as if the blade had passed through rubber. So he thought that he was resistant to cutting and piercing objects. This monster is called Dressed in Yellow and is at level 77. In addition, he is intelligent and has analytical abilities like a human. Therefore, everything turned out exactly as Ikom thought. This rift was a dangerous place from the very beginning. Satsuki said that they should retreat and help others, but he did not agree with this. After all, Mio's class is the best in close combat, and she can handle small monsters. Their main task was to deal with this opponent. If he was resistant to piercing attacks, then perhaps his weakness was magical attacks. Ikoma told Satsuki to transfer her mana to Zen because the three of them would have a better chance of defeating him. Satsuki turned to Zen and warned him that if he tried to run away, she would not spare him and would force him into battle. He replied that she shouldn't worry about that. After all, after that, he simply wouldn't allow himself to run away. Ikoma continued to fight, but his attacks had no effect on him. He even cut off his head, but it didn't work. So it turns out that even the monster's head is protected from piercing attacks. Zen said that no matter how hard he tried, his class was no match for such a formidable opponent, so he had to admit it. After all, he is very good at assessing the situation. His speed and reaction impress Zen, but his absolute calmness surprises him even more. So he said that Ikomu could indeed be mistaken for a madman, yet he rarely meets such calm daredevils. Zen asks Ikumo to accept his praise. Satsuki was annoyed that he was acting like a proud peacock, or even worse. He told the shaman not to get distracted because if she looked away, it would be the end of them. He added that if he did attack them, she should use her strongest spell, but not overdo it. After all, he wants the final blow and all the glory to go to him. At first he seemed foolish to her, but then she thought he was actually crazy. Zen tried to analyze the monster and realized that it changed its fighting style depending on its opponent. This was the first time he had seen a normal monster change tactics in such a short time, and he hardly used mana for battle. Therefore, Zen was curious about what resource it was using and thought that Ikom was right. The deeper they go into the rift, the more of these they will encounter. The monster got the poison again. It attacks from a distance, driving its opponent into a corner from which it is impossible to escape and block the blow. It is a disgusting but effective tactic. Using the item, the monster unleashes a storm on them. Xena is impressed that Ikom is fighting, despite the fact that this battle is very difficult for him. Ikoma decided to use reverse gravity to deliver a devastating blow, but this did not help him to finally end the battle, which was expected of him. However, he saved himself from the poison. For Satsuki, this was not surprising, but Zen noticed the cleverness in it. It was difficult for him to admit, but the Master of Gravity had exceptional talent and could compete with him. The monster decided to use 2 poisonous items at once. It seemed to Ikomi that even monsters like him had a sense of excitement and pride. Ikoma deflected one bowl with his blade. The other flew towards Satsuki and Zen. Satsuki stopped it and asked if he still couldn't move. He replied that she should just continue to pour mana into him, because if they moved, the monster would notice them. So he asked her not to make any unnecessary movements. Satsuki got angry and said she had given him enough mana, but he replied that to defeat the monster, they had to use the most powerful spell. The monster was confused, and they had a chance to catch it off guard, but there had to be enough mana, otherwise they would lose their last chance at victory. He said he would start preparing the spell in advance, and if that didn't help, he had no other plan. Ikoma aimed a bowl of poison at the monster, and it hit him right in the eyes. So Zen realized that now was the best time to act. He used the Trishula spell, and Satsuki noticed that the monster, having taken damage, was trying to escape. But Zen was not going to let it go and used another spell. Satsuki was delighted that thanks to Ikom they had managed to defeat it, but Zen noted that it was thanks to his magic. After all, although his body was strong, the Trishula's spikes were sharper, but the monster did not want to give up and tried to attack Ikoma. Satsuki noticed this and warned him, but that was exactly what Ikom wanted, and he finally waited until the monster decided to attack him head-on. Ikoma used his Grant magic and dealt him a devastating blow. After that, his level rose from 61 to 64. The other members of the group joined them, and Mio said that everything was clear. Sasaki was not surprised and said that she thought she would do just fine without them. Zen quickly healed himself and replied to the adventuress who wanted to help him up that he could manage on his own. He said that if anyone was injured, he would heal them with his white magic. Akoma replied that fortunately, no one had been hurt. He also noted that they had something to discuss first. After all, some people had questions and comments. An adventurer from the group reminded Jirakuchi that he had promised to protect everyone in a critical situation and had not kept his word. But thanks to Akoma, they had survived the battle. The others were also interested in hearing about it and asked why Jirakuchi was silent. The adventurers' opinions were divided. Some defended Zen while others blamed him. Some believed that he would cover for them, but another adventurer said that thanks to his decision and actions, everyone was alive and the monster was destroyed. Icom understood that a rift had formed. This quarrel could have been avoided. This was not what he wanted. It seemed that the two adventurers who sided with Zen had been with him from the beginning, so they were trying to protect him. The adventurer who defended Zeno asked an adventuress named Suzuki whose side she was on. She replied that she sided with the majority. He said that she had no opinion of her own, to which Suzuki replied that he should apologize and not be angry with her. The adventuress, a thief, said that she had been injured and was afraid that she couldn't get out of there. It was Jirakuchi who came and saved her. So no matter what bad things people say about him, she will always be on his side. Zen said he admits that Icom was right from the beginning, so Icom asked if he wasn't ashamed. After all, he had been resisting all along. He thought that by joining forces they would defeat the boss, but he was wrong and admits it. But after encountering this monster, he changed his mind. So now he thinks it's better to wait for the Special Forces squad. After these words, Ecom, despite his usual calmness, got angry at him. Zen said he would listen to his complaints when they got out, but now was not the time to argue. He suggested that he join him. After all, he had never met such an amazing adventurer before, so he suggested leaving those girls and working with him. Icom was the first person he admired and admitted defeat to, so why not create their own group? The more he talked, the more Ikomu got angry at him. Realizing this, Zen stopped. Ikoma said that they should all return to the exit. He himself thought that he was tired of Zen's insincerity. Meanwhile, not far from the fault line, a special forces unit had already gathered to carry out the mission. Fujima Kiryu said, "Here he is, the agent from the second squad, Mayumi. So the operation is about to begin." But before that, he wanted to discuss something with him that he couldn't say over the phone. He showed him the key and said that he had to use it in this mission. It was a star key, just what was needed for a secret mission. This item was capable of causing overpopulation in the rift. The adventurer of the squad asked if they could use it to remove the seal on the rift. But then she realized that this would provoke a new disaster in the city, and she asked if he even understood what kind of artifact he wanted to use. Fujima turned to Mayumi and said that he had advised them to take a strong fighter, not some stupid girl. Mayumi said that sealing the rift was a special anomaly that would lead to disaster. A boss evolves in such rifts. If nothing is done, thousands of innocent people will suffer. Therefore, they must enter the rift and destroy the boss. If they lose, the catastrophe will be even greater. After all, the boss will begin to evolve. And if they provoke overpopulation, the boss will come out himself, and a weaker version of him can be defeated, which will eliminate the risks. It is a dangerous mission with minimal risks. That is why Fujima agreed to the operation. He is attracted by the prospect of profit. Agents of the organization are stationed throughout the area. They are preparing for the monsters to emerge from the rift, but the girl is still confused because they are supposed to protect the city from threats, not create an inevitable disaster. Mayumi said that the special forces are just a system. If she wants to be fair, she should become an adventurer, only they die more often. Fujima praised Mayumi for her wonderful words and said that it was time to start helping the adventurers fulfill their heroic duty. While in the rift, the group waited for help at the entrance. Satsuki caught weak monsters and replenished their mana reserve. Thanks to this, they restored their mana and would be able to defend themselves if the special forces were delayed for some reason. They also had some food. It wouldn't last long, of course, but it was something. And those who had been causing trouble finally quieted down. Zen again approached Akoma with a proposal to create their own group, or at least to think about it when they got out. He is the only one who still bothers Akomi and annoys him. Then Zen asked him to remind him of his name. After all, he always addresses adventurers by class and seems to have forgotten Ikom's name. Ikoma said that he deliberately refers to people by class because he is too lazy to remember their names. The adventurer with the class of thief defended him, arguing that this couldn't be true. Zen said that he would never do that to her, but he didn't remember her name either. Her real name is Anna. He asked Ikom to remind him of her name and promised that this time he would remember it forever. Satsuki told him to stop clinging to Ikoma. He asked if she considered him a rival. After that, they heard someone approaching. Ikoma noticed that they were not monsters, but people. They had finally waited for help. Fujima was surprised to see a whole squad of adventurers. Satsuki was delighted that they had finally waited for the special forces. Zen was unhappy that they had arrived so quickly because he wanted to enjoy surviving in the rift with the Gravity Master. Ikoma thinks they are too fast. After all, not even a day has passed. There is no doubt that this is a special forces squad. To clear the rift, a group of fighters with level 80 is needed, but in Japan there are only a few such people. The special forces recruit talented people. Sometimes they hire A-rank adventurers for the job, but there are hardly any adventurers in this squad. A girl from the squad told all the adventurers not to worry and to go to the entrance of the rift and wait while they cleared it. She asked them to refrain from fighting monsters because anomalies had been detected in the rift. The adventurers were happy about their arrival as their work was done, and asked what the recorded anomalies meant and whether they should guard them in this case. The girl replied that she was sorry, but all their forces would be devoted to conquering the rift. Akoma turned to Fujima and asked if they were from the combat squad. He wanted to make sure that it was a combat squad and not a research squad, and that they had indeed come to clean up, not to investigate the cause of the anomaly in this fault. But Fujima didn't like that. His subordinates told Ikomi that he was talking too much and that if he was told to go to the exit, he should do so. Satsuki whispered to Akoma that these soldiers were creepy, and she thought it would be better for them to leave. Zen asked Akoma what he didn't like because the special forces had arrived, so now it wasn't their problem. He told the soldiers to forgive Akoma because he was a little strange and they understood everything, so they were leaving. But Akoma found it strange that they didn't want to answer him. A girl from the squad shouted to be careful and remember that the rift is unstable, so anything could happen. And as soon as the entrance opened, everyone should run away as fast as they could. Satsuki seemed to be the only kind and good girl among all the special forces fighters. Akoma thought that the rift was poorly studied and unstable. Therefore, it was in their best interest to deal with the anomalies as quickly as possible. In such a situation, there was a risk of failure, so sending the combat group forward without additional information was an extremely unwise decision. Information is valuable in this operation, but they sent the elite and combat units without even hiring additional A-rank adventurers. They refused to provide protection for the adventurers. Ikomi also found the girl's words strange. After all, once the boss is defeated, they can safely leave the rift, so why warn everyone to flee as quickly as possible? Unless, of course, it would be dangerous to remain in the rift even after the entrance was opened. Mio asked Ikomi what was wrong. Ikomi said aloud, "Key to the starry sky," and Fujima heard it and asked him to repeat what he had just said. He realized that they wanted to use this artifact inside the rift to cause an artificial disaster. Fujima became curious about how he knew about the key to the starry sky, since he had promised that no one would find out about what would happen on this mission. So he thought that maybe he should get rid of Akoma right now. Akoma said that judging by his reaction, they really did want to use the key. Satsuki asked what he meant. This artifact causes overpopulation of the rift. It is needed to remove the seal. During the sealing, the concentration of magical miasma increases, making the monsters stronger and more aggressive. Akoma said that they are here to use it to create overpopulation, thereby removing the seal. Satsuki couldn't wrap her head around what she had just heard. How could anyone deliberately create a catastrophe? Fujima is furious because he doesn't understand how he found out about it. Although the adventurers discovered the artifact, it was completely secret. There could be no leak of information because the special unit was carefully monitoring it. An ordinary adventurer could not know anything about the object, but if Fujima starts to argue, this guy will press even harder. The adventurers are angry that they intend to create a catastrophe and release all the monsters. After all, this is madness. This is a high-level rift where the strongest monsters are located, and they want to cause overpopulation without understanding the danger they are exposing the city to. Fujima was angry at the unfounded accusations and told them not to talk nonsense. Akoma said he did not consider these accusations unfounded. After all, when he just named the subject, everyone immediately turned to him. The soldiers thought they had been caught, and now the adventurers suspect them, so they don't know what to do. The girl who warned about the danger wondered how he understood everything. Was it all because of her? Mio told Ikomi to stop picking on them. Even though he was right, it wouldn't help. After all, they simply wouldn't listen to him, let alone comply with his request. Mio remembered the moment when her parents died. Xena was curious about what the Master of Gravity was thinking now. Most likely something like this is too dangerous. But in his opinion, Ikomi started communicating with the special forces on the wrong note. Of course, they could have engaged in battle with them, or even defeated them. But Zen understands that this would not lead to anything good, and it would not help defeat the boss. So why did Akoma start this senseless argument with them? It makes no sense to fight the special forces in such a situation. No one would benefit from it. So maybe it's better to leave quietly and not get involved. But Ecom said he had a proposal. He is not going to criticize their decision. After all, there was no time to think about better options. Therefore, they chose the safest option possible. The situation was critical, so they did not take any risks because they were civilians. The great risk and lack of strength forced them to deal with the rift differently, so they decided to use the key of the starry sky. This was to create a catastrophe in order to prevent huge losses. Akoma pointed to Zen and said that he was a Class A adventurer and that he himself was also strong enough, even though he did not have the same combat experience as the others. But they already had a group of adventurers in a special unit, so they could join forces to prevent the catastrophe. Zen thought that Ikom knew a thing or two about fun, even though he was initially frightened by such a proposal. Fujima wondered how he could have come up with such an idea. After all, he had accepted this task precisely so that he would not have to fight anyone. Fujima didn't like the idea of joining forces with unknown adventurers to risk his life to defeat the boss. He said that adventurers were eternal romantics who only wanted to be heroes. He was responsible for millions of lives. Turning to Akoma, he asked if he really thought they had come here to play heroes. Akoma said that everyone who enters the rifts risks their lives every time, and that they are neither romantics nor heroes. He added that when there is a choice, adventurers still face danger just so that others don't have to. Those who have never been here before? He understands that they want the best, but this is not the way out. Ikumo recalled a disaster from his past life. If they had come earlier that time, it could have been prevented. But nothing could be done because it was impossible to save everyone. Ikoma said that if they knew how many times he had been in this hell, and if he had the power to stop it, he would use it. After all, he is not playing the hero, he is ready to prove his words with actions. But Fujima said that all adventurers sing the same song. If Akoma says so, then he is clearly confident in his abilities, but he has had enough. After all, he had already been lenient with him, so he ordered the soldiers to teach him a lesson, but Satsuki tried to stop everything, saying that now is not the time for a fight. Mayumi turned to Fujima and asked if he wanted to interfere. After all, that's how you have to deal with people like him. After all, the only way to deal with him is through force and pain, so he won't understand until he is punished. But Mayumi replied that he had no intention of stopping him and asked him to leave Akoma to him. A girl from the squad tried to stop him because she thought he would stop Fujima and resolve the situation peacefully. But she got the impression that Mayumi was angry, so he said that he also hated idealists who hid behind justice. He believes that they do not think about the consequences because they always impose their ideals on others, trying to appear better than them. Mayumi said he would show how big the difference in their abilities was and told Ikoma to attack if he wasn't afraid to accept his challenge. Fujima sees no point in stopping Mayumi. He achieved success thanks to his fighting skills. They say that as an adventurer, he received an A rank, so even in close combat, Fujima would never defeat him, and this adventurer would do even less. Satsuki hoped that everything could be resolved peacefully, but Ikoma replied that this would not happen. After all, his words would not be enough for that. So he has to accept the challenge and show what he is capable of to make them change their minds. The adventurers in the group understand that if Ikoma really defeats Mayumi, they will still have to go after the boss. Fujima is sure that Mayumi will put Ikomu in his place, and everyone else will also stay out of it. At first, he was afraid that he understood everything. In the heat of the moment, he almost ordered to finish him off. But everything can be done more simply because he is an employee who obeys orders from above. Mayumi will just calm this rebel down a little, and if he goes too far and leaves him alive, that will be his problem. Mayumi remembered that they had met somewhere before. He was the same adventurer who had cleaned out the Library of Secrets. He asked Ikoma what his level was. Ikoma replied that it was 64. Mayumi said that with that level, he had a chance to defeat the boss. But Mayumi was level 82. He was one of the outstanding soldiers of the Special Forces, so he told Ikomi that he was a smart guy and asked if he was sure. After all, because of his stubbornness, he was getting into a fight with a high-level adventurer. Ikomu replied to Mayumi that he was indeed strong, but too confident. Mayumi replied that this was arrogant of his opponent and immediately attacked, deciding that he would not even have to use his weapon. He said that nothing in this world could change people like him. Zen believes that a difference of 20 levels is too great, and that this is not the time to think about the advantages of his class. After all, Mayumi can defeat Ikomu even without using a bow, so he hopes that Ikomu has some kind of trump card up his sleeve. Akoma analyzed his opponent's speed and felt a strong difference in skill levels. It is becoming more difficult for him to dodge each time. After all, he is a special forces officer and is used to hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, Ikoma must find an opening and counterattack. His opponent uses a knife in battle and is also skilled with his hands. It is rare to find people who have mastered hand-to-hand combat. After all, it is no less effective. Due to the ease of his movements, Ikom thought that he was using his skill but for some reason was not attacking. After that, he threw a knife at Ikom and he barely dodged it. The battle lasted a very long time, but for Fujima, the result is clear. Mayumi is not some kind of hand-to-hand combat master. His style combines the strength gained from improving his judo techniques. He also has a winning tactic that has allowed him to defeat monsters with his bare hands more than once. He tried to throw Ikoma over himself with one hand, but realized that something was wrong. The trajectory of his fall was strange. Ikoma said that if the attack with his free hand and knife didn't work, he would use his best technique, which was to be expected. Mayumi realized that he was deliberately dodging to lure him into this move. When he grabbed him, he reduced gravity and then increased it when he broke away from the ground. So Ikomu asked him how he did that. The girl from the squad believes that it is impossible for an ordinary adventurer to catch Mayumi off guard. He just wanted to beat him up so that he was barely alive, but he said that the jokes were over and that he shouldn't complain later. Mayumi understands that if his opponent knows what he is capable of, it will not be easy to attack him. Ikoma wanted to save his mana, but it seems that he will not succeed, and they continue to fight. Mayumi believes that he has neither strength nor awareness. Therefore, he called him a foolish hero with useless ideals, so someone like him will never lose. Akoma said that this is strange because doesn't the Special Forces rely on the strength of such useless idealists? As a Special Forces officer, Mayumi is dissatisfied with many things. Due to the guild's negligent leadership, he has been on the verge of death twice. That's why he can't even remember how many times he had to clean up after the adventurers. Because of them, his subordinates were wounded many times. And because of the rigid hierarchy in the organization, talented young people are unable to rise to leadership position. But what irritates him most are people who throw words around without knowing where their idealism will lead them, and Ecom is just like that. They continued the fight, and Mayumi asked if he understood that if he went after the boss and lost, he would endanger not only the area but all of Japan. Ikoma replied that in the sealed rifts, about 20% of the bosses had undergone evolution. Statistics show that there have been cases where it was possible to stop it before it started. Considering the squad sent by the Special Forces, there is a possibility that evolution will occur. At present, the Special Forces are too weak. Perhaps in 10 years they would be able to cope with such a threat, but not now. Mayumi asked if, even knowing about the evolution, he still wanted to defeat the boss. After all, his defeat would mean the death of thousands of innocent people. Ikoma replied that right now he would show him how he could defeat him. Mayumi understands that no matter what arguments he gives, he will still stand his ground, and this blind faith greatly annoys him. Ikoma tried to attack Mayumi, who was surprised at how he had managed to conserve so much mana until now. He knocked the weapon out of Mayumi's hands, and Mayumi understood why Ikoma irritated him so much. It was because he had preserved what he himself had renounced. Mayumi remembered how 5 years ago he had given up a successful career as a police officer and joined the Special Forces because he wanted to prevent disasters. Especially since there had been a disaster in Kanagawa last month. But the man told him not to worry because adventurers were dealing with it, and their policy was only to support adventurers and nothing more. He thought this was wrong because they were just civilians. After the disaster in the rift, people realized that they had to fight back, so those who cared about human lives became adventurers. Mayumi replied to the man that it wasn't that he didn't believe in their good intentions, but they should take control of the situation themselves to help people. He reminded him that recruitment for the guild was ongoing. Many people were joining without any physical or psychological training. But the man said that due to the disaster, many organizations, except those related to the rifts, had suffered losses, and states had lost their national frameworks. Therefore, they could not deal with this on their own, and he asked him to imagine what would happen if they stopped recruiting adventurers into the troops. Mayumi wanted to take responsibility for clearing the rifts. But the man was against it because it would take a lot of time and effort. The cleanup would be slower, which would lead to disaster. Moreover, the special unit was led by an elite group that came from other walks of life. No one wanted to take on a job with high risks and low chances of success. The man advised Mayumi not to bother him with these questions. He told him to work for the good of their corporation and not try to change anything. After all, these are the kind of soldiers they need. 5 years have passed since then. Life has become easier, but nothing has changed in the organization. Serving only one ideal, Mayumi felt something inside him breaking and dying, so justifying everything with the system made it easier for him. Ikoma asked if he had been able to prove his strength to him, but he replied that he had not. He added that the future of the Auto District was at stake, and to convince him, Ikoma would have to risk his own life. After these words, Mayumi decided to use his class weapon. Fujima said that enough was enough and that he should finish him off. After all, he was just wasting time. Ikoma noticed that he was fast and his attacks covered a large area. He equated each shot with a high-level spell. Mayumi also studied his opponent and predicted that by lightening the gravity of his body, he would jump forward and attack him from behind. But Ikoma tried to attack him from above. Mayumi reacted quickly and tried to repel the attack, but Ikoma quickly flew up to him and caught him off guard, so Mayumi had no choice but to admit defeat. He said that given the huge difference in their levels, he admitted defeat. After that, he succumbed to his memories again. It was his last conversation with his father. His father tried his best but understood that he was seeing his son's face for the last time. He apologized for always working and not teaching his son anything. His father worked for the police and the hostages were in danger. Therefore, without waiting for backup, he went after the criminal on his own. He managed to detain him, but he was seriously injured. Mayumi told his father not to say that. After all, he had taught him a lot, and he had always looked up to him and wanted to live his life the same way. What annoyed Mayumi most was that he had resigned himself to reality and could not stick to his ideals. He asked Ikoma his name and said he was ready to do as he said. Satsuki was delighted that Ikoma had been recognized by the officer himself, and that if they joined forces, they would be able to defeat the boss and prevent a catastrophe. The girl from the squad got the impression that Mayumi had lifted a heavy burden from himself, thanks to the battle and the new plan. Zen tried to remember Ichinos Akoma's name and said that this time he would definitely not forget it. Fujimi didn't like the idea of joining forces with adventurers to clear the rift, so he's wondering if he's thinking straight. After all, they received permission to use the key from the very top. Besides, it's a secret mission. So, Fujima believes that Mayumi's actions went against the orders of the Special Forces. Zen asked for a moment of attention and said that he understands that Ikoma wants to deal with the boss. but it is worth considering that this is only his desire. Not all adventurers agreed, and the special forces also do not share this desire. Akoma said that it is true that it is only his desire. To defeat such an opponent, competent and coordinated teamwork is necessary. After all, some people may suffer, and he understands that everyone is afraid of finding themselves in such a situation. Therefore, Akoma suggested dividing into two groups, an assault group and a reserve group. If the first group is defeated, the second group will activate the Starry Sky Key. Akoma added that the choice of group is left to their discretion, but Fujima got angry and asked who gave him the right to make such important decisions. He added that he had had enough. After all, Akoma was not the boss here, so it was not his decision to make. So he said that they would act according to the original and clear plan adopted by the special unit. After all, he couldn't allow some adventurers to put other people's lives at risk. But Akoma objected, saying that if they failed, they would still use the key. Therefore, he believed that there was no need to fear the risks and emphasized that the plan was almost identical, even though it had changed slightly. Fujima objected and asked if he had even thought about the consequences. After all, if you imagine it, it turns out that adventurers have taken command of the Special Forces unit. This could damage his reputation. Moreover, he was personally entrusted with this secret mission. Not only were the adventurers discovered, but the soldier he took with him lost to one of them. If the boss finds out, his authority will be over. Fujima told Mayumi that if he thinks there is a place in the Special Forces for a weakling like him, then he is simply naive and foolish. He replied that he understood his dissatisfaction, so after conquering the rift, regardless of the outcome, he would resign. But Fujima tried to dissuade him. Although he did not like his approach, could senior officers really act so recklessly as to leave? Mayumi replied that their values were too different. He knew that casualties were inevitable, but the question was whether he was willing to take the risk and compromise. Would he turn a blind eye to it all again? And if so, which of them was acting recklessly? Fujima realized that he could no longer be persuaded. That is why he hates these heroes. He said that they had nothing more to talk about. He also added that he should consider his resignation accepted. So now he could become an adventurer or something else, and he didn't care anymore. Fujima wondered if he really thought he would let him go so easily and attacked him. He was sure that it was a mistake to take him with him from the very beginning. After all, he could have taken 2 people for backup. So he wanted to beat him up and justify it by saying that he had disobeyed the orders of his superior. Although Mayumi was experienced, he was still inferior to him in terms of skill. Fujima was sure that at such a distance he would not have time to use his weapon. He would not let him escape and would close the distance. He used the Gladiator's class skill, Tiger Steps, to increase his speed and strengthen his attack. This would allow him to fight him on equal terms. Fujima wanted to knock his weapon out of his hands and knock him to the ground, which turned out to be an easy task for him. He thought this would make him defenseless. But as a result, he received a blow to the face, and Mayumi said that his bow was just a primitive decoy. After all a person had to do was get closer, and one blow would be enough to cut him down, even if the difference in levels was great. Because all people have the same weaknesses of the human body, for example, weakness, and he would not use a bow against such a weakling. After all, a person who does not care about the lives of others does not pose a threat to him in a real battle, regardless of his level. Mayumi said that he used to defend his ideals while working for him, but now that he is retiring, he has no intention of doing so anymore. A soldier from the squad was surprised how an ordinary archer could defeat the legendary gladiator Fujima in hand-to-hand combat, so Mayumi asked the soldiers if they wanted to defend him, but they refused. Akoma thought that Fujima would be a valuable combat unit, but he would hardly agree to their plan. Satsuki suggested continuing where they left off and said she wanted to join the strike force. The girl from the special forces said that she would also join the strike force because her job was to protect people and she would do whatever was necessary. Mayumi said that if she went, she would have problems. She replied that she knew that and that the lives of people not only in the area but in all of Tokyo were at stake. So she wanted to protect people and not think about how to carry out orders. Then she apologized for doubting him. After all, she was against Fujima's plan from the very beginning and did not understand why Mayumi agreed to it. The adventurer from the group said she didn't think she could help in the battle, so she would stay in the reserve squad and go to the exit. Zen couldn't decide what to do. He was very scared and didn't want to go anywhere. But he thought that if Akoma begged him to go with them, he would agree. After all, who was he to refuse? But Satsuki said that no one asked him if he was going or not, and reminded him that from the very beginning, he wanted to go to the boss despite the warnings of others. The boss's probable level is 90, and that's all that is known, so they have no choice but to face the unknown head-on.